Douluo. Starting from the spirit of time worm, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Arena of Life and Death. Emperor Hanshin Snow danced shining in the Sunday, noticing that Ice Emperor, Ice Bear King, and Titan Snow Demon King were afraid of the dark demon evil god Tiger, and that further delay might make them lose the courage to fight with it. Snow Emperor let out a low cry and took the lead in launching an attack point. Although she had a cultivation level of nearly 700,000, she did not dare to be careless in the face of this black giant tiger whose cultivation level was more than 200,000 years lower than hers, and used her unique skills right away. Originally, the temperature on this piece of eternal frozen land was already very low, and after Snow Emperor launched this domain type skill, the temperature was even lowered to a new low point, except for Ice Emperor, who still looked normal. Even the fierce beasts such as Ice Bear King and Titan Snow Demon King, who originally lived in extremely cold areas, felt a hint of chill, even though this domain was not aimed at them. As the main target of suppression by Emperor Hanshin Snow danced shining in the sun. The dark demon evil god tiger had layers of ice crystals on its body, as if it would turn into an ice sculpture in the next second. It's done, worthy of being Sister Zudi. Just as a trace of joy appeared in Bindi's heart, it disappeared immediately. I saw the grey soul power rippling from the dark demon evil god tiger, and the extreme evil breath burst out from it. The grey airflow was filled with a sense of madness and chaos. Emperor, sword, ice extreme unparalleled. Zu declapped her palms and drew out a dark blue long sword that seemed to be condensed from ice crystals. With a hint of coldness on the sword point, she turned into wind and snow and dissipated. When she formed again, she was already behind the dark demon evil god tiger. The long sword swung down and slashed the opponent's back. The attack that was invincible, even Emperor Shan did not dare to take lightly, but the dark demon evil god tiger did not dodge or avoid it, and let her cut it on his body. When the ice sword collided with the giant tiger's fur, making a sound of metal clashing, and the strong recoil made Zudi's arm numb. Damn. Zudi's eyes flashed with disbelief. The dark demon evil god tiger's long tail, which was made up of countless joints, swept across, and the Snow Emperor turned into ice and snow and dispersed, and then recondensed in the distance. Be careful, this guy's defense is a bit abnormal. The Snow Emperor reminded the other three soul beasts. Eternal frozen domain. The Ice Emperor also showed his own frozen domain, overlapping with the Snow Emperor's domain, making the coldness even worse. It was a cold that penetrated the soul, as if even space and time would be frozen. The extreme evil energy around the dark demon evil god tiger could not resist such severe cold, and its joints became stiff, and the blood flow rate slowly decreased. It gradually stopped moving, and fell into a piece of ice. The Ice Bear King's Iobe roared and rushed forward. A white halo emanated from his body, and he suddenly waved his huge bear paw and slapped it down. The huge paw shadow cut the ice and acted on the body of the dark demon evil god tiger, but it could not cause any injuries to the opponent. The phantom of the claws collapsed, and Zyobei swung his claws again, hitting the giant tiger's head directly. The black giant tiger stood still, but Zyobei took 3 steps back. With doubt in his eyes, it felt as if he had hit a mountain made of the hardest and heaviest metal, which was unshakable and indestructible. In the trembling of the earth, the Titan Snow Demon King ran, jumped high, clenched his right fist, and a blue light bloomed on his hand. The huge fist fell from hundreds of meters in the sky like a meteorite. Rumble, accompanied by a loud bang. Spider web-like cracks spread out from the feet of the dark demon evil god tiger. The unchanging ice for thousands of years could not withstand such terrible brute force, and made a crackling whine. But the frozen dark demon evil god tiger directly took the punch, and there was still no change. This made the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor frown. A cold light flashed in the scalded eyes of the black giant tiger, and black thunder traveled over it, and the power of thunder and lightning dispelled the severe cold. Balls of lightning formed around it, and then spread out to the sky with it as the center, and then fell from the sky. After sensing the omen, the Ice Bear King and the Titan Snow Demon King retreated at the first time. The thunders continued to explode with infinite power. The domains of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor were shattered in the roar of the raging dark demon evil thunder. Is this guy's defense too outrageous? He was attacked by Xiaobei and Ate like that, but he was not injured at all. The Ice Emperor couldn't help but say, in my inherited memory, there is no mention that the dark demon evil god tiger has such defense. The Snow Emperor also had a gloomy face. The dark demon evil god tiger looked at the four soul beasts with a bit of teasing in its scholar eyes. It licked its paws leisurely with a relaxed expression. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 3 seconds for each invincible golden body. That is to say, only 28,800 worms of time are needed to achieve a permanent cycle of invincible golden body. Amon paid full attention to the four kings of the far north and brought more than 30,000 worms of time. Zudi and others did not have the power to surpass the limit of the human world and could not cause any damage to Amon at all. The outcome of this battle was doomed from the beginning. The dark demon evil god tiger flew into the sky, and the grey airflow emanating from its body spread out, forming a dark cloud. Then a strong wind blew, and the tiger's roar echoed in the wind. It flapped its wings, and countless wind blades spread out in all directions with it as a center. Ice Emperor's claw, Ice Emperor body protection. A layer of diamond-like particles appeared on the hands and forearms of the Ice Emperor. She crossed her hands and protected them in front of her. At the same time, a layer of ice crystal armor appeared on her body. The figure of the Snow Emperor became illusory, and the wind blade passed through it without causing any damage to it. A layer of halo appeared on the bodies of the Ice Bear King Xiaobei and the Titan Snow Demon King, but their defense was not as good as the Ice Emperor's ice crystal armor, and they were cut by the wind blade with tiny wounds. These tiny wounds were nothing to them. If it was normal, they would recover in a blink of an eye with their physique. But the trouble was that there was a strong evil spirit on the wind blade. With a crazy and chaotic breath. The evil spirit continued to erode the wound, inhibiting healing while transmitting spiritual pollution to their souls. Xiaobei and the Titan Snow Demon King had slight and dense mumbling in their minds, like the drizzle in spring. They were highly focused in the battle, and did not take these chaotic noises into their hearts. The dark demon evil god tiger brought them great pressure. Even if the four of them joined forces, they still did not dare to be careless. Emperor, palm great cold without snow. The Snow Emperor passed through the layers of wind blades and came under the dark demon evil god tiger. Her snow white palm pressed heavily on its abdomen. The extreme cold instantly turned it into an ice sculpture. The Snow Emperor frowned. The effect of this move should not be just that. In addition to freezing the opponent, it can also break the opponent's body like breaking ice. But the body of the dark demon evil god tiger seemed to be protected by some special power. No matter what, it could not cause any damage to it. The ice crystals wrapped around the dark demon evil god tiger were quickly eroded and melted by the evil spirit, and the black giant tiger regained its ability to move again. Avoiding the hook-shaped tail that stabbed at her, the Snow Emperor came to the side of the Ice Emperor. Sister Zudi, why do I feel that this guy's more terrifying than Dishan? Could it be that Dishan didn't let it grow on purpose, but couldn't contain it? Bing D had already had a hint of retreat. Zudi responded with an ugly face. Something is wrong. This guy's too abnormal. Even Dishan dared not ignore my attack, but from just now until now, it has not dodged or defended all our attacks at all, and has endured them all with its body. It is indeed more difficult than Dishan. Let's try it one last time. If it doesn't work, run away. Then go ask Dishan what's going on with this thing. Bing D looked at her, and the two of them operated their soul power at the same time. Zudi was on the right, stretching out her left palm, and Bing D was on the left, stretching out her right palm. They turned sideways, put their arms together, and slapped their palms forward at the same time, shouting in unison, the pride of the two emperors of ice and snow. This is an attack launched by the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor together. It is somewhat similar to the human martial soul fusion technique. The two extreme ices, superimposed, bring an extremely terrifying effect. The white and green blend together, and the huge ice and snow cyclone rushes towards the black giant tiger in the sky with immense power. The speed of the ice and snow cyclone does not seem to be fast, but it gives people a sense of inevitability, because after being locked by it, everything about the target will slow down under the influence of the cold. including thinking point. However, the dark demon evil god tiger has no intention of hiding. It still floats quietly in the air, allowing itself to be swallowed by this ice storm. When the ice and snow cyclone dissipated, the godlike and demon-like figure remained. The snow emperor's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Her and the ice emperor's strongest attacks could not do anything to each other, and the opponent did not fight with equally powerful moves, and it seemed that there was no consumption at all. There is no need to fight this fight anymore. It is bound to lose. The Snow Emperor made a judgment in her heart. Run quickly, Xiaobei, Ate. You two should leave here quickly, the farther the better. Xiaobing, you too, I'll drag it. Zudi suddenly shouted. The Ice Bear King Xiaobei and the Titan Snow Demon King both showed hesitation on their faces. Xiaobei regarded Zudi as his mother, while the Titan Snow Demon King regarded her as the master of the Arctic ice field from the bottom of his heart and admired her. They couldn't do anything to abandon Zudi and run away. Don't hesitate, you will only be a burden to me here. I can leave. If you are targeted by this guy, you will only die. Hurry up and leave. The sooner you leave, the less time I need to face this guy. Hurry up. Zudi urged. Sister. Zudi, what about you? Bingdi said worriedly. Although my attack has no effect on it, the power of extreme ice can limit its movement. After you leave, I can get away. The Snow Queen responded smoothly. Then, I'll delay it for a while. I can also freeze it. Wait until Xiaobei and Ate run farther, then I'll run. I'm faster than them, so you'll be less stressed. The Ice Queen looked at the Ice Bear King and the Titan Snow Demon King. You two, what are you still doing? Do you want to kill Sister Snow Queen? Xiaobei and the Titan Snow Demon King looked at each other and then ran in two different directions. Just then, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger finally moved again. For the first time, it got serious, and a black sphere gathered in its mouth. It spit out a ball of light, and then a strange wave spread out, covering the Snow Queen, the Ice Queen, the Ice Bear King, and the Titan Snow Demon King. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scene changed. It was no longer the permafrost covered by ice and snow, but a grey world. This was a huge circular arena, with 12 hundreds of meters high columns evenly surrounding it. In the distance, the magnificent columns, which were even bigger than the mountains, went straight into the sky. Grey mist drifted around the arena, making the distant scenery look a little blurry and vaguely unclear. Life and Death Arena. This is a little different from the original Life and Death Arena. It does not have the ability to turn the opponent into a juvenile form, but it is easier and faster to activate, and can be cancelled at any time. It can also be regarded as a special domain skill. This domain does not have the function of weakening the opponent or strengthening oneself, but it can restrict others and prevent them from leaving. Only with the permission of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, or by defeating it, can you leave. Chapter 227. Catch them all. After trying several times and failing to break through this space, Zudi's face became extremely ugly. Damn it, I can't get out. It seems that the only choice left is to fight desperately. How can there be such a terrible soul beast? Bingdi's voice was filled with a trace of fear. In the grey world, a black giant tiger with wings on its back circled in the air. It landed on a pillar, and its scarlet eyes looked down at the four beasts below. Titan Snow Demon King hammered his chest, jumped up suddenly, and punched the black giant tiger. This time, its invincible power failed. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger raised its right claw, and a grey light curtain enveloped it. Evil God Guard. The light curtain bounced Titan Snow Demon King away. A black ball of lightning appeared in front of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's head. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the ball of lightning. Then, a black beam of light gushed out of its mouth and instantly penetrated the chest of Titan Snow Demon King. The beam continued to hit the ground, blasting a huge hole. The Titan Snow Demon King knelt on one knee, his consciousness gradually blurred. In his sight, the light slowly disappeared, and darkness enveloped him. He fell forward with a loud rumbling sound. When his huge body fell to the ground, a large amount of dust was raised. The Titan Snow Demon King's vitality was very tenacious. Even after such a severe injury, he still did not die. But the erosion of evil spirits also made his vitality slowly pass away. If he is not treated early, then death is only a matter of time. Ate. Zudi shouted anxiously. The dark demon evil god tiger seemed to have lost the interest in playing, and his attack suddenly became fierce. Ball-shaped lightning condensed around him, and then scattered, turning into black thunder in the sky. In the explosion, the Ice Bear King's Iobe was blown to pieces, and fell to the ground. The Ice Emperor's ice crystal armor could not withstand such a fierce attack, and became fragmented. A strong sense of crisis came over Bingdi, and she wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The dark demon evil god tiger had come behind her at some point. Its body was so huge, but it moved very quickly and silently. The tail, which was originally hooked at the end, and made up of joints, had now become a long thorn. The long thorn pierced Bingdi's body, and blood flowed. "Sister. Zudi," she murmured and fell down. Zudi looked desperate. The power of the dark demon evil god tiger far exceeded their expectations, and it also had this strange domain type skill involving space, which could actually restrict their entry and exit. She looked at the dark demon evil god tiger, her eyes full of unwillingness. Zudi took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Evil god." She and Dishan were both soul beasts with the top bloodlines. Even if the dark demon evil god tiger was a soul beast that fed on soul beasts, it would not be possible to surpass them by so much. The only thing that Zudi could think of was the evil god who influenced the birth of the dark demon evil tiger in the legend. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why a soul beast of more than 400,000 years old brought her more pressure than Emperor Shan. Even Emperor Shan could not beat the 4 people who joined forces without any resistance. The dark demon evil tiger did not answer her, but kept summoning the dark demon evil thunder, and launched attacks again and again. Although Zudi tried her best to dodge, and turned into wind and snow, to shuttle between the thunder, she could not completely avoid the dense thunder after all. She was accidentally injured, and her body fell into paralysis. The dark demon evil tiger seized this brief moment, teleported to the side of Zudi, and slapped it with one claw. Immediately, countless dark demon evil thunders burst out, drowning Zudi's figure. The bright starlight lit up, and the time worms turned into streams of light, which sank into the bodies of Zudi, Bingdi, Ice Bear King, and Titan Snow Demon King respectively. The parasitism of the latter 3 was unusually smooth, and they were controlled by the time worm with almost no resistance. When parasitizing Zudi, she suddenly opened her eyes. The powerful soul temporarily resisted the erosion of the time worm. You are actually a human." Zudi widened her eyes, and said in disbelief, "You hunt us for our spirit rings, right? I can take the initiative to sacrifice, dedicate my body and soul to you, so that you can get the greatest benefit. Let them go, okay?" Zudi begged. Heh. The time worms laughed one by one, opened their mouths, and spit out words from their mouths. These simple words gathered together to form crazy and dense mumbling. Under the harassment of mumbling, under the influence of physical injuries and the loss of vitality, Zudi's soul began to become weak. After a difficult resistance, she was ultimately unable to stop the invasion of more and more time worms, and was controlled by Amon. A thin young man wearing a black classical robe, a pointed hat, and a monocle on his right eye, walked out from behind a pillar. He stroked his monocle, chuckled and said, "Be my spirit ring. You are not worthy, Yan Jin. Are you okay? It shouldn't take that much time to absorb 2 10-year spirit bones, right?" Amon grabbed Yan Jin's body with his hand, and Yan Jin's body turned from virtual to real, appearing in the life and death arena. "It's okay, but why do you want me to absorb a skull and torso bone? And they are so young." Yan Jin was a little confused, "Because I have other arrangements for your head, soul bone and torso bone." After killing a soul beast over 100,000 years old, the soul bone that the soul master does not have must be dropped. In order to avoid duplication, your torso bone and head soul bone need to be installed first. Amon explained. "Now, kill her." Amon pointed at Zudi. "Oh, okay. Big fire." Yan Jin punched through Zudi's chest. Zudi's body turned into a bright light spot and dissipated. She is the Ice Snow Girl, representing the spirit of ice and snow itself. After death, her body will naturally turn into ice and snow and dissipate. The dark demon evil god tiger opened its mouth and burst out a suction force, swallowing all the light spots. Where Zudi died, a bright right leg bone with a blue-white halo was left. This right leg bone has a hint of jade texture, very complete, without any defect. Go. Refine it, and then kill the Ice Emperor. Keep the other two for now, as a backup. Amon had a gentle smile on his face. These two big guys are not good either? Yan Jin scratched his head, feeling a little uneasy. All the gifts of fate have already been marked with a price in secret. What is the price I should pay? She didn't dwell on it too much, put aside all the speculations in her mind, and smiled. I'll listen to you. After fusing the right leg bone of the Snow Emperor, Yan Jin killed the Ice Emperor, and obtained a left leg bone point. It is not easy to absorb the huge power contained in the beast's soul bone. It took Yan Jin a week to get to soul bones. Hey, Amon, I got two very powerful skills. After refining, Yan Jin shouted excitedly. Amon smiled. What ability? The left leg bone brings a domain skill called Eternal Frozen Domain, and the right leg bone gives me the domain skill Snow Dance Shining Sunday. The two can be used together to form Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. In addition, I have an additional attribute of Extreme Ice. As he spoke, Yan Jin raised his right hand, and what emerged from his hand was no longer red hot magma, but a layer of ice crystals. Yan Jin controlled the ice crystals, condensing them into flowers, and making cat-shaped ice sculptures, and he had a lot of fun. Well, not bad. Amon nodded, which was not beyond his expectations. Next, it's time to go to the next stop. Amon could not directly use the stealing method to transfer the dark demon evil god tiger, because he could only steal what he had through the connection of the thread of fate. The reason why Yan Jin and Lei Yin can be stealed from one place to another at will is that after the fusion of martial souls, they can be regarded as a whole with the fused worm of time, which is equivalent to a part of the worm of time in the state of martial soul fusion. Lei Yin and Yan Jin are equivalent to the soul bones and soul skills possessed by the worm of time. However, the dark demon evil god tiger does not meet this condition. Therefore, Amon has to use Lei Yin again. He stretched out his hand to the void and grabbed Lei Yin, who had been fused with a certain worm of time martial soul along the line of fate, and then used the soul bone space to put the dark demon evil god tiger in. Then Amon on the other side launched the theft and stole Lei Yin and Yan Jin. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in the Xingdao Great Forest. Lei Yin's figure disappeared quickly. He was like a takeaway boy, coming and going in a hurry. After delivering the dark demon evil god tiger, he left directly. A huge dark gold fear claw bear was quietly waiting for the two people to arrive in the forest. Seeing the bear king, Yan Jin noticed that there was also a circle of white circles on its right eye. He was not too nervous. Is it my next soul bone? Amon nodded. Let's do it. After killing it, there is the 10,000 Demon King. After the two empires sign an agreement with Emperor Xian, the beast tide should end. Emperor Xian will probably return to the Stardao Great Forest soon. We need to do some things before that. Emperor Xian, that black dragon? After absorbing the two soul bones of the two emperors of ice and snow, Yan Jin, whose strength has greatly increased, showed an eager expression on his face. Looking at her like that, Amon laughed and said, he is not something you can deal with now, and I'm not sure I can kill him. Still can't fight. Okay. Yan Jin restrained himself a little. In order to make it easier for Yan Jin to kill himself, the Bear King slapped his claw on his forehead and knocked a hole in his skull. Yan Jin, accompanied by a burst of blazing waves, the body of the Bear King fell to the ground. What it left behind was a right arm bone that radiated dark golden light and gave people a heavy feeling. And the corpse, that was as big as a hill, like the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, went into the stomach of the dark demon evil god tiger. After eating so many overlord level soul beasts in a row, the dark demon evil god tiger's stomach, which seemed to be connected to another space, was bulging. It would take a long time for it to completely absorb them. You fuse the soul bones here first. I have some things to deal with. The 10,000 Demon King will send them to you later. Amon smiled, left a few time worms to protect Yan Jin, and walked into the depths of the forest. Even though it was known that Amon must have hidden a lot of things, when it was really revealed, Yan Jin was still very surprised. Just what she saw could easily subvert the two empires. Looking at Amon's back as he walked away, she showed a trace of thought in her eyes. What are you planning? Chapter 228 Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. The core area of the Star Forest Point in a huge cave under the Lake of Life, a purple black dragon was lying on a rock, with its eyes closed, as if it was asleep. Point in front of it, in a lavender transparent light shield, there was an ice silkworm with a crystal body in 9 golden patterns. There were several purple light bands connected to the ice silkworm, which bound it, and restricted its movements. The ice silkworm glanced at the purple dragon with its small eyes and slowly crawled out. It carefully touched the purple light shield, and the light shield immediately sent out a special soul power fluctuation, and the purple dragon suddenly opened its eyes. The huge dragon pupil looked down at the ice silkworm, and a pleasant female voice sounded from its mouth. "What do you want to do?" "Ah, I'm just too bored stretching my body. How about you make this light shield bigger? It's so small, it's only a few steps away. It's hard for me to move. Also, these straps are too short. Make them longer. I promise I won't run away." Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm's voice was a bit mean. "Stop playing tricks on me." ZG glared at it. "By the way, I haven't seen Cheyenne and the others for a long time. Where are they? Could it be that the human named Amon hasn't been killed yet? Or are they dealing with the soul beast that caused the great catastrophe? I didn't see the auspicious beast either. Last time you were so angry. It wouldn't be killed by humans to make soul rings, right?" "Shut up." Being poked in the sore spot, ZG looked at it viciously. "You are anxious. You are anxious. Could it be that what I said was right? Haha, you deserve it. You treated me as food, and now you are getting retribution." Cheyenne Meng kept talking. ZG's expression suddenly calmed down. Cheyenne and his men went to war with humans, and their physical condition will not be very good after they come back. "I won't hurt you. You should take good care of yourself, and be prepared to bleed a lot when the time comes." Cheyenne Meng's ice silkworm's laughter stopped abruptly. Although Cheyenne and his men squeezed its soul power, they would not be too much, because their absorption capacity is limited, and they would not use too much each time point. But if it is used to recover from the injury, the demand for its soul power will definitely increase greatly. It still remembers that after Cheyenne fought with the evil eye tyrant, BG treated him, which consumed a lot of energy, and then BG made up for it from it, and drained a lot of its soul power in a short time point. And the same thing happened 2 years ago. Every time Cheyenne was injured, Cheyenne Meng had to suffer a hardship. Cheyenne Meng stopped talking, and ZG lowered her head again, and fell asleep. After confirming that Cheyenne and others were not in the Xingdao Great Forest, it decided to take this opportunity to try to escape. After all, even if it was caught, it would be tortured at most, but staying here would only lead to death. During this period of time, Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm has understood the function of this purple light shield through constant testing. First, it restricts its activities like the light band on its body, and second, it will sound an alarm when it is touched. After waiting for a while, it used its mental power to confirm that ZG had fallen asleep, and Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm began to act. It first penetrated the powerful mental power through the light shield to shield the alarm when it was touched. Then, it twisted its body, and a golden pattern on its body lit up, just like a silkworm chewing mulberry leaves. Biting off the light bands, Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm climbed onto the light shield carefully, and began to eat the light shield in the same way. The hardness of the light shield seemed to be much higher than that of the light band, and it gnawed very slowly. The hole in the light shield was getting bigger and bigger. It was almost there. Brother was about to regain his freedom. Cheyenne Meng was very excited. Just as it was about to eat out a big enough hole, Cheyenne Meng's movement suddenly stopped, and something very evil and terrifying appeared in its spiritual perception. That terrifying evil existence was coming here. According to Cheyenne Meng's estimation, ZG would never be the opponent of that monster. "ZG, wake up, wake up, wake up quickly, don't sleep anymore. We are all finished. If you sleep anymore, take me and run away." Cheyenne Meng's ice silkworm screamed in fear. ZG, who was awakened by it, opened her eyes, and saw that Cheyenne Meng had unknowingly eaten out a big hole in the light shield. She was shocked, and immediately used her soul power to repair the light shield. "It seems that I have been too good to you these days. If I don't punish you, you will not be able to settle down," she said with some anger. "Stupid, can't you use your brain to think about why I woke you up when I was about to escape? There's no time. Hurry up and take me away, otherwise we will all die." There is a very scary guy approaching. What do you mean? ZG had a trace of doubt in her eyes, because Cheyenne Meng Ai's silkworm gave her the feeling that he was a cunning guy, so she didn't believe it. Your mental power is not enough, you can't sense it, but I can. Anyway, take me away quickly. ZG was still unmoved, and Cheyenne Meng was almost crying. A man with long green hair and dark green eyes walked in. Seeing him, ZG's face showed a trace of joy. King of 10,000 demons, you are back. Does this mean that the matter in the human empire is over? King of 10,000 demons shook his head. Not yet, but it's almost over. Cheyenne has signed an agreement with the two major empires of mankind. They will assist us and hunt down Amon together. It's just that the high priest of the angel god in Wuhan City has a great prejudice against us old beasts. He strongly resisted this matter. The human side is also very concerned about his attitude, so Cheyenne is still in a stalemate with him in Wuhan City. It seems that the day of taking back the power of destiny that belongs to our Xingdao Great Forest is not far away. ZG breathed a sigh of relief, and the anxiety in her heart eased a lot. Cheyenne Meng Ai's silkworm lay there, trembling, with fear in his eyes, and kept muttering, "It's over, it's all over." In its field of vision, it clearly saw a transparent and illusory figure wrapped around the body of the 10,000 Monster King. It was a young man wearing a black robe, a pointed soft hat, and a monocle on his right eye. He had hands and feet, but like a python, he twisted around the 10,000 Monster King, with his head propped up behind the head of the 10,000 Monster King. The young man seemed to notice that Cheyenne Meng Ai's silkworm could see him, and smiled at it. ZG, this stupid dragon is unreliable. What should I do? What should I do? Cheyenne Meng Ai's silkworm felt a great threat and strong malice from the transparent figure like a ghost. It suddenly remembered that there was a mysterious master in the Xingdao Great Forest. Even Emperor Cheyenne had to bow to him. That was the real soul beast master of the Xingdao Great Forest. By the way, it could use mental power to awaken it, and let it deal with this ghost thing. Cheyenne Meng thought so. It was about to burst out its mental power to cause a shock, so that the master would notice it, but suddenly found a black light passing by quickly. Then, everything around changed. They came to a huge circular arena with 12 pillars evenly distributed around. There was grey fog in the distance, and it was not clear. Everything was hazy. Only the pillars that reached the sky and the earth, and were larger than the mountain, stood in the distance. Judging from the shape, it seemed to be an enlarged version of the pillars around the circular arena. ZG's face changed. Where is this? King of 10,000 monsters, what do you mean, stupid woman? You stupid woman, I've killed you. I just told you to take me and run quickly, but you kept dragging your feet. Now we're all going to die here. Cheyenne Meng Ai's silkworm cursed. Look at what's in front of you. After its reminder, ZG looked up at the pillar in front of her. At the top of the pillar, a huge tiger with a black body, wings on its back, a tail made up of countless joints, and a hook at the end, was licking its paws and looking at her leisurely. Dark demon evil god tiger? Fear appeared on ZG's face. How is it possible? A dark demon evil god tiger of the fierce beast level? Alas, it's all over now. The dark demon evil god tiger, if it catches me, it won't be like Cheyenne and the others. It will eat soul beasts without hesitation. It's really a pity that my talent is so young and beautiful, but I'm going to die so young. Cheyenne Meng Ai's silkworm sighed. Over there, you've lived for almost 1,000,000 years, so you can't say you died young. A man in a black robe and a monocle sat on the edge of the pillar where the dark demon evil god tiger was, stroked his monocle, and said with a chuckle, "It's you, Amon." ZG gritted her teeth, and she turned her head to look at the king of 10,000 demons. You teamed up with him, and the dark demon evil god tiger? You're simply trying to get the skin of a tiger. Do you think you have the strength to cooperate with them on an equal footing? Wolves won't cooperate with sheep. Be careful not to become food for the dark demon evil god tiger in the end. Cheyenne Meng Binkan shook his head. ZG, don't be silly. This is not the king of 10,000 demons. Or rather, he has been controlled by someone. By that weird guy wearing a monocle. It used its mental power to communicate with ZG directly in her mind. Your mental power is not strong enough, and you don't have the talent to see through disguises. The souls of the 10,000 Demon King and the Dark Demon Evil Tiger are all controlled by that guy named Amon. and it seems to be some kind of parasitic ability. Let's join forces. You help me stop those two guys. I have a way to eliminate the parasites in their bodies and remove the control. Okay. ZG nodded. She knew that she couldn't deal with the current situation at all and could only hope for the Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm point. Although this big bug's combat power is a little worse, it is a million-year-old soul beast after all, and it should have some special means. And it said that the things that control the 10,000 Demon King and the Dark Demon Evil Tiger are similar to parasites. They are all bugs, so it may have a good way. ZG thought secretly in her heart. Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm suddenly had a strong mental fluctuation, and Amon's eyes condensed slightly. He snapped his fingers, and the 10,000 Demon King launched an attack. Behind the King of 10,000 Demons, a emerald green light bloomed, and the shadow of a demon tree emerged. Thousands of branches stretched out from the shadow, turned into substance, and attacked ZG. The black and purple dragon opened its mouth and spurted out a dark purple dragon breath with strong corrosiveness, burning all the branches. A powerful mental force spread out to the surroundings with Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm as the center. This mental force continued to vibrate and turned into a terrifying mental storm. The King of 10,000 Demons was the first to be hit head on. Amon's face changed, and the worms of time and the King of 10,000 Demons twisted their bodies, uttered painful cries, and died one after another. Chapter 229. The 8th Soul Ring. The worm of time and the worm form is very fragile. Before Amon obtained the 7th soul ring, they had almost no resistance, and a slight soul impact could kill them, so they could not forcibly parasitize others. After obtaining the 7th soul ring, their resistance to soul power and physical damage was greatly enhanced, and they could forcibly parasitize into other people's bodies, but their resistance to mental damage was still insufficient. During the parasitism process, if the opponent launched a mental shock before the worm of time entered the body, it could still be relatively easy to eliminate the worm of time point, but after completing the parasitism, the worm of time will merge into the opponent's soul. At this time, general mental attacks will first hurt the host's soul and cannot touch the worm of time point, but Cheyenne Meng didn't know what method he used to bypass the soul of the 10,000 Demon King and directly affect the worm of time that had completed the parasitism. Amon realized that he had underestimated Cheyenne Meng, the big bug. As expected of a soul beast with a million years of cultivation, it's quite something. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger immediately pounced on Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm. He estimated that even the invincible golden body could not protect the time bug under Cheyenne Meng's mental storm. The Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm chose to rescue the 10,000 Demon King first, because the 10,000 Demon King knew ZG, and it would be easier for him to stand on their side. After getting rid of control. The 10,000 Demon King, who regained consciousness, figured out the current situation in an instant and stretched out a branch without hesitation to block the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. The starlight lit up, and a stream of light flew out of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's body. In the light, Amon's figure turned from virtual to real. He stretched out his right hand, forming a wide, wall-like barrier, temporarily blocking the branch. The 10,000 Demon King's direct attack ability was not strong, and he could not quickly break through this barrier. ZG held back her fear and stood in front of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, and she spit out a dragon breath. But the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger didn't take her seriously at all and rushed over directly, biting her slender neck. The two giant beasts rolled and wrestled together while knocking ZG away. Dozens of star-colored streamers flew out of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's body and turned into Amon's the first moment they transformed into human form. They used their soul power to condense a long spear in their hands. The thrown spear pierced Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm into a hedgehog. Then, these Amons used lifesteal on it together, constantly stealing its vitality and accelerating its death. Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm didn't resist much. And I'd just like that. Stars of light drifted from Cheyenne Meng's body and condensed into a white and gold soul ring. Amon, who was sitting on the top of the pillar with a leisurely look on his face, stretched out his right hand, grabbed forward, and stole the soul ring. Starlight flickered in his hand, and a translucent worm with 12 segments and starlight colors emerged, swimming quickly in the air, leaving countless after images following the traction of soul power. The platinum soul ring was put on the worm of time, overlapping with one of its segments. Amon's Surging energy surged from his martial soul, and the majestic power made him change color. Even if there were hundreds of worms of time to help him share these energies, Amon still felt waves of swelling and pain in his meridians. Compared with this, even the soul ring of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King would be eclipsed point. Although his body was twitching with pain, Amon still maintained his calm attitude, stroked his monocle, and chuckled and said, "Do you still want to resist? You have no chance of winning." A trace of relief flashed in his heart. Fortunately, he did not take it too seriously, and took advantage of the weakest defense force of the Lake of Life before Emperor Xian returned to hunt the Xian Meng Ice Silkworm. Otherwise the result would be different. Amon did not expect that the seemingly harmless Xian Meng Ice Silkworm actually had the ability to bypass the host's soul and directly kill the time worm, which almost made him fall. The dark demon evil god tiger climbed up from ZG's body, jumped up lightly, came to Amon, licked his paws, and looked like he was watching a good show. Amon's current state is not very good. The energy contained in the Xian Meng soul ring is too huge, and he is in great pain and unable to move. He cannot be disturbed at this moment. Therefore, the dark demon evil god tiger seemed to have lost the interest in fighting and returned to the pillar, but in fact it was to protect Amon's body and guard him. Amon showed a playful smile on his face and said with interest, "King of 10,000 demons, do you want to submit to me? I still lack some people who can do things. I always need to do it myself for every little thing, which feels too cheap. Are you willing to trust me? You won't control my soul anymore?" The eyes of the King of 10,000 demons flashed. Amon chuckled and said, "Controlling others is also a burden for me. If there are people who are willing to work for me, that would be great. As for trust, I only trust myself. Of course, you don't have to worry that I will restrict you too much, because even if your cultivation level improves by another 200,000 or 300,000 years, it will not make any difference to me. I don't need to be wary of someone who poses no threat to me." ZG had many wounds torn by the dark demon evil god tiger, and a large piece of meat was missing from her neck, which looked extremely miserable. She said to the 10,000 demon king with some disdain, "You want to submit to a human? When do we soul beasts need to wag our tails and beg for mercy from humans? Survival is the most important thing. Well, only one of you two can leave this life and death arena alive." A vicious smile appeared on Amon's face. The King of 10,000 demons showed hesitation on his face, and then he suddenly attacked ZG. Thousands of branches emerged, like chains, and entangled the purple-black dragon. "King of 10,000 demons, do you really have no dignity at all?" ZG was shocked and angry. "Sorry, ZG, I want to live." There was a hint of cruelty in the eyes of the King of 10,000 demons. ZG spewed out dragon breath, burning the cage formed by the branches of the King of 10,000 demons. The two had a deadly fight. ZG's cultivation years were not as good as the King of 10,000 demons, but she had advantages in race and attributes, and was better at frontal combat. The King of 10,000 demons did not confront him head on, but kept wandering around. Every attack was directed at the wounds on ZG's body caused by the dark demon evil tiger. After a long period of entanglement, the toxins created by the King of 10,000 demons penetrated into ZG's body through the wounds little by little. The purple-black dragon finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. "It's over." The King of 10,000 demons mercilessly inserted the branch into ZG's body and stirred it fiercely. When ZG completely collapsed to the ground and her eyes lost their luster, the King of 10,000 demons turned and looked at Amon. "I killed her." Amon smiled. "Well done. But is this how you show your loyalty to others?" The eyes of the King of 10,000 demons were slightly gloomy. He drooped his eyelids and tried to keep his eyes on the ground. To prevent Amon from seeing the devouring look in his eyes, he slowly knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and whispered, "My lord, please accept my loyalty." Amon raised his right hand, pinched the upper and lower bottom edges of the monocle with his index finger and thumb, and said with a chuckle, "Welcome to join the Amon clan again." The bright starlight lit up, and the worms of time turned into streams and rushed towards the King of 10,000 demons. After a period of absorption, the energy brought by Xian Meng Ice Silkworm Soul Ring was no longer so violent, and Amon's condition improved a lot. The King of 10,000 demons has been vigilant After the last experience of being parasitized, he has also thought about how to deal with the worm of time. He immediately used mental shock to kill the worm of time rushing towards him. What do you mean? Not keeping your word? How about you think about it again? I didn't promise not to parasitize you, and I'm not going to kill you. I won't let you leave this life and death arena alive. Amon responded with a smile. The dark demon evil god tiger roared, flapped its wings, and rushed towards the king of 10,000 demons. The battle with ZG was already very consuming. The king of 10,000 demons, who was not in his prime, could not hold on for long under the attack of the dark demon evil god tiger, and was soon defeated. The worm of time sank into his body again, and the king of 10,000 demons looked sluggish for a moment, and then returned to normal. After everything was settled, Amon groaned and muttered, "This time it was really dangerous. First, Cheyenne Meng almost made me flip over. After killing it, my body was in a state where I couldn't move at will. If the 10,000 demon kings and Ziggy attacked me together at that time, I might be disturbed from absorbing the soul ring. Well, I was not cautious enough. I killed the 4 kings of the Arctic ice field without paying any price before, which made me a little arrogant. I have to be more careful in the future." Amon jumped down from the pillar and came to Cheyenne Meng's body. He condensed a long sword with soul power, cut open its body, and turned out a soul bone from it. This is a crystal clear head soul bone with 9 golden lines. Cheyenne Meng, this guy, simply doesn't follow the rules everywhere. Not only is there no thunder tribulation, but even the drop of soul bones violates the general rules. Amon sighed slightly. In addition to the external soul bone attached to the martial soul, Amon only had a head soul bone dropped by the blood red 9-headed bat king. After 100,000-year soul beast is killed, it will definitely drop soul bones of parts that the soul master who killed it does not have, but Cheyenne Meng happened to drop a head soul bone that Amon already had. Ziggy was much more normal and dropped a right arm bone with a dark purple glow. The dark demon evil god tiger also landed from the air. It opened its bloody mouth and began to devour Cheyenne Meng's ice silkworm and Ziggy's body. Afterwards, the dark demon evil god tiger put away the life and death arena, and Amon immediately grabbed Lion and put it into the soul bone space. Amon's clone in a distant place stole the fate of the body and Lion respectively, and completed the transfer. Amon's body did not dare to stay in the Xingdao Great Forest for too long. After all, there was a silver dragon king in it. Although it was highly likely that it could not take action, it was a god level combat power after all, and it was not something Amon could fight against now. The clone who stayed in the Lake of Life stayed in the cave for a while and did not find anything unusual. He stroked his monocle and said softly, "It seems that the silver dragon king is still sleeping. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 230 Deceiving the Instructor. In Amon's soul space, a crystal clear ice silkworm with 9 golden patterns on its body curled up and shivered. Cheyenne Meng originally wanted to scare this human and then coexist with it as a wisdom soul ring, but what the hell is in this soul space? It felt that every part of its body was activated and had self-awareness. Endless, crazy, and chaotic whispers echoed around it. "No, no, let me go. No, you are my brother, spare me." Cheyenne Meng's ice silkworm roared with a shrill roar, and the sound had turned into the roar of some monster. Its body was starry, sometimes emitting starry sky colors, and layers of overlapping and then star-like patterns appeared. Sometimes the shadow of an ancient mottled clock flashed by, and 12 rings appeared on its body. It collapsed and reorganized, and finally fixed into a slippery, deep and dark worm. A young man in a black robe and wearing a monocle appeared. He grabbed the worm with a smile on his face. This time, the absorption of the soul ring took a particularly long time. It took Amon 3 days to completely absorb Cheyenne Meng's soul ring. On a vast and empty plane, Amon opened his eyes, raised his hand to release his martial soul, and the soul ring emerged. The 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, dark, scarlet, and platinum moved rhythmically, emitting bright but not dazzling light. His level rose steadily as the soul ring took shape, and in a blink of an eye he reached level 90. Amon once again took a solid step towards the top of this world. While absorbing the soul ring, he also reads some information about the rules of the world. Chien Meng Ice Silkworm, this stupid insect that eats and sleeps all day, wakes up and goes out to play, and even overturns, actually doesn't understand its own abilities. It has never triggered the heavenly tribulation, not because it is too weak, but because it has a passive cheating ability, which is a cheating of the rules of heaven and earth, generally speaking. The cultivation years of soul beasts are not equal to the time they have lived. The way to calculate the heavenly tribulation is to add the higher of the two in the entire life course of the soul beast. When the cultivation growth rate of a soul beast in a certain period of time is higher than the age growth rate, the cultivation growth rate is taken. If it is lower than the age growth rate in a certain period of time, the age growth rate is taken. If a soul beast's cultivation is 199,999 years, even if its cultivation is stagnant at this time, as long as it lives for another year, the heavenly tribulation will still be triggered. Because according to the rules of the heavenly tribulation, its age is 199,999 years of cultivation, plus another year of life, which is 200,000 years. The race that Chien Meng belongs to, the Golden Pattern Ice Silkworm clan, is very special. Their cultivation years are constant and equal to the time they have lived. Every year they live, their cultivation increases by 1 year, and it will not speed up or slow down because of their own cultivation or not. For the rest of the soul beasts, no matter whether their cultivation or age reaches the triggering condition, they will attract the heavenly tribulation. But for the golden patterned ice silkworms, they need to meet the two conditions of cultivation and age at the same time to reach the triggering requirements before attracting the heavenly tribulation. Chien Meng has swallowed a lot of cold marrow and broken its own limitations. Its cultivation years are actually much longer than its survival time, although at this time it still has only 9 golden patterns on its body that prove that it has survived for more than 900,000 years. Its cultivation has exceeded 1 million years. At the same time, due to the disparity between its cultivation years and its actual age, it will not happen that both meet the heavenly tribulation triggering mechanism at the same time, and the heavenly tribulation has not come yet. It is equivalent to a bug in the heavenly tribulation. Chien Meng Ice Silkworm has been deceiving the rules of the world while being ignorant. Chien Meng can cheat the rules of the world. The Worm of Time has this characteristic. Amon also expects to obtain this ability, so naturally, Chien Meng Ice Silkworm Soul Ring gives him relevant soul skills. 8th soul skill. Deceiving the mentor. Effect 1. It is a deepening of scam, which makes the opponent make wrong judgments and even cheat the natural rules. Effect 2. The stealing ability is strengthened again. In the range of stealing, the natural rules is newly added. Looking at the light in the sky, Amon stretched out his right hand, as if he wanted to grab something, but after changing his mind, he retracted his hand. Forget it, the movement is too loud, so I won't try it. Amon pinched his monocle, took a step forward, and came directly to Yan Jin. This is not stealing the fate of the main body through the thread of fate, so that the clone and the main body can complete the exchange, but the direct transfer of the main body. He used the clone to be next to Yan Jin, where there is a connection with his own fate, and completed the fraud of the rules. Amon made the rules mistakenly think that he should be here at this time, so the main body came here. Realizing that there was something suddenly around him, Yan Jin subconsciously punched. Amon raised his hand to block the fist covered with hot magma, and said with a smile, "It's me. Oh, you scared me." It seems that the soul bone is absorbed well. Feeling the huge power from Yan Jin's hand, Amon nodded. "Well, the soul bone dropped by Xiangjun is very suitable for me. It amplifies my strength and makes all my physical attacks more impactful." Yan Jin retracted his fist, crossed his fingers, and stretched, then continued to absorb the next piece. Amon smiled, grabbed it casually, and the figure of the 10,000 Demon King turned from virtual to real and appeared beside him. Yan Jin's pupils shrank, and he said in a low voice, "Amon, have you become stronger again?" Before, she and Lei Yin transferred by first using one of Amon's clones as the main body to fuse their martial souls, then grafting them onto another clone, and then undoing the fusion. Soul beasts such as the 10,000 Demon King and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger do not have the conditions to fuse their martial souls with Amon, so if they want to transfer them, they need Lei Yin's soul bone space as a vehicle to transfer Lei Yin to achieve the purpose of transferring them over a long distance point, and Amon's move to pull out the 10,000 Demon King just now did not require Lei Yin's assistance, so it could only be that he made another breakthrough. Well, there is some progress. Amon responded with a chuckle. Okay, kill him and make up for your left arm bone. Yan Jin followed suit and killed the 10,000 Demon King point. Since she only lacked the left arm bone, the soul bone dropped by the 10,000 Demon King was the left arm bone point. Amon pulled the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger over again. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger licked his mouth and began to gnaw on the body of the 10,000 Demon King point. After waiting for a while, Yan Jin just absorbed the left arm bone dropped by the 10,000 Demon King and saw a crystal clear, shrunken human skull with 9 golden lines thrown by Amon point at the same time. She felt as if she had lost something in her head point. Amon stole the head soul bone she had refined. Although there was an accident, this skull is better than what I originally planned to give you. Amon had a warm smile on his face. This is. Yan Jin held the head soul bone left by Cheyenne Meng Ai's silkworm and widened her eyes from this crystal soul bone. She felt a sense of essential perfection that far exceeded the other soul bones. The gap is like the gap between an ordinary soul bone of tens of thousands of years and a soul bone of 100,000 years, which is a qualitative change point. What she used to compare it with was the soul bone produced by the 690,000-year-old super soul beast, the Snow Emperor. What kind of soul beast can be a level higher than the fierce beast? Could it be a soul bone of 1,000,000 years? Such speculation made Yan Jin feel horrified. Is there such a terrible existence in this world? The Black Dragon King Dishan is scary enough, causing unrest in the entire human world. Is there a monster of a higher level than him? As if he had guessed what she was thinking, Amon said affirmatively. This is left by a 1,000,000-year-old ice silkworm I just hunted. Yan Jin took a breath of cold air in his heart. It was indeed a 1,000,000-year-old soul beast. How powerful must Amon be to hunt such a soul beast? She looked at the soul bone and finally let go of her desire and said, Amon, you are too good to me. You should be able to use this thing yourself. Amon shook his head slightly. If it stays in my hands, it will end up like the previous pile of soul bones, becoming the nutrients of my external soul bones. I already have a head soul bone. Although its quality is not as good as the one in your hand, it is more suitable for me. Oh, okay. Yan Jin immediately began to absorb the skull left by Cheyenne Meng point. Amon stared at the depths of the Xingdao Great Forest. He could now vaguely sense that there was a terrifying existence that surpassed the rules of the Douluo world point. As he breathed in and out, the elemental torrent was surging. Just by existing here, the rules seemed to be distorted to a certain extent point. This horrible abnormality made Amon give up the idea of hunting him and taking him as the 9th soul ring. At least he was not his opponent now point. It was a bit difficult for Yan Jin to absorb Cheyenne Meng's soul bone. Although the power in the soul bone was milder than the soul ring, and in the process of absorbing the soul bone, the body was also strengthened at the same time point. But even so, Yan Jin still took some twists and turns to get it done. How do you feel? Seeing Yan Jin finished absorbing, Amon asked with a smile. Great, I feel like I can beat Lian now. Yan Jin said confidently point. In the past few years, because Lian helped him more, Amon focused on Lian and neglected Yan Jin's growth point. Therefore, Yan Jin has been suppressed by Lian, which made her unhappy for a long time point. Now, she can finally show her sister's majesty in front of Lian again. Hey. Yan Jin thought about it and laughed foolishly. She couldn't wait to practice with Lei Yin. Don't worry, since you have reached level 80, you can also get the spirit ring, Amon said with a smile. Any target? Yan Jin looked at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. It's not it, it's mine. Do you remember the big snake we met in the Ironheart Mountains? Amon touched the bottom edge of the monocle with the knuckle of his index finger. That, I was really scared at the time. Yan Jin's eyes lit up. Chapter 231 Target, Red Lotus Snake. Even after so many years, Yan Jin still remembers the power of the Red Lotus Serpent. It was the first time that she truly felt the fear from her soul point. The terrifying giant snake that emerged from the depths of the volcano, bathed in magma, entrenched in the crater, and looking down at the world, was so powerful that it was simply unlike any creature in this world point. Even if she has reached this level, she has some confidence to fight against the Super Douluo, and has also seen the 10,000 Demon King. The Bear Lord, the dark demon evil god tiger possessed by Amon and other ferocious beasts, but when she thinks of that red lotus, the big snake still couldn't help but feel a little hesitant in his heart while being excited. The red lotus serpent, how old is the spirit beast? Yan Jin couldn't help but ask. I don't know. After all, I was still very weak when I saw it. It's difficult to accurately estimate its level based on memory alone. However, a rough inference suggests that it should be no less than 700,000 years old, but it's probably the probability will not exceed 1,000,000 years. That is an existence on another level. Under normal circumstances, this kind of soul beast will not be born in this world. Listening to Amon's explanation, Yan Jin subconsciously touched her head. The weight of this skull was heavier than she imagined. Even someone like Amon, who did not regard the soul rings and soul bones of ferocious beasts as treasures, sounded a little more solemn when he mentioned the 1,000,000-year soul beast. Can it be killed? Yan Jin was also a little more worried. Don't worry, it's no problem. Amon raised his hand and grabbed her shoulders, and their figures began to become illusory and disappeared in place. Ironheart City, City Lord's Mansion. Vidiel was lying on the sofa with a comfortable look on his face, enjoying the service of the maid, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. His outstanding performance in the Soul Master competition made his status as heir unshakable. To this day, he is already a powerful Soul King. In Tixin City, the only people stronger than him were his father, who was in the Soul Emperor realm, and the master of the Martial Soul Palace. Recently, the relationship between the City Lord's Mansion and Wuhan Palace has become even more tense. Ever since Emperor Zhu Beng came to power, rumors suddenly spread that he wanted to ban Wuhan Palace, which has made the relationship between the two extremely tense. But Vidiel is not too worried, because the Spirit Hall is no longer as strong as it used to be. Since the Beast Tide broke out and Spirit City was besieged, Spirit Halls in various places have also been greatly affected, and their power has shrunk significantly. Vidiel's father, Earl Tixin, took advantage of this opportunity to greatly expand the power of the City Lord's Palace and firmly control the entire Tixin City. Try harder. Vidiel narrowed his eyes. Okay, master. The maid replied respectfully, increasing the strength in her hands. Master Vidiel, Marquis Alia has sent an invitation to invite you to a party she is hosting. The butler walked in from the door and placed an invitation on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Hey, what does that woman want to do? She has never stopped making big and small moves in these years. Vidiel drank the red wine in his hand and put down the glass. It seems that you are doing well. A beautiful female voice sounded, making Vidiel instantly alert. Who? Vidiel immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a woman with fiery red hair, dark red eyes, wearing a red outfit, and a heroic face turning in from the window. Ah, you, Yan Jin. When they parted ways in the Soul Master competition, Yan Jin was just growing up. 5 years had changed her quite a bit, so Vidiel looked at her for a while before speaking with some uncertainty. Hey, it's me, long time no see. Yan Jin greeted warmly. Go get some juice and milk, Vidiel said to the maid who had just massaged his shoulders. Yes, master. The maid left the reception hall. Looking at the beautiful and charming woman in front of him, Vidiel sighed. Time flies so fast. My impression of you is still the same as when we parted ways. You have matured a lot. Yan Jin naturally sat on the sofa opposite Vidiel and said with a smile, what did you come to see me for? Vidiel asked. Lian, Rommel, the captain is not here. Lian doesn't know what they are doing. I haven't seen Rommel for a long time. Amon should know where he is. As for Amon, he is everywhere in the world. It's okay. Amon just brought me to hunt soul beasts. I happened to be on the way, so I came over to see you. Yan Jin picked up the milk brought by the maid, used his soul power in his hands, chilled it a little, and drank it with a look of enjoyment. I've Been chewing dry food these days, and my mouth has almost turned into a bird. She muttered. Do you need my help in hunting soul beasts? I'm about to become the Soul Emperor. In addition, I can mobilize quite a lot of manpower and material resources now. At least I can still speak to the Ironheart leader. Douluo said very enthusiastically. Help? That's not necessary. Amon will arrange everything. You'd better arrange a big meal for me. Yan Jin responded. Okay. Vidiel agreed readily. He glanced at the maid aside. The maid understood and walked out. Is the captain coming too? Of course, if he doesn't come, I won't be able to deal with that snake. Yan Jin picked up another glass of juice. It seems that you have chosen a target. Is it in the Ironheart Mountains? In terms of combat, I may not be able to help, but if you need to determine its location, I can recruit people to help find it. Can you tell me specifically? What kind of snake? Maybe I have relevant information here. Vidiel had a smile on his face point. Although he didn't have high expectations, Yan Jin thought about it for a while and then said it. Do you still remember the big snake we encountered when we first entered the Tixan mountain range to hunt for soul rings and finally evacuated? Eyeless snake? Older eyeless snakes are very dangerous things. Vidiel was deeply impressed by the eyeless snake that almost killed them all. No, it's not that one. It's the red one that emerged from the volcano at the end. The super big one. Yan Jin opened his arms and gestured. Vidiel's expression froze and he bared his teeth. When he didn't know the beast existed in the past, he thought it was just a larger 100,000-year-old soul beast. Ever since the accident happened in the Stardow forest, the beast tide broke out, and the news about the ferocious beasts besieging Wuhan city spread. He realized that the red lotus serpent was definitely not just a simple 100,000-year-old soul beast, but a more terrifying existence. He asked with some disbelief. You want to hunt the red lotus serpent? Have you absorbed it? Then, he suddenly realized that he couldn't use common sense to judge Yan Jin and asked in a deep voice, what level are you at? There were some vague guesses in his mind, but he also found it unbelievable. If he wanted to absorb a soul ring of that age, he would have to be at level 90, right? But how old is Yan Jin? A titled Douluo in his 20s. Well, I'm level 80, although Amon basically helped me improve. Also, Yan is already level 86. Hehehe. Yan Jin said with some pride. Although it wasn't as outrageous as he initially imagined, it was already outrageous enough for a contra in his 20s. Wait, it seems that a contra level to absorb such a spirit ring is no better than a titled Douluo. But, Bida took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down the turmoil in his heart. He was still a little complacent before that he was about to become the Soul Emperor, but Yan Jin shattered all this complacency in an instant. You are really perverted. After a long time, Vidiel slowly spit out such an adjective. He suddenly thought of the Thunder Douluo who had become famous recently. Judging from the rumors, it seemed to match the thunder sound, and he couldn't help but ask, the Thunder Douluo who made such a splash on the battlefield couldn't be Yan, right? Although, Yan Jin said that Yan is level 86 and is a contra rather than a titled Douluo. The fighting power of these two siblings has always been astonishing. Killing a titled Douluo with the level of a contra, even with such a title in advance, is not a problem. Quite unexpected. Well, it's him. There was a time before I couldn't beat him, but it's hard to say now. When I get the soul ring of the red lotus serpent, I will definitely be more powerful. Yan Jin said with certainty. Vidiel silently picked up a glass of juice and digested this information in his heart. An illusory figure appeared in the hall, and the outline outlined by simple lines quickly became clear and solidified. Vidiel was shocked by the way the visitor appeared. Although there are all kinds of soul skills, and in theory it is not surprising to see any kind of them, but this is the first time he has seen such a strange and terrifying method. Black classical robe, pointed soft hat, monocle, a series of iconic things made Vidiel recognize at a glance that this was the captain who had not seen him for many years. Captain, he shouted with a hint of surprise. Well, Vidiel. Amon nodded and looked at the surrounding environment. He was teleported directly, based on Yan Jin's location by cheating the rules. He didn't know that he would come to Vidiel's home at first. It's Not bad to stop and take a rest occasionally, see old friends, and enjoy life. Amon looked at Yan Jin and said with a smile, have you found it? Yan Jin asked. Amon shook his head, not yet. I have already found some clues, and found some clues. It won't take too much time to follow these traces. Running around during this period is indeed quite tiring, so take advantage of this. Chances are we can take a day off here. Yan Jin nodded. Okay. At this moment, a man wearing a blue gilt windbreaker and a face with a somewhat military-like determination came in. The moment he saw Amon, his pupils shrank, and he recognized him, based on his iconic features. Vidiel, this is a wanted criminal in the Empire, don't you know? His Majesty Zubeng personally ordered that any discovery must be reported. You actually colluded with him. Do you want to implicate our entire family? Greylet, this is my friend, the partner I have fought alongside. As long as I'm still here, they will always be the honored guests of the Ironheart territory. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can report it to your father. Vidiel responded calmly. Road, I will. Greylet's expression remained unchanged. He nodded slightly indifferently, walked through the hall, and walked up to the second floor. I'm sorry. This is my half-brother and a former competitor who made you laugh. Vidiel said with a hint of apology. Yan Jin said with a smile, do you want me to beat him up? She now wants to find a target to try out her new abilities. Although we are competitors, Greylet has always been good, much better than the other guys who only do bad things behind their backs. If I lose to him in the competition, I won't have too many complaints. Vidiel tactfully rejected Yan Jin's proposal. Is that so? Yan Jin shrugged, a little regretful. Amon straightened his monocle, as if he thought of something, and suddenly said, Vidiel, help me find some people. Let them go find a soul beast. A nice silkworm with a crystal clear body and 9 golden lines on its body. The characteristics are very obvious, and can be recognized at a glance. Chapter 232 High Priest of the God of Fire. Yan Jin raised his head, and looked at Amon with some surprise. Ice silkworm, wasn't that the million-year-old soul beast he hunted before? Now we are sending people to search. What does this mean? Is it possible that the soul beast is not completely dead, and has clone-like abilities? She thought in her mind. But, Captain, isn't your target the Red Lotus Orochi? Vidiel glanced at Yan Jin in confusion. Amon smiled and replied, that is Yan Jin's goal, not mine. Okay, I'll make arrangements now. Vidiel called the housekeeper and ordered, notify the major mercenary groups in the city to come to the city lord's mansion tomorrow morning. Yes, master. The butler bowed slightly and then left the hall. In the evening, Vidiel asked the chef to prepare a meal carefully prepared. Vidiel, where is your family? Yan Jin couldn't help but ask when he saw that there were only 3 of them in the seats. Oh, my father went to Earl Lionett to discuss cooperation. As for the other guys, I rarely dine with them. Vidiel answered casually. Looking at the delicious food, Yan Jin quickly threw the rest aside, grabbed a prawn, and nodded without a ladylike image. Amon pulled off a crab leg, tasted it carefully, and commented, it tastes good. They stayed in the city lord's mansion for one night. The next day, Amon handed a 1000-year quality soul bone to Vidiel. This is your reward. The cost of hiring people to find the soul beast is also included in it. Vidiel did not refuse, but nodded gratefully. On the second floor of the city lord's mansion, in the room of one of Vidiel's younger brothers, the young man with blonde hair and dressed in white looked at Amon's leaving back, with a hint of evil flashing in his eyes. A beautiful woman wearing gold jewelry inlaid with many precious stones and a dark red dress laughed softly. Haha, that idiot Vidiel didn't report the wanted criminal named by His Majesty Zubeng immediately, but actually helped him find the soul beast. HMPH. Do you really think that your identity as the heir is as stable as a mountain, so you can do whatever you want? The blonde young man smiled sinisterly. Hurry up and write a letter, and then send someone. No, send it to Xiandao City in person, and explain the situation to His Majesty Zubeng. You must explain Vidiel's crime of colluding with the wanted criminals, said the beautiful woman in a long skirt. I understand, mother. I really don't know why Vidiel, who has always been shrewd, started to act stupid at this time, unable to distinguish between pros and cons. He is just a destitute duke. The blonde young man walked out of the room and saw Greylet in a blue trench coat walking towards him. If I were you, I wouldn't do such stupid things. Even if they are wanted criminals, their own strength will not change. The weight of a thunder Douluo, isn't it enough? Greylet said softly. Don't worry about me. Huh. You spend all day dealing with those mud-legged guys in the army, pretending as if you really work hard. After Vidiel came back from the Soul Master competition, has your father ever looked at you? The blonde young man snorted coldly. Greylet looked at the back of the blonde young man with deep eyes. After a long time, he slowly uttered one word. Idiot. Deep in the Ironheart Mountains, a clone of Amon displayed his aura unscrupulously. He created the illusion of an extreme Douluo by releasing the expressive power of the soul power he stolen from the first soul ring. That vast, terrifying power, as if it were falling from the sky, made the soul beasts deep in the Ironheart Mountain range look horrified. One by one. They panicked and fled away from the momentum. This kind of momentum is a threat and terror to ordinary soul beasts, but to the real overlord, it is a signal of challenge. Amon continued for a long time, but there was no response and he restrained his breath. He adjusted his monocle, clicked his tongue, and muttered, "It's not here either. Where did the red lotus serpent go? It stands to reason that, if it senses my provocation, it won't remain indifferent. Is it possible that I overestimated its strength? It's actually not that strong, and it's too scared to come out." He walked to a crater, hesitated, and then jumped. A layer of substantial soul power formed a spherical barrier, covering it. The oncoming blazing heat was blocked, just like stones falling into the lake. After a pop, Amon's figure was submerged into the magma. What caught his eye was a sea of red. Amon spread his mental power and explored the magma aimlessly. After absorbing the soul ring of Cheyenne Mengai's silkworm, his mental power increased greatly, and he could now extend to a very long range. But even so, trying to find a soul beast in this vast ocean of magma is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Amon spread out one by one, searching in different directions. Magma flows slowly underground, like a river, leading to an unknown and mysterious place. Suddenly, Amon discovered an abnormal disturbance coming from the depths of the magma, as if something was shuttled through it. Without hesitation, he immediately chased after him. Although the specific situation of the thing swimming deep in the magma has not yet been determined, judging from the disturbance it caused to the magma, it is definitely a behemoth beyond imagination. Amon grabbed it casually, stole Yan Jin's soul power ejection skill, and quickly moved forward. The unknown creature seemed to have noticed Amon, and suddenly stopped, slowly sinking deeper into the depths. Without any movement. Amon came to the place where it disappeared, stroked his monocle, and said helplessly, "TSK. The clone can't escape the fate of being a bait." He suddenly burst out with terrifying power. His soul power was surging, and the magma was constantly pushed back and gathered, forming circles of transverse waves that were transmitted outward. At this moment, there was movement in the deeper magma, and a huge monster opened its mouth like the abyss and rushed out from bottom to top. In a glimpse, Amon saw its full appearance through his mental power. It was a terrifying snake with a length of more than 3,000 meters. It has a pair of curved horns on its head, and the scales on its body are like twisted insects. It looks very similar to the eyeless snake that Amon once hunted, but the difference is that it has eyes. This is the Iron Mountain Lord Red Lotus Snake. The soul power fluctuations emitted from it are at the same level as the evil eye tyrant overlord and Emperor Cheyenne, second only to the Cheyenne Mengai's silkworm. The clone was swallowed by the Red Lotus serpent without any resistance. On a rooftop in Tixin City, Amon's original body was half lying, staring at the sky. Receiving the message from the clone through the thread of fate, he raised his hand and pinched his monocle, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I found you." He did not act immediately. The clone was still alive, and it could still last for a long time, relying on the barrier formed by the materialized soul power. By tracking the location of the clone, Amon judged that the Red Lotus serpent was in a state of constant movement. After half a day, it finally slowed down its swimming speed and stopped. The hunt begins. Amon grabbed Yan Jin casually and dragged Yan Jin out of the void. Yan Jin held a string of candied horse in his hand, and his eyes looked a little confused. "The target is locked. Let's go." Without waiting for Yan Jin to respond, Amon took a step forward. Yan Jin only felt that various colors of light flashed before her eyes, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a huge underground cave. She and Amon were standing in the soul barrier, floating on the surface of the magma. Above, the semi-solidified rock layer grew upside down like stalactites, and magma dripped from the tip. Right in front of them, a huge red snake was coiled in a bowl. The red lotus snake seemed to sense something, slowly opened its eyes, and looked at the two people with its snake pupils like two headlights. It looked at Amon for a moment, and then set its sights on Yan Jin. "Ah. You here to take the test of the inheritance of the god of fire, eh?" Rough low voice echoed in this huge space. "Ah." Yan Jin was stunned and realized that it was the giant snake in front of him who was talking. "What test? You don't have the breath of inheritance. You are not here for the test." The giant python's voice seemed to have a hint of regret. Yan Jin scratched his head, a little confused, and looked at Amon on the side, waiting for his explanation. "Interesting. It seems that you are not an ordinary soul beast." Amon straightened his monocle and asked, "What is your relationship with the god of fire?" The red lotus snake responded fluently, "I'm the high priest of the god of fire, and also the ultimate content of the god's test. Defeat me and you will be the god of fire." "Then, do you know how to start the god's test?" Amon asked. "I don't know." The red lotus snake answered without hesitation. "As the high priest of the god of fire, how can you not know how to start the god's test?" Amon looked strange. "If you don't know, you don't know. I'm only responsible for the test. Start the god's test, and then kill me in the test, and you will be the new god of fire." The red lotus snake slowly moved its body, swallowing and spitting out its snake tongue, with murderous intent surging on its body. "Since you are not the inheritor of the throne, then die here." Amon smiled. "If you are the inheritor of the throne, what will happen after encountering you?" "Of course it will be a battle. If you beat me, you will be the god of fire, and if you can't beat me, you will die." The red lotus snake responded without hesitation. "That is to say, life or death has nothing to do with whether or not you are the inheritor." Yan Jin complained. "I have another question. Do you know the content of the god of fire's test?" Amon asked. "I don't know. I'm only responsible for the test. Fighting with the inheritors is my only mission as the high priest of the god of fire," the snake said with a hint of pride. "Amon, you and Yan Jin must have a lot in common." Amon muttered in his heart. "In short, it's just fighting, right?" Yan Jin stepped forward. "That's right." The snake and the man looked at each other, and the atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious. Without waiting for Amon to say anything, Yan Jin had already rushed up, facing the huge red lotus snake like a mountain. There was no fear on her face, only excitement. Before, she thought she would be afraid when she saw this giant python again, but when she really met it, the fear in her heart disappeared, leaving only a full of fighting spirit. Big fire. The huge fist formed by the magma collided with the huge snake head of the red lotus snake, and a deafening roar broke out. The giant snake shook its head and hissed towards the sky. A wave of sound spread out from it, causing the underground space to vibrate continuously. This was not a soul skill, nor was it some kind of attack method. It was just a long howl from the red lotus snake. When it got excited, it twisted its body and responded to Yan Jin's expectation. "Come and fight." Chapter 233 Frozen Volcano. The huge python showed its terrible power. Even if it just moved its body, it made the underground cave tremble, as if it would collapse at any time. The current Yan Jin might be able to fight with ordinary beasts, but definitely not with monsters that touch the limits of the human world. Amon immediately added a buff to her, allowing her basic values to reach the level close to that of the limit. Douluo. Yan Jin activated the abilities of the two external soul bones left by the Red King. 3 heads and 6 arms. A flash of red light flashed, and 2 pairs of arms covered with coarse red and black short hair grew on Yan Jin's back, near the shoulders. The palms were black, and the 5 fingers were not like those of humans, with sharp claws at the end. The pair of arms that originally grew above her arms, with a lava spear in the right hand and a dark red rock shield in the left hand. The pair of arms that originally grew below her arms, with a blazing white sphere with red light in the right hand, and a red ribbon in the left hand. A head grew on each side of her neck. Both heads have short black and red hair on their faces, and their faces are slightly protruding forward, with some canine features. Magma slightly raised the arm holding the spear, and threw the lava spear forward. With the heaviness of the earth and the heat of the fire, it was like a falling meteorite. Starfall. Spear. The red lotus snake let out a long cry, and countless glimmers appeared in the magma sea and the surrounding rock formations. These dots of fluorescence attached to its body surface, turning into a layer of armor with a metallic texture. Steel. Scales. The falling spear collided with its metallic scales, and the terrifying energy exploded, and the magma sea set off surging waves. The giant python retreated a few points and laughed. Not bad. Even if you are not a person who inherits, I can also regard you as participating in the God test. Now, read the rules of the God test to you. The 8th test of the God of Fire. To kill the mutant eyeless snake Hanglian alone and turn it into your 9th soul ring. I'm not testing you. Who cares about your test? I'm just hunting you and turning you into my soul ring. That's all. Yan Jin didn't listen to Hanglian's words at all. After entering the battle, she couldn't think of anything else. Amon smiled and asked, what is the definition of alone? What counts as alone? Does it count if I add auxiliary gains to it? I don't know. I'm only responsible for repeating what he said at the time. Anyway, just fight. The red lotus serpent responded. As it spoke, it sank its body into the magma and kept churning. As it rose and fell in the magma sea, the entire magma sea became restless, as if some terrible power was accumulating. Although Yan Jin's succession to the throne was not in Amon's original plan, since he happened to meet him, it would be fine to complete it. By the way, of course, it would not have much impact if he failed to complete it. The red lotus serpent did not give any explanation, or rather, it itself did not understand what was considered to be in line with the rules of the assessment, but just mechanically repeated what the God of Fire said. Amon could only understand the rules of this divine test according to his own ideas. He felt that some auxiliary gains did not affect alone, as long as he did not directly cause serious damage to the red lotus serpent. Otherwise, Yan Jin would not be able to beat the red lotus serpent, or in other words, no one could pass this divine test. To complete this divine test, it is also necessary to transform it into the 9th soul ring. That is to say, the participants of this test can only hit a level 90 soul Douluo, not an extreme Douluo. Let a soul Douluo fight the red lotus snake without any assistance, an existence that touches the limit of the human world. This is much more difficult than becoming a god on its own. Unless the fire god's brain is broken, he would not set up such an almost impossible test. Or, is this specially set up for people with twin martial spirits? Wait, if the owner of the red lotus snake has a personality similar to it, it seems possible that he would come up with such a damn test on the slap of his head. Amon thought uncertainly in his heart. The magma sea became more and more turbulent, constantly raising waves the moment Yan Jin aimed at the giant python floating up. The blazing white sphere held in his right hand at the bottom burst into a dazzling light, forming a beam of light to hit it. The outer metal of the red lotus snake was melted, and a large piece of charred black appeared on the red, insect-like twisted scales. It's a good fire attribute attack, but it's a pity that there is no ultimate power, otherwise it can cause me some substantial damage. Hanglian commented. Yan Jin looked solemn. This big snake was too close to her style, but it was this closeness that made her feel extremely difficult. Both of them had extremely powerful fire attributes, and terrifying power that could destroy cities and shake mountains. Generally speaking, Hanglian snake was better in terms of fire attributes. Hanglian had the ultimate fire, while Yan Jin was only close to the ultimate. In terms of strength, even if the Earth Dragon Golden God allowed Yan Jin to have the ultimate Earth, he had no advantage in the face of the mountain-like giant python, because of the size of the opponent. So, when Yan Jin fought with Hanglian snake, he felt a kind of suppression from a high-level existence under the same style. The surging magma wave gushed out, opened the stratum, and the magma that soared into the sky carried Yan Jin and Amon rushed out of the ground and came to the outside world point. The giant snake poked its head out from the ground and stretched its body point. The volcano began to become active, spewing a large amount of lava and volcanic ash flew into the sky, forming thick clouds that covered the sky. Amon noticed that they were no longer in the Iron Heart Mountains, but in the Meteor Mountains, where water once took Yan Jin to practice. The giant python contracted. Its body then popped out and hit it with its side. Iron mountain dam. Yan Jin only felt that there was a mountain range pressing towards him, and there was no way to avoid it. Her top left hand raised a dark red shield. The shield quickly grew in size, covering her entire body. Boom. With a loud explosion, the rock embers fell downwards like a tennis ball being shot away. Even with the shield buffering her and absorbing a large amount of power, she still felt that her internal organs had been displaced, and she vomited a large mouthful of blood. Her left hand glowed with a dark green light, and the soul bone left by the 10,000 Demon King gave her the ability to plunder life force. You can store the plundered life force and release it to heal yourself when needed. Yan Jin's injuries recovered quickly, and his pale face turned rosy again. Staring at the big snake that stood up and looked down at him, his eyes were as ferocious as a wolf. On the outskirts of the Meteor Mountains, a somewhat fat middle-aged man was running away with a group of boys and girls. They were teachers and students from Northland College. They came together to hunt for soul rings this time, but they encountered such an accident. After leaving the volcano and arriving at a safer place, the middle-aged man scratched his half-bald head and said with lingering fear, "Damn it, didn't I say that the volcano here hasn't erupted for a long time, teacher? Son, snake, snake." A girl suddenly screamed and looked behind Sun Boyan in horror. "Snake, son." Boyan shook his head and lamented in his heart that the quality of this class of students was not good enough. They screamed when they saw a snake. Thinking about the group he took to participate in the Soul Master competition back then, although they were a bit ignorant, they were absolutely strong in terms of mentality and strength. What kind of snake is that? Let me tell you, the senior Yan Jin that you all admire is not as scared as you are. When she sees one, her first reaction is to catch it, roast it and eat it. Sun Boyan turned around subconsciously and saw the red lotus serpent in the distance, which was bigger than the mountain peak, staring at their direction with wide eyes. He had the same frightened look on his face as the students, and cold sweat was streaming down his face. Old teacher, when senior Yan Jin sees this kind of snake, would she also think about catching it and eating it? A smile on a student's face was uglier than crying. Sun Boyan replied with a stiff face, "Probably no." After realizing that the fire attack was basically ineffective against the red lotus serpent, Yan Jin changed her strategy and tried to use the abilities given to her by the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor soul bones. She activated the eternal frozen domain of her left leg bone and the snow dance sun of her right leg bone at the same time, forming the combined domain Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. The intense cold air erupted, and the high temperature originally caused by the volcanic eruption disappeared instantly. Snowflakes fell from the sky, the flowing magma was frozen, the forest fire was extinguished, and a layer of frost gradually condensed on the giant python. Ultimate ice. A look of surprise appeared in the red snake's eyes. "I didn't expect that the power of freezing could coexist with fire in one person. However, in this volcanic environment, using the power of ice is not a wise move." "That's not necessarily the case." Amon stroked his monocle and said with a smile. Lines of destiny appeared in his eyes. Following one of the lines leading to the far north ice field, he stretched out his hand to grab it. In the next moment, the coldness of the entire Arctic ice field suddenly disappeared, replaced by spring-like warmth. The ice that never melted all year round gradually melted, revealing the frozen soil buried deep below. This land that has been covered by ice for millions of years has welcomed spring for the first time. The spirit beasts in the far north felt unbearably hot. They were not adapted to such a warm climate and plunged into the water one after another, but even the water was warm. It was Amon who stole the cold of the far north. Immediately afterwards, dazzling starlight was printed on his monocle, and a translucent worm with 12 rings and starry sky-like colors kept swimming. A strong chill suddenly came, giving everything around him a layer of frost. Amon returned the cold stolen from the far north. The cold followed the magma channel downwards, freezing the magma sea under the earth, allowing it to solidify into ordinary rock point with the change of environment. The snow dance ice domain, which was originally greatly reduced in power due to the volcanic environment, finally showed its true power. Yan Leng, who seemed to be able to freeze a soul, turned the red lotus serpent into an ice sculpture. Its frozen pupils were filled with extreme shock and confusion. Chapter 234 Yan Jin and -039, S8th Soul Ring. Yan Jin, who had an almost instinctive intuition about fighting, reacted immediately and raised the spear in her hand again. The lava spear streaked across the sky like a meteorite and pierced the heart of the red lotus snake. The metal covering the surface of the snake became extremely fragile due to the low temperature and did not play its due protective effect. It broke into pieces under pressure like a piece of paper. The spear pierced through the scales, through the flesh and blood, and finally exploded suddenly at the heart. The frozen state of the meteor mountain range lasted only a few seconds and disappeared. The magma flowed again, and the scorching breath filled the air again. Amon could not maintain such a large-scale rule stealing for too long. The short few seconds just now consumed all the soul power carried by his nearly 100 time worms. Well done. Amon nodded to Yan Jin. A field of fire spread out around the red lotus snake, and the extreme high temperature made Yan Jin feel a little uncomfortable. The ice crystals on the red lotus serpent had long melted. With the help of the environment, it easily suppressed Yan Jin's snow dance extreme ice domain with its own flame domain. It opened its mouth wide, and the extreme heat gathered in its mouth. Amon frowned slightly. He felt a fatal threat from the light ball gathered in the giant python's mouth. A clone in the distance stole the fate of the original body and completed the exchange of the two's fate. Amon did not hesitate and immediately activated the invincible golden body. The light ball turned into a blazing white ray and shot towards Amon. The invincible golden body failed for the first time. The clone was instantly turned into ashes under the terrifying high temperature, and the monocle stubbornly held on for 2 more seconds before it broke. Amon covered his head, feeling the burning heat transmitted through the clone, with a bit of solemnity in his eyes. That was divine power. And it wasn't divine power mixed with soul power like Douluo, but extremely pure and condensed divine power. Divine power is not much stronger than soul power in terms of pure destructive power, but it contains a special property that can break rules. The invincible rule of invincible golden body has no effect in front of divine power. Amon adjusted the position of his monocle and didn't dare to go there with his main body. He used the worm of time in Yan Jin's body to locate and sent a clone. Amon. Yan Jin shouted with some worry. HMPH. The guy who's in the way is eliminated. Let's continue. The red lotus snake twisted its body, but it didn't have the high fighting spirit at the beginning, and seemed a little calm. It suddenly stopped and looked at the place where Amon was evaporated just now. There, a young man in a classical robe was looking at it with a smile. You are not dead. Under the attack of the god of fire's power, even rule-based skills cannot be avoided. The red lotus snake looked at Amon with doubt in his eyes. That's just a clone, and I'm just a clone. If you want to deal with me, there is no need to waste your energy. Amon responded. After a pause, he asked, how did you use that move just now? Can all the priests of the gods use it? Heh. How is it possible? Han Yan sneered. Just now that was the attack left by the real god of fire. If my mission had not been completed, I would not have used it so wastefully. Although nothing can be seen on the surface, Amon can feel that the red lotus snake is weakening rapidly, and it is already at the end of its strength. Yan Jin's move just now destroyed its heart and caused it a fatal injury. The god of fire's power. Why didn't you use it before? Amon was a little confused. That brat is qualified to inherit the throne of the god of fire. My fight with her is a divine test, and the divine power left by the god of fire is for me to use to defend against the enemy. The red lotus snake turned his gaze back to Yan Jin, which made the latter feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. You don't have to be so nervous. I wanted to play with you before I died, but this guy made me lose interest. Although I was too careless, you did cause me a fatal injury, so I declare that you have passed the 8th test. All the divine tests of Douluo are so casual. Amon felt quite speechless, always feeling that there was a feeling of anticlimactic point. The red lotus snake was indeed very excited when it fought with Yan Jin at the beginning, and the strength it showed was also terrible, but it was obviously not using its full strength. For example, its domain that suppressed the snow dance extreme ice domain was not used at all at the beginning. Later, after its heart was destroyed by Yan Jin, it still had enough strength to counterattack. But it didn't do that and gave up on its own. It's this good. Yan Jin hasn't accepted the inheritance yet. Amon couldn't help but ask. It doesn't matter. She has already gathered the faith of the god of fire. After passing the 8th test, the position of god will find her automatically sooner or later. The red lotus snake said indifferently, well, I'm dying soon. Let me choose a good place to wait for death. You can follow me. When I die, absorb my spirit ring and spirit bone. The red lotus snake's tone was a little brisk. It turned around and crawled towards the crater, preparing to return to the underground cave along the magma channel. Yan Jin suddenly noticed that its tail was missing. Where is your tail? Oh, you are talking about this. The red lotus snake raised its tail. It was chopped off by the angel god priest. That guy didn't follow martial ethics. He suddenly used divine power while fighting. I was also ready to use divine power to attack him. When I was about to teach him a lesson, he ran away again. By the way, if you have a chance in the future, help me deal with the priests or heirs of the angel god. Watching the red lotus serpent disappear in the crater, Yan Jin was a little confused. Amon, why do I feel like it wants to die? Amon stroked his monocle and whispered, maybe for it, death is just returning to the arms of its master. After the death of the high priest of God, the soul will go to the god realm as an appendage of the god. God, are there really gods? Yan Jin asked in confusion. Yes, haven't you heard of becoming a god at the 100th level? Becoming a god at the 100th level? Yan Jin's eyes were full of confusion. Amon was slightly stunned, and then reacted. Although becoming a god at the 100th level is not a secret among the top figures of the title Douluo and those major forces, Yan Jin can also be regarded as a person of this level. But Yan Jin's rise is largely the result of his cheating. Without the precipitation of time, many things that are considered common sense among the title Douluo are very unfamiliar to her. It's just a realm, just like title Douluo and soul Douluo, but this realm is difficult to reach. The so-called gods are actually just powerful people. Amon explained with a smile. Oh, so that's it. Yan Jin nodded, looked at Amon, and thought about it. Okay, it's still a long way to become a god at level 100 for us. You should absorb the soul ring first. The two of them came to the crater, jumped, and sank into the magma point in the hole under the stratum. The red lotus snake was waiting quietly. The huge snake pupil had become dim, and blood continued to flow along the wound on its heart, gathering into streams on the ground. God of fire, I'm here to find you. I have completed the task well, and selected a good successor for you. The red lotus snake gradually lost its voice. The red light shone from it, and dots of fluorescence drifted away. These red light dots gathered into a huge red soul ring. Looking at the spirit ring with a diameter of more than 100 meters, Yan Jin hesitated for a rare moment. Amon, can I really absorb this thing? Amon thought for a while and replied, after absorbing so many high quality spirit bones, your physical strength has far exceeded that of ordinary title Douluo. Although the red lotus serpent is strong, its cultivation has not exceeded 1,000,000 years. With my help, there should be no big problem. Okay. Hearing Amon's answer, Yan Jin no longer hesitated, revealed his martial soul, used his soul power to pull the spirit ring, and began to absorb it. After a while, the huge spirit ring shrank, and suddenly sank into the magma spirit summoned by Yan Jin. The surging soul power surged like a tsunami, and Amon's clone grabbed it, and stole the fate of the body, and turned it into the body. Then, he stole the surging energy, controlled it within the range that Yan Jin could absorb, and then returned the energy in stages. This is different from the previous time worm helping to share the absorption of energy. It will not cause energy loss, and will not cause the quality of the spirit ring to decline. A few days later, Yan Jin opened her eyes, and her soul power level suddenly reached level 90. She only needed one more soul ring, to become a titled Douluo. Her soul power surge did not exceed Amon's expectations, because so many high quality soul bones had greatly improved her before. If she had not lacked soul rings, she would have been promoted long ago. Moreover, the soul ring produced by the Red Lotus Serpent that she absorbed at level 80 contained extremely huge energy. Even without the accumulation of soul bones, it could help her complete a several level jump in soul power. Yan Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Although Amon helped her control the rate at which energy flowed into her body, the long-term absorption was also a great burden on her spirit. How was the harvest? Amon smiled. Yan Jin immediately replied, I feel that my soul power should be more than level 90, and there is still a lot accumulated, but there is a lack of soul rings. The soul skill given to me by the Red Lotus Serpent is a domain type soul skill called Divine Domain, which is a bit like the life and death arena of the Big Tiger. It is a different space composed of flames and magma. I can summon it out and overlap it with reality, but it does not completely cut off the connection with the real space, so the opponent can enter and exit freely. In addition, Yan Jin stood up, walked to the body of the Red Lotus snake, and put his palm on it. Her soul power was radiated and continuously injected into the corpse. The wounded part of the giant snake's heart pulled out a section of granulation, quickly repairing the wound. The corpse that had lost its vitality came back to life. This is not simply controlling the dead body, but really making the giant python's body come back to life again. Except for the lack of soul, the rest is almost the same as when it was alive. This is the second soul skill. The spirit descends. Chapter 235 Blasphemer. In the Elders Hall, Douluo looked at the tall angel statue with a compassionate face and trance. He heard footsteps behind him and turned around. Why are you here? I'll show you something interesting. Bibidong handed a document to Douluo. After Douluo glanced at it for a few times, a slight fluctuation appeared in his eyes. Is this true? If it wasn't true, would I come here specially to see you? A happy smile appeared on Bibidong's face. The emperors of the Star Luo Empire and the Xiandao Empire simultaneously ordered the banning of the Spirit Hall, and ordered all registered spirit masters to cut ties with it. All the martial soul branches in the Xiandao Empire will be taken over by the Haoshan sect who reopened the mountain gate, while the Star Luo Empire will be taken over by the Beast Control sect. The vast majority of registered soul masters have severed ties with us, and many soul masters who joined Wuhan Palace have chosen to quit. This is the result of you insisting on your opinion. Douluo, you did something wrong. For the sake of the overall situation, sacrificing one or two soul masters is the right thing to do. This is what people want. Soul masters don't care whether they compromise with soul beasts. Most people can't see that far. All they care about is their own immediate interests. You don't understand people's hearts. Leave it to me. Sometimes ruling and conquering can lead to better inheritance and protection. When facing soul beasts, the common enemies of mankind, we need to unite our forces as one, instead of pulling back from each other, like we do now. The Emperor's chair cannot sit with a clown who only knows how to fight for power. I promise that, if Zua wants the position of the next Pope of Wuhan Palace, I will give it to her. Douluo was silent for a moment and said slowly, I won't stop you. That's not enough. I need the worshippers to truly obey my orders. A smile appeared on Bibidong's face. Then, show them your power. The power of a level 99 ultimate Douluo. They won't refuse. Douluo said with a hint of exhaustion in his tone. Go ahead with the order and continue to besiege Wuhan City for 3 days. After 3 days, you guys will return to the Stardao Forest on your own. After Dishan gave such an order, he found Bridget and said, we will return to the Lake of Life now. Dishan, what happened? Bidji asked worriedly when she saw Dishan's ugly face. Zhu Beng's people sent news that in Ironheart City, Amon is gathering people to find an ice silkworm with 9 golden patterns. He wants to use this soul ring to advance to the realm of titled Douluo, so it must be the true body. Have you found the true body? BG was overjoyed at first, then reacted immediately. The ice silkworm with 9 golden patterns? Qianming ice silkworm. How did it get there? Did something happen to Sister ZG? I don't know. I have asked Mr. Xiang and the King of 10,000 Demons, to retreat to the Stardao forest for a while, but they haven't received any reply at all. Dishan grabbed BG's shoulders. Ripples appeared in front of him. Light and shadow flowed, and they instantly arrived in the cave under the lake of life. No trace of battle. ZG. Dishan shouted twice, then turned into a huge black dragon, left the cave, rushed out of the lake of life, and let out a huge roar in the sky. After waiting for a long time, there was no response. No matter it was the king of 10,000 demons, Lord Xiang, or ZG, they all seemed to have disappeared. I'm afraid something has really happened. We have all underestimated the human named Amon. He is not just a villain who can only do some dirty tricks. Even if his level is not that of a titled Douluo, his real strength should be very strong. Dishan tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. I'm going to Tixin City. BG, please be careful. If I haven't come back in 3 days, find a place to hide yourself and never come back again. You can go to Sun Moon continent and be careful of the evil emperor. This Douluo continent may really have no soil for us to survive. Seeing Dishan's expression, as if he was explaining the funeral arrangements, BG couldn't help but say, I'll go with you. Dishan smiled, touched Bridget's belly and said, Bridget, you have to live well. Take our child with you. What's more, I just don't have complete assurance, except God. There is no one in this world who can defeat me head on. In Xingluo City, Amon sat majestically on the chair that originally belonged to Dachenghe. After being promoted to Soul Douluo, his clone can at most steal the Soul Emperor's destiny, which is enough for the Imperial Court. The strength of most officials is not higher than this, and among those above Soul Saint, some were parasitized, and some were killed. Amon used the Soul Bone's ability to shape the body, to change his appearance and disguise himself. Substitute. Among the 3 methods of stealing fate, parasitism and pretending to replace, the most perfect and hardest to detect method is stealing fate. Because those who are parasitic, or disguised as substitutes, will be more or less different from themselves in their daily behavior. In the eyes of smart people, these differences are the biggest flaws, but stealing destiny does not. After stealing destiny, as long as Amon does not do something particularly outrageous, some major differences will make people subconsciously ignore the past. They will feel that this is the way the person should be, and that everything makes sense. Dachenghe has the strength of Contra, and Amon could not steal his destiny, but Amon parasitized him, controlled his body, self-destructed 2 soul rings, lowered his level, and satisfied the stealing destiny conditions of. Amon did not replace everyone. If he was the only one left, and the court was full of Amon, it would be a bit boring. I want to change the name of Xingluo Empire to Tudo Empire. What do you think? Amon said lazily, leaning his head. Your Majesty, you can't. An elderly minister jumped out to stop him. Your Majesty has his own intentions for doing this. We just need to support him. ZHU watching opposed the elderly minister's objection. Damu stood among the ministers, always feeling something was wrong. After the court meeting was over, he walked to ZHU Zuking and asked, Zuking, do you feel that the atmosphere in the palace is a bit strange recently? Do you feel the same way? ZHU Zuking said seriously, I also feel that some places are very inconsistent, but I just can't say it. By the way, didn't my 4th grandfather often oppose the policies proposed by your majesty in the past? Why is he like a yes man now? ZHU Zuking suddenly remembered an abnormality. Maybe it's because the war has greatly increased the prestige of his father. Damu thought of an explanation. Well, there is such a possibility. Mubei, Zuking, you are here. Amon, who stole Dachenghe's fate, came over. Although he was still dressed in a black classical robe, a pointed soft hat, and a monocle on his right eye. In the eyes of Damu and ZHU Zuking, he was clearly Dachenghe in a dragon robe. Father, your majesty. The 2 saluted respectfully. Father, do you have anything to talk to me about? Damu asked. Why can't you chat with my good son when you have nothing to do? Amon smiled. No, of course. Damu felt a trace of warmth from his family for the first time in a long time. After the 2 talked for a while, Amon said, you may be asked to go to the Xiandao Empire as an envoy recently, so you should make some preparations. Yes, coming to the garden. Amon took out a crystal clear blue 3-dimensional triangular object pointed is only the size of a palm, with a hazy precious light, strange energy fluctuations constantly coming out of it, and the triangle is rippling with water-like patterns. The vast sea universe cover is a key item of the sea god's inheritance. When Zubeng launched a coup, Amon stole it, but never studied it. Until now, when he has entered the preparation stage of his plan to become a god, he plans to learn about it. Touching the vast sea universe cover will inevitably attract the attention of the sea god. Entering the god's vision too early will do him no good, but harm. But now, he has begun to plan to become a god, so he must have enough understanding of the gods. Unless he wants to take the path of faith to become a god, he must deal with the gods who are looking for inheritors in the god realm. The fire god behind the red lotus snake probably has some goodwill towards Yan Jin and is a better target, but it's a pity that he doesn't know where the fire god's inheritance is. This Amon dismissed the maids and guards who are not Amon and cut off his connection with the other clones in the original body, leaving only the equally isolated Amon, who still maintained a fate connection with him. He thought about it and asked another clone to steal the fate of Dai Chenghua from him. The fate of the emperor was still useful for the time being. Amon's original body, far away in Tixin City, watched the progress of things through the perspective of Amon, who was parasitized by a crow. This Amon made a TSK sound and carefully probed his mental power into the vast sea of universe. In this small triangle, he felt the spiritual power as vast as the sea. The moment his mental power probed in, this sea of mental power immediately set off a raging wave, and a mental power like a tsunami rushed over and bounced his mental power away. In the vast sea of universe, an illusory and blurred figure only felt a crazy and twisted whisper echoing in his ears. This was a ray of divine thought left by the sea god. He felt from Amon's spiritual power a power that was more evil than the evil god and could pollute people's will. This power corroded him, trying to change him into a corrupt, ugly, deformed monster. Although it was very weak and insignificant to him, in his eyes, it was a serious provocation. The sea god's divine thought roared silently and terribly. "Mortal, you are blaspheming God." Amon also heard this voice vaguely, but before he could think about it, he saw the vast sea of universe suddenly emitting a strong light. This light was like a beacon, and his monocle reflected one after another silver white and bright lightning. They covered the entire palace garden. The silver white twisted and terrifying electric snake swallowed up the stolen Amon's clone, the pavilion, and everything around it. A cracked monocle fell to the ground, disintegrated in the lightning, and slowly dissipated. Amon's real body retracted his gaze, stretched out his right hand, stroked his monocle, and uttered a word expressionlessly. Liadro. Chapter 236 Sacrifice. The lightning in the garden did not cause much disturbance. Amon stole the light and sound, so that the people around him did not notice it. When the raging thunder dissipated, the original garden with green grass and colorful flowers had turned into a neat piece of flat land. Everything disappeared in the lightning, leaving only a blue triangle in the place of the pavilion. Amon, who maintained a fateful connection with the clone engulfed by lightning, stepped forward, picked up the vast sea universe cover on the ground, and stared at the sky. He waited for a long time, but no new lightning fell. After thinking for a moment, he probed his spiritual power again. Then, the silver white electric snake descended again, making a deafening roar. The third Amon clone stepped forward, cutting off the connection with the main body and the other clones, while retaining the connection with the other isolated clone. Keep repeating the same thing. Lightning fell again. This time, Amon did not continue to appear. Instead, he hid among the invisible microorganisms in the air and watched the changes in the universe cover of the vast sea. After a long time, an illusory figure floated out from the blue triangle and said with an ominous expression, "What the hell?" Bah. He made a spitting motion towards the charred figure on the ground, and then gradually became transparent and disappeared. The fourth Amon clone came over. He bent down and picked up the vast sea universe cover on the ground and stroked his monocle with deep eyes. From the few experiments just now, he roughly drew the following conclusions. Poseidon cannot lock the remaining Amon through the connection of fate, otherwise the second and fourth Amon clones will be destroyed by lightning along with the first and third Amon. It can also be inferred from this that most gods do not have such abilities. and fate is also elusive to gods. The source of lightning power is not the vast sea universe cover, it only serves as a beacon. They were like real thunder and lightning, falling from unknown distant places in the sky. The attack power of those lightning bolts is actually not too strong, at least not as strong as the move of the Red Lotus Orochi that killed Amon's clone who had activated the invincible golden body point. Although the lightning contains divine power, it is not too much to completely break the rules. If the invincible golden body is turned on, it can be blocked. This may be due to restrictions on Poseidon's moves, or it may just be to save consumption. Poseidon can observe what is happening around the vast sea universe barrier, but not all the time. Otherwise another bolt of lightning would have fallen by now. For Amon, the vast sea universe shield can only exert its due effect in Tang San's hands. He asked Damubei to send him along when he went on a mission to the Xiandao Empire. Well, just think it's for the friendship between the two countries. As for why the vast sea universe cover fell into the hands of Emperor Xingluo, let's just say it was the trophy found in Duke Amon's mansion after conquering the City of Night. The azure bull python twisted its huge snake body and wandered in the forest. After all, it was a spirit beast, and it would be inconvenient to live in Xiandao City for a long time. Therefore, after discussing with Xiao Wu, Tang San decided to let it go to Haoshan sect and stay there as the protector of the sect. Tang San hugged Xiao Wu and sat on the head of the azure bull python. Xiao Wu, marry me. Feeling the soft body in his arms and smelling the fragrance of her body, Tang San couldn't help but say, "Third, brother." Xiao Wu said shyly, nodded slowly and said, "Okay." The azure bull python froze, and tears flowed down unsatisfactorily. Xiao Wu noticed the change in the azure bull python beneath her body, and couldn't help but ask, "Damning, what's wrong with you?" "No, it's nothing. The wind has picked up, it's just a little bit of sand." Tang San suddenly said, "Stop, something is wrong." He felt the dangerous aura coming from the front, and his body tensed up, protecting Xiao Wu behind him. Tang Heo, who was on the back of the azure bull python, also changed his expression and looked ahead solemnly. More than a dozen figures approached slowly, led by a cold and charming woman. She looked at Tang San and the others and greeted them with a smile. "We meet again, Tang San. It's you. Kyan Ringsu, what are you doing here?" "Of course I came here to hunt for soul rings." Kyan Ringsu's eyes swept across the azure bull python and finally landed on Xiao Wu. "Is this the reason why your Haoshan sect colludes with the soul beast? She is indeed a beauty that will captivate the country, but it's a pity that she is not a human being." Tang San looked at the four people around her, and his heart slowly sank. Yan Jin Douluo, Demon Conquering Douluo, Porpoise Douluo, Snake Spear Douluo. There are actually 4 titled Douluo coming to Wuhan Palace, and 2 of them are worshippers. Although he felt tremendous pressure in his heart, Tang San refused to be outdone and said sarcastically, "Hunting soul rings? Aren't there enough soul beasts next to Wuhan City? If you have the ability, you can hunt that golden-eyed black dragon king." Kyan Ringsu's face darkened slightly. There were many soul beasts around Wuhan City, but it was almost impossible to take the opportunity to hunt for soul rings, especially those spirit beasts with higher years. Basically play a commanding role in the beast tide and rarely rush to the front. Compared to the soul beasts on the frontal battlefield, I think the soul beasts that corrode people's will and change people's concepts within the empire are more dangerous. Sorry to trouble you, Grandpa Yan Jin. Grandpa Jiangmo, leave it to us. Jiangmo took a step forward, and a coiled dragon stick appeared in his hand. He looked at Tang Heo and said, "The murderer who killed Xiao Kyan was careless last time and let you escape." Jiangmo took over the words coldly. "This time we will make up for the mistakes we made at that time, and we will definitely call you blood. Debt must be paid with blood." They both said in unison. The murderer who killed her father was actually her mother. Kyan Ringsu muttered in her heart. Tang Heo snorted coldly, "It's you who have to pay with blood. I haven't settled the debt with you for killing my eldest brother yet." He flipped his wrist, and a dark hammer appeared in his hand. A powerful aura spread out, making Yan Jin's pupils shrink. Level 97 Super Douluo? You actually improved by 2 levels. Jiang Mo frowned slightly. He is indeed the famous Haoshan Douluo back then, but That alone is not enough, Tang Heo took the lead in attacking. It's more than enough to deal with you two old guys. The clear sky hammer collided with the coiling dragon staff, making a trembling sound of gold and iron. Yan Jin and Jiang Mo joined forces, and the two coiling dragon sticks flew up and down with a strange rhythm. Tang Heo wielded the clear sky hammer in an airtight manner, and faced the combined efforts of Yan Jin and Jiang Mo. He did not lose at all. Thorny blood, and Shilong did not hesitate. After summoning their martial spirits, they faced off against the Azure Bull Python. Kan Rinxu waved her arm, and a dozen Soul Emperor and Soul Saint level Soul Masters approached Tang San and Xiao Wu in a semi-surrounding formation. Tang San stared at Kan Rinxu closely, knowing that was the real enemy. Xiao Wu, I'll drag them with me in a while. You leave first. No, third brother, I want to fight side by side with you. Xiao Wu refused. My invincible golden body and teleportation skills have returned. I can help you. Want to leave? You have to be able to leave. 3 pairs of white wings stretched out behind Kan Rinxu, and a golden sword appeared in her hand. Looking at Tang San in trouble below, Tang Heo knew that Tang San and Xiao Wu alone would never be able to defeat Kan Rinxu and her men. So he fought and retreated, moving the battle situation closer to that side. I won't let you succeed. Jiang Mo blocked Tang Heo's path with his stick, forcing him to dodge to the other side. A dozen spirit masters launched attacks at the same time. Xiao Wu activated his invincible golden body and stood in front of Tang San, receiving the power head-on. The invincible golden body can block attacks, but it will still be pushed away by the opponent's power. The two of them took advantage of this push to quickly retreat and distance themselves from Kan Rinxu and the others. Chase. Kan Rinxu took the lead and moved forward, fluttering her wings and passing by at low altitude. Tang San held Xiao Wu in his arms, activated the flying skill of his right leg bone, and moved flexibly through the forest. Xiao Wu took out the Zhuge divine crossbow and fired at the chasing Kan Rinxu, trying to slow her down. Due to Xiao Wu's interference, Kan Rinxu was unable to catch up with Tang San quickly, but the distance between them was still getting closer bit by bit. After more than 10 minutes of chasing and escaping, Kan Rinxu finally caught up with the two of them and struck down the long sword in her hand. Tang San turned his body, summoned the clear sky hammer, and deflected this blow. Their speed was much faster than the rest of the Soul Emperors and Soul Saints, and they had already left them far behind. Tang San and Xiao Wu started a battle with Kan Rinxu. He planned to join forces with Xiao Wu to defeat Kan Rinxu and then deal with the others, but Kan Rinxu, whose soul power was already at level 80, showed extremely strong combat power, causing Tang San to face danger one after another. How is it possible? How can you be so strong? After being kicked away, hit against a tree, and spitting out a mouthful of blood, Tang San couldn't help but wonder, do you think what you saw last time was my full strength? I wasn't in a good state that time. Kan Rinxu replied coldly. The last time she was on the front line, she had just experienced a war, and she was rushing non-stop. When she arrived at the palace, she was extremely exhausted. Kan Rinxu swung her sword and stabbed at Tang San. Xiao Wu teleported in front of him. She activated her invincible golden body, held up her long sword, and kicked Kan Rinxu in the face. Seeing Kan Rinxu's men getting closer and closer, she realized that there was no hope of escape, and showed a sad smile to Tang San. Third brother, I will still be your Xiao Wu in the next life. The dazzling red light suddenly spread from the center of Xiao Wu's eyebrows, turning into a red halo that spread instantly. Wherever the red light passed, everything was rendered red, and everything stopped at this moment. Sister. Xiao Wu. The Azure Bull Python let out a low roar, frantically knocked away the Bloodslayer and Shilong, and ran towards the place where the red light was emitting. Tang Heo felt that the spreading soul power fluctuations seemed familiar, and there was worry in his eyes. He resisted Yan Jin's pan-long stick with his body, and rushed in that direction. Mistress, Jiang Mo immediately chased after me. I will never let you get in the way of the lady. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Skills. Random. Kan Rinxu stared ahead in shock. The red light made her unable to move. She tried her best to resist this force, but her soul power could not function at all, as if it was also stilled. The next second, her consciousness also stagnated, and Tang San's consciousness also stagnated. Xiao Wu's whole body had turned red, a crystal clear dark red. The clothes on her body had turned into ashes and disappeared, revealing her perfect ruby-like body. In the grand red light, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with a gentle look, and gave him a gentle hug. Brother, I'm gone. You have to take good care of yourself, and live well with me. Her body began to burn, and the red flames rose from her body, turning her blood, life, and cultivation into star-like fluorescence, forming a huge ring on Tang San's body. Finally, this moment has come. I've been waiting for a long time. A voice with a teasing, expectant, and happy voice sounded, and the bright stars shone. The love sickness red that fell to the ground due to Xiao Wu's burning clothes swayed gently, and a streak of light appeared on a petal, and sank into Xiao Wu's body. At the same time, countless stardust scattered around, sinking into trees, grasshoppers, spiders, earthworms, and invisible microorganisms in the air. Xiao Wu suddenly widened her eyes and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to remind something, but at this moment, she lost control of her body and soul. Even if this was the moment when she sacrificed and burned everything, and the power she could mobilize reached the peak, she still couldn't stop the starlight. Amon was like a ghost, and like a python, twisting and entwining her soul, and entering the red soul ring with it. Then, the soul ring shrank and sank into Tang San's body. Amon distorted the rules, and through Xiao Wu's sacrifice, he linked his own fate with her, and sacrificed his own soul of this clone to Tang San. Together with Xiao Wu, it became the sixth soul ring of Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit. He had quietly upgraded this clone to the highest configuration, so it also contributed a lot to the improvement of Tang San's soul power. With the help of the energy sacrificed by Amon's clone and Xiao Wu, Tang San's soul power rose steadily. As the soul ring disappeared, the red light weakened, and everything around resumed flowing. Kan Rinxu's face was at 10, but while feeling angry, she was also slightly moved by Xiao Wu's determination. Damn. It's a sacrifice. She widened her eyes, and a trace of annoyance flashed in her beautiful eyes. The cooked duck flew away. Moo. Sister Xiao Wu. The azure ball python rushed towards Kan Rinxu like crazy. Miss, be careful, Sixu. And she had no time to stop it, and reminded loudly. Kan Rinxu's face changed, and she only had time to condense a shield in front of her before she was knocked out. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, and looked at the azure ball python gloomily. Since the rabbit is gone, they knew. It's the same. The azure ball python with a bull's head and a snake's body ignored Kan Rinxu, but looked at Tang San unwillingly, muttering, Sister Xiao Wu, is it really worth it? Tang San, who came back to his senses, roared shrilly, Xiao Wu. Then, he noticed the love sickness heartbroken red on the ground and a palm-sized white rabbit with a faint breath at his hand point. As if he remembered something, a trace of hope appeared on his face, and he carefully fed the petals of the love sickness heartbroken red into the mouth of the little rabbit. A strange scene appeared. As soon as the petals, which were harder than golden stone, entered Xiao Wu's mouth, they immediately turned into juice and melted, flowing into its body. The love sickness heartbroken red was picked by Xiao Wu. Even though she had lost her human form, even though her life and soul had been stripped away, her breath was still there, and only her breath could make this fairy among fairies melt. The azure ball python didn't know what Tang San was doing, but it knew that Xiao Wu had a strange fairy grass. With a glimmer of hope, it protected them behind its huge body, and prayed for a miracle. A miracle really happened. As the acacia heartbroken red juice flowed into Xiao Wu's body, a faint golden red light began to appear around it, and the vitality, that had been completely exhausted, was recovering at an astonishing speed. Tang San's originally dead heart regained some vitality, and he immediately put Xiao Wu into the Ruai treasure bag he had obtained from the killing city. Then, he looked at Kan Rinxu and the people from the spirit hall. His eyes full of murderous intent. Kan Rinxu looked at him coldly, with only indifference in her eyes. The crisis is not over yet. At this moment, the strength comparison here is still overwhelming for the Spirit Hall. Yan Jin, Jiang Mo and Tang Heo were in a stalemate. The Azure Bull Python was slightly inferior to the combined forces of Sixu and Shelling, and even though Tang Sun had reached level 70, it was difficult for him to fight against the combined forces of Kan Ringsu, who was level 80, and a group of Soul Emperors An. Soul Saints from the Spirit Hall, Zhao, Sun, Damning, we are not far from the Haotian sect. We just need to hold on for a while. The fighting is so loud that people in the sect will definitely be able to detect it. Tang, Sun and Damning nodded. Haotian sect, meeting hall. Since the position of the sect master is vacant, all matters of the sect are now decided by several elders. Report, a fight broke out in the forest not far from the sect. Judging from the noise, it seems that there are masters of the title Douluo level involved. A sect disciple reported to the second elder, who was sitting on a chair and looked calm. Oh, no hurry, let them fight for a while. The second elder took a sip of tea and answered calmly, but, do you have any objections? A starlight sank into the body of this disciple. Of course not. The disciple took out a pair of monocles from the void, put them on his right eye, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Tang Heo and others fought with the people of the Spirit Hall for a long time, but there was no support from the sect. The Azure Bull Python was already covered with wounds, and Tang Sun was also in a mess under the attack of Kan Ringsu and the people of the Spirit Hall. Abandoning pride and not choosing to fight Tang Sun alone, Kan Ringsu firmly occupied the upper hand. Tang Sun, your talent is really good. You have been deadlocked with us as a Soul Emperor until now. Unfortunately, we have come to the opposite side. The more outstanding you are, the more you deserve to die. Kan Ringsu said with a hint of murderous intent. She now wanted to kill Tang Sun more than hunting the Azure Bull Python, because she realized that, if Tang Sun grew up, he would definitely become a great enemy of the Spirit Hall. Don't rush to make a conclusion before the last moment. You might be the one to die. Looking at the murderer who killed Xiao Wu, Tang Sun had hatred in his eyes that could not be concealed. Xiao Wu's sacrifice provided Tang Sun with a left leg bone, and the soul bone skills were invincible golden body and teleportation. In addition to nothingness, the sixth soul ring is not the 8-segment throw that summoned Xiao Wu's soul in the original book, but another effect. The effect is to randomly generate a skill that will help you according to the situation you are facing. When he learned about such a soul skill, Tang Sun was also a little confused. This was the first time he had seen such a weird soul skill, and the skill was actually random. He hated this feeling of being out of control, but at this point, he had no choice but to take a gamble. The sixth soul ring lit up, emitting a red halo. Kan Ringsu's face was solemn. Facing this 100,000-year soul ring, she did not dare to be careless at all. She condensed a golden shield in front of her and was ready for battle. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Tang Sun was covered with a layer of red halo. He suddenly soared into the sky, and his speed was even faster than Yan Jin and Jiang Mo. Tang Sun's heart sank. This effect was very good for escaping, and it was indeed very helpful for him to get out of the current predicament, but he didn't want to escape. He wanted to kill Kan Ringsu and avenge Xiao Wu. Moreover, with this soul skill, he could escape, and his father Tang Heo's evacuation was not a problem, but Damning couldn't escape. Damning saw this situation, and realized this. It suddenly said to Tang San, in fact, Xiao Wu now still has a chance to revive. What? Tang San's mind was unstable for a while. Don't interrupt, listen to me. That flower brings a glimmer of hope. You need to find 3 things, namely the holy soul grass that has grown for more than 10,000 years to awaken the soul, the treasure 9-rank ginseng that can make people reborn, and an inner pill of an ancient spirit beast. The holy soul grass exists in the Xingdao Great Forest. Although it is rare, given your Haotian sect's status among humans, it is not a problem to pay some price and ask the fierce beasts in the forest to help find it. The 9-rank ginseng will constantly change its living place. I have encountered it before. It is more likely to be in the north. As for the inner pill of the ancient spirit beast, you can only rely on yourself. Promise me that you must revive Sister Xiao and make her happy, as he said. Damning radiated a green light. Seeing this familiar scene, Kan Ringsu's eyes were a little dull. Again, the Green light made everything around him stagnate. Damning, like Zarahu, burned his flesh, cultivation, and soul, turning into a green spirit ring, and together with the spirit bone, sank into Tang San's body point. When the sacrifice was over, the green light dissipated, and the scene fell into a strange silence. Even Yan Jin, Jiang Mo and Tang Heo stopped their actions at the same time. Miss, what should we do now? Sixu couldn't help but look at Yan Rinxu. Both targets died in the sacrifice, and this operation was doomed to be in vain. Yan Rinxu pursed her lips unwillingly, and said with gritted teeth, kill Tang San, we can't let him continue to grow. At this moment, a long roar sounded from a distance. Who dares to make trouble near my Haoshan sect? Tang San recognized this voice. It was the voice of the Seventh Elder. Yan Rinxu's face changed, and she made a prompt decision. Retreat. Tang San wanted to stop her, but Sixu and Shilong looked at him coldly, so he had no choice but to stop. Watching Yan Rinxu and others leave, Tang San's eyes were filled with indissoluble hatred. Chapter 238 Stealing. Maple Leaf City, City Lord's mansion. In the hall, Vidiel half lying on the sofa with a lazy look on his face, he said to Greylet in front of him lightly, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? I have sent someone to the palace to report that you helped Duke Amon. Let him leave quickly. Greylet said in a deep voice. This is not your style. It's for your stupid mother and idiot brother, right? Vidiel smiled. Greylet was silent for a moment, shook his head and said, I asked him to go. I will occasionally take a gamble. After all, this is one of the few opportunities to pull you down from the position of heir. The temptation of becoming an earl is enough to make people take risks. Vidiel smiled non-committally. My actions are not concealed at all, and even a little ostentatious. Why do you think I acted like this? Because you think that my stupid brother will definitely take action. He has loved to tell tales since he was a child. Naturally, he will go to tip off this time. Even if he doesn't have this idea, you will pass it through maids, housekeepers and the like to exert such influence on him. Greylet stared at Vidiel and paused for a moment. This is also the reason why I told you frankly. Did the Duke of Amon ask you to do this? He wanted the Empire to know that he was here. Vidiel did not deny it and leaned forward slightly. Greylet, you are a smart man. You might as well look further. Chaos is the ladder of progress. After all, we have the same father. Now is different from the past peacetime. There are many channels for advancement. If I had known the situation today, I would not have returned to Teeksin territory at all, but followed the captain's footsteps like some team members. If you are willing, I can introduce you to Alia. That woman is very ambitious. I'm afraid that she played a role in the formation of the Northland pattern 5 years ago. Greylet nodded. Thank you. I will take good care of my stupid brother. There will be no next time. Bidder nodded slightly and said with a bit of coldness, there will be no next time. At this moment, a terrifying breath came from a distance. The terrifying power of heaven and earth made Bidder and Greylet change their faces. They came to the window and stared at the distance in horror. Large patches of darkness were slowly approaching. Soon, the entire Ironheart city was placed under the black cloud. The thick darkness seemed to swallow everything. In the darkness, a huge monster slowly revealed its figure. Sharp claws, sharp fangs. The whole body was covered with scales like armor, and bone spurs bent backwards. The golden eyes exuded a strong pressure. Golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Shan. Even though they had never seen him before, and even though they had only seen his introduction in brief intelligence reports, Vidiel and Greylet both remembered his name when the monster emerged from the darkness. According to the intelligence I received, Deshan launched the Beast Tide in order to hunt down Duke Amon. After the two empires issued a wanted order, the soul beasts retreated to the Stardao Great Forest. Greylet's face was heavy. Vidiel said in a deep tone, I also guessed that the captain was fishing, but I didn't expect to catch this guy. Will their battle demolish the entire Ironheart city? I heard that Wuhan city was almost turned into ruins by this Soul Beast King. Vidiel was not sure it should be. Not seeing the behemoth, Amon, who was sitting on the edge of a house roof, pressed the crystal texture monocle and said with a smile, finally here. He propped his hands on the roof and suddenly jumped into the air. Then he stepped on the petals made of soul power and came to the front of the black dragon. "Long time no see, Dishan," he greeted happily, as if he had met an old friend after many years. "Amon, where is ZG?" Dishan asked the question he was most concerned about. "ZG? Oh, that hell dragon. I ate her. She tasted pretty good." Amon smacked his lips, as if he was savoring it. The dark demon evil tiger that he parasitized ate ZG. So from a certain perspective, it was not wrong to say that he ate ZG. There was a little more sadness in Dishan's eyes, but more anger, which was quickly hidden. Facing Amon, he had lost too much and he knew that Amon was a guy with a very bad personality, and his anger would only make him happy. Sensing the fleeting fluctuations in Dishan's heart, Amon's face once again showed a bad smile. "Is there a possibility that what I said about eating means something else? She is a great beauty when she is in human form. Well, I have the means to force her to become human form. Maybe she is still alive." Hearing this, Dishan felt mixed emotions. He was happy that ZG might still be alive, angry that his woman was insulted, and worried about ZG's current situation. After absorbing the soul ring of Cheyenne Mengai's silkworm, Amon's mental power was greatly improved. After Dishan's emotions fluctuated greatly, he easily read the other party's inner thoughts. The smile on his face became even more intense. Dishan gathered his mind and said in a deep voice, "You are not surprised by my arrival. It seems that this is indeed your conspiracy to lure me here. So, what you are now, is it your real body?" "Of course not," Amon smiled and said. "How dare I be so careless about you, the king of soul beasts. However, the grudges between us do need to be settled, so my true form will naturally not be too far away." At this time, in a small town in the Sun and Moon continent, in a somewhat old tavern, the main body Amon took a sip of cheap fruit wine with a unique local fruit flavor. With a smile on his face, Amon in front of Dishan continued, "With just a few clones, I'm not sure I can deal with you. Of course, I didn't set up traps in advance, because there is no need. I chose the location of the decisive battle here instead of Wuhan City, just because it is too close to the Stardow forest. After all, I'm very afraid of the existence that even you need to call Lord." Dishan's pupils shrank and he said in a low voice, "You actually know about the existence of the Lord?" "Well, I was also present when you had the meeting with that little rabbit," Amon explained. Is it really that rabbit? Is she your spy?" Dishan's face was gloomy. Amon stroked his monocle and chuckled. "Internal intelligence doesn't count, but the difference is not big. I put surveillance methods on her." Well, the auspicious beast was an unexpected surprise. "My target was originally just her. Do you still have any questions? I can answer them for you and make you understand, Mr. Zion. Where is the king of 10,000 demons?" Dishan asked. "Died. No more." Dishan flapped his dragon wings and roared towards Amon. Amon snapped his fingers and a black light curtain spread out, covering both him and Dishan. They came to a grey world in a huge circular arena where Dishan and Amon stood opposite each other. 12 columns are evenly distributed around the edge of the arena, like the scales of a clock. After Dishan briefly observed the surrounding environment, he saw a giant black tiger standing on a pillar. "This is the dark demon evil god tiger," he said with some uncertainty. In his long life, he has naturally seen this rare soul beast many times, but in his impression, the dark demon evil god tiger has muscles all over his body and looks extremely strong and strong. But in front of him, it is just what the hell. Although it is tens of meters long, far larger than any dark demon tiger he has ever seen, and has the strongest cultivation in history. It is as fat as a bull. Viewed from the front, its height and width are almost equal. The four fleshy claws are extremely short and thick, and the round belly can be dragged to the ground. Seeing the new appearance of the dark devil god tiger, Amon was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "If you eat too much, there will be some excess nutrients. Once it is fully digested, it will naturally become powerful." "Eat?" This word sharply caught Dishan's attention, and his pupils shrank. Amon said with a smile, "Yes, Mr. Zion, king of 10,000 demons, and ZG all entered its belly. It seems that you care about ZG very much." Don't worry, I will reunite you soon. Ouch. The dark demon evil god tiger roared in unison and jumped down from the pillar. That huge and heavy body made the arena tremble. Hiccup. The dark demon evil god tiger burped and it uttered human words. The last one. I really can't eat anymore. Well, the last one. There is nothing for you to eat for the time being. Amon nodded. Rich darkness filled the entire competition space and Deshian's figure was hidden in the darkness. You don't actually have that much control over this world, right? The function of this space is just to restrict others from leaving. Deshian's voice came slowly, resounding from all directions. Although I don't know why the dark demon evil god tiger joined forces with humans, there is no doubt that no matter which one of these two confronts each other alone, it will not be easy to defeat them. Therefore, Deshian also changed his previous head-on approach style, intent to quickly resolve one of these by covering it up with darkness. Oh, is it dark? Fierce, turbulent, and terrifying light burst out from Amon's monocle point. The entire space, not only the small arena, but also the places shrouded in grey mist further away, were filled with pure and scorching sunlight. The grey fog temporarily dissipated, revealing the surrounding scene. This is a desolate, dilapidated ruin. Among the rubble, you can vaguely see the city's former glory. This ancient city of the past has reappeared in human sight after bidding farewell for an unknown period of time. This is also the first time for Amon to see these things. His control over this competitive space is limited to the small competitive stage, and the further distances beyond his reach. These seem to be the ruins of a city from an unknown age, when soul guidance devices were developed. At the same time, the entire Ironheart territory suddenly ushered in darkness, a darkness that was even more complete than when the Black Dragon came just now. Grayla tried to use the light produced by his soul skill to illuminate the surroundings, but there was no response. He could feel that the soul skill had taken effect, but there was no light at all. It was as if the light had been stolen by something. Deshian stared blankly at the light that illuminated everything and the ruins around him and couldn't help but squint his eyes. Chapter 239 DTIAN and -039 S speculation. Amon's level 80 clone should not be able to use rule stealing, but he can use the ability of deceiving mentors to cheat the rules through the connection between the clone's fate and the original body. The rules will think that the clone is the original body. Thus, the clone will gain the ability to steal rules in order to deal with the extreme darkness of Emperor Shan. Amon stole the light of the entire Texan territory and exploded in this small space. The light in such a large territory was concentrated in such a small space, so that the light in the life and death arena was so blazing. In addition to being dazzling, it also carried an extremely high temperature, and the air in the arena became obviously scorching. Emperor Shan no longer paid attention to the city ruins that were similar to the architectural style of an ancient kingdom in his memory, and set his sights on the dark demon evil god tiger. This dark demon evil god tiger gave him a very strange feeling. It seemed that it was not as tyrannical as the ordinary dark demon evil god tiger, but it was more cunning. He tentatively blew a breath of dragon breath, and the other party seemed to want to dodge, but the heavy body became a burden and failed to leave in time. Roar. The dark demon evil god tiger screamed, and its fur was burned by the dragon breath with dark power, turning it black. It rolled on the ground, rolling very smoothly from the center of the arena to the edge. Amon snapped his fingers, stole the dragon breath, and threw it on Deshian. The black scales were like heavenly clothes. He bathed in the dark flames, and his face did not change at all. The flames that could corrode everything were just a means to burn the dragon scales for him. After the flames burned, Deshian's scales became brighter and looked more shiny. The dark demon evil god tiger lay on the ground, struggling with its 4 short legs, and finally got up again. I was careless. I suddenly grew so fat, and I haven't adapted to it yet. The dark demon evil god tiger muttered to himself and seemed to be explaining something to someone. You don't need to think too much to know that at this moment, there must be many Amons who are secretly laughing at him. You worry too much. We are all professionally trained and usually don't laugh. Amon's clone said very seriously. The dark demon evil god tiger glanced at him, and the expression of holding back laughter on the other's face was completely unconvincing. Sometimes the clones are not so harmonious, just like people occasionally have two conflicting ideas and hesitate. Amon's clones will also have conflicts because of their different concepts, and even fight directly without revealing the soul ring, the soul bone skills that can transfer attacks. Deshian's eyes were condensed. Amon's fighting style was very different from that of ordinary soul masters. Guess. Amon had a bad smile on his face. The dark demon evil god tiger launched a counterattack, and a large piece of black lightning burst out from it, condensing spherical lightning around it. Dark demon evil thunder. Cheyenne did not dare to ignore the attack of this extremely evil power, and sprayed a breath of dragon over, but found that the dragon breath disappeared strangely again. Its eyes moved, and ripples appeared in front of it. Ball lightnings sank into the ripples one by one, and then appeared on one side of the arena, and exploded suddenly. Boom. Deafening explosions continued to sound, blasting holes in the stone ground, and raising large amounts of dust. The wind swept, and the dark demon evil god tiger suddenly appeared above Emperor Cheyenne. The tip of the scorpion tail with a hook at the end, which was composed of countless joints, suddenly turned into a sharp short spear and stabbed him quickly. The agility and swiftness of the wind, the fierceness and violence of the thunder, and the weirdness and changeability of the evil, these three together constitute the power of the dark demon evil god tiger. Even if it is as fat as a bull, it can rely on the attributes of the wind to make agility that is inconsistent with itself. Emperor Cheyenne swept the dragon tail, swept the short spear away, and turned around and slapped the face of the dark demon evil god tiger with a claw. The two-staged dragon tiger fight like a monster movie. Amon sat on the edge of a pillar, watching with great interest. Cheyenne found that the fat dark demon evil god tiger had exceptional defense. He was a soul beast that was extremely good at melee combat, but when the attack fell on the dark demon evil god tiger, it could not produce much effect because of its tough fur and thick fat. Its dragon claws suddenly glowed with golden light, dazzling and with a hint of inexplicable sacred meaning. Dragon god claw. At this moment, Amon snapped his fingers, and a huge figure suddenly fell from the sky, punching Cheyenne on the head and smashing the huge dragon head into the ground. It was the Titan Snow Demon King. It was not dead yet, and it had also become a host controlled by Amon. Cheyenne's attack was interrupted. Seeing this huge humanoid soul beast covered with snow white long hair and grey skin, Cheyenne's pupils shrank. He was not too familiar with the four great beasts in the far north, but he was not unfamiliar with them. He knew that they would not leave the far north icefield and participate in the disputes outside. A thought suddenly exploded in his mind, and he suddenly turned back to look at Amon. They are not your helpers, but they are controlled by you. This evil tiger was fed by you. Amon clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Correct answer, but no reward." Ice Bear King's Iobe also appeared on the battlefield. The three soul beasts controlled by Amon attacked Cheyenne together. They can all share the thoughts of Cheyenne read by Amon's dream stealer, and can respond to many of his actions in advance. Emperor Cheyenne discovered this situation. As an ancient soul beast that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, it has enough experience and has seen all kinds of strange abilities. This kind of mind-reading ability, similar to that of a mermaid, is naturally not the first time it has encountered it. He used a powerful spirit to seal his mind, making it extremely difficult for Amon to read. Then, he showed the strong suppression power of the Soul Beast King. Even if he was 1 against 3, he still had the upper hand. The particularly fat dark demon evil god tiger had more than enough defense in melee combat, but not enough offense. The Titan Snow Demon King had no advantage in front of the Black Dragon. The Ice Bear King was even smaller and was slapped away by Emperor Cheyenne several times. Amon stretched out his hand and pulled a woman in red out of the void. Yan Jin still had a chicken leg in his mouth, looking a little confused. "Don't just stand there, get to work." Oh. Yan Jin ate the chicken leg in 2 or 3 bites. Her dark red eyes swept across the battlefield, and she smiled widely. "Just right, let me try my new ability." Yan Jin immediately activated her new ability, Divine Domain. A lava field unfolded inside the arena space, overlapping with it. The surrounding environment has changed. The sky is still grey, but it has a bit more dark red, as if a layer of volcanic ash is floating. The surging lava keeps flowing, forming waterfalls and lakes, and pieces of rocks float on the magma, flowing slowly. In the center is a flat open space like a basin, with dark red lines all over the ground, and fine magma distributed in these cracks surrounded by volcanoes. The volcanoes erupted, spewing a lot of smoke and dust, and the magma formed volcanic bullets that shot into the sky. Seeing this somewhat familiar scene, Deshian's face changed. The domain of that stupid snake, that is the first tier below the gods, and a strong man who is at the same limit as him and Liu. Moreover, the red lotus snake has the attack left by the god of fire in his hand, and can launch a real god strike, but such an existence was killed by someone, without any sign, and fell in a corner. How could Deshian not be shocked by this? Big fire spray. Yan Jin starting attack is still the trick she has used since she was a child. Even at the current level of Soul Douluo, the first and second soul rings, provided by Slime, are still effective. A large amount of magma gushed out from the ground and condensed into a huge fist like the hand of an ancient giant god in Yan Jin's hand. With the blessing of the dark gold terror claw bear right arm bone, it smashed towards Deshian's head. Deshian suddenly burst out with powerful soul power, sending the dark demon evil god tiger, titan snow demon king, and ice bear king flying. The claws in his hands condensed a lot of darkness and rushed towards the magma fist. Boom. The magma condensed fist was shattered, and Deshian also stepped back several steps. Yan Jin was not as powerful as he imagined. Although he was able to fight with him, the pressure he brought was only equivalent to that of the dark demon evil god tiger, and could not be compared with the red lotus snake. The most noteworthy opponent was indeed that dangerous guy. Deshian glanced at Amon, who was sitting on the edge of the pillar like a spectator. After pulling Yan Jin over, Amon did not do anything else. In addition to Deshian's extreme power, the most troublesome thing was his extreme space attribute. He may have the ability to forcibly break through the life and death competition space. In order to prevent him from escaping, Amon needs to be ready at any time and save his strength to intercept him. The rich darkness burst out, squeezing out Yan Jin's god's domain and occupying half of the space. This is Deshian's dark domain. In the endless darkness, all the light disappeared, making it hard to see what was happening. Yan Jin suddenly grinned. I have a good idea, let's try it. God's domain changed, snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky, and the originally erupting volcanoes turned into continuous glaciers. The magma lake, magma waterfall, volcanic bombs, etc. disappeared, replaced by a snowy ice field shining with blue and white light. Snow dance extreme ice domain. The fusion domain can only be used when the two soul bones of the ice and snow emperors are activated at the same time. Even them. A low voice came from the darkness. When seeing the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear King, Deshian felt that the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor were probably in danger, and now it was confirmed. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It seems that the prophecy of the auspicious beast is correct. The fate of the Xingdao Great Forest may really be ended by you. No, even the future of all soul beasts in this world will be bleak. The prophecy given by the auspicious beast was that the Xingdao Great Forest would be destroyed within 50 years, and then it became 20 years, but now only 5 years have passed. The Red King died, the Bear King died, the 10,000 Demon King, and ZG also died, so what will happen in the next 15 years? Could it be that even the master, an idea suddenly emerged in Deshian's mind that made him feel absurd. Yan Jin only had the 8th soul ring, but he hunted down the red lotus serpent. So obviously as the leader, Amon's soul ring configuration must be higher. Is there part of the news that hunting Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm to advance to the title true? He is indeed about to be promoted, but his target is not Cheyenne Meng, that waste, but the master. If the prophecy of the destiny of the great star forest is completely cut off said by the auspicious beast also includes the master, does it mean that Amon will hunt the master in the next 15 years and turn him into his 9th soul ring? But the master, although seriously injured, is still a part of that great existence in a short period of time. He can definitely burst out with power far beyond that of ordinary gods. Could it be that Amon, this monster, can kill gods at level 90? Thinking about it, even Deshian's firm will could not help but waver a little. After all, this guess is too scary. Chapter 240 The End of Emperor Xian. After Yan Jin absorbed the soul ring of the Red Lotus Serpent, his martial soul underwent a transformation, becoming a mixture of extreme fire and extreme soil. The divine domain she used contained the power of extreme fire. At this moment, the divine domain suddenly switched to the snow dance extreme ice domain, changing from an extremely hot domain to an extremely cold domain in an instant. Then, the glacier disappeared. The volcano stood, and the volcanic ash replaced the flying snowflakes again, and the extreme cold turned into extreme heat again. Frost and fire alternated with each other, like the alternation of yin and yang, and the rotation of the sun and the moon. A terrible force was brewing. The two contradictory and conflicting extreme attributes of mutual generation and restraint constantly collided and fissioned, resulting in a kind of destruction at the level of rules. Amon's eyes condensed slightly, as if he heard the cry of rules. He realized that this was an extremely terrifying and extremely amazing trick, and suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. In the blink of an eye, Deshian's dark domain disappeared. Amon stole the darkness. The time worms in his body opened their mouths and smiled, using skills synchronously, affecting Deshian's perception of time and space. At the same time, Amon's body, far away in the sun and moon continent, took advantage of the connection of fate to attack from a distance. He used all his strength to activate the ability of deceiving the mentor, defrauding the space around Deshian, making it very chaotic. Yan Jin's left hand condensed frost, and her right hand burned with flames. She looked solemn and shouted, "Ice and fire are extinct." The frost and flames turned into blue cyclones and orange cyclones respectively, flying out from both sides. Deshian sensed the danger, but because his perception was affected by Amon, he was 1 second slower. He didn't have time to dodge in the normal way, and wanted to use the power of space to transfer. He was a little surprised to find that the space that he was usually familiar with became so unfamiliar at this moment that he couldn't mobilize it at all. The blue cyclone and the orange cyclone gathered on Deshian's body, turning into a huge tornado of fire and ice. In this round dance of ice and fire, the black dragon's dark, heavenly-like scales, as fragile as paper, collapsed in the overlapping of cold and heat. The flesh and bones under the scales also collapsed. Deshian's slender neck and ferocious and majestic dragon head disappeared without a trace in this extreme destruction where even the rules were broken. Yan Jin's move was very scary. She achieved the effect of breaking the rules that only divine power has in another way. This is enough to break the invincible golden body. It is undeniably the strongest attack below the god level. Even Amon couldn't help but look sideways. Of course, there are many disadvantages. The speed of the ice and fire cyclone is very slow. It is difficult to hit the opponent, and it can be offset by other attacks before converging. If Amon hadn't stolen Deshian's dark domain, if Amon hadn't affected his perception of time and space, Deshian would have too many ways to avoid the power generated by the final explosion of this move. The huge headless body of the black dragon fell, raising a large amount of dust. Yan Jin kept grinning and boasting, Amon, look at how powerful this move of mine is. I killed him directly." Amon raised his right hand, pressed the bottom edge of his monocle with his index finger knuckles, nodded and praised, "Not bad. Now, try using this move on me." "Ah, on you?" Yan Jin scratched her head. Although she had always wanted to challenge Amon and beat him once, she didn't want to really hurt him. Deshian had proved the terrible effect of ice and fire extinction with his life. Yan Jin herself couldn't control the power of this move, so she shook her head and refused. "No, I can't control it well. It would be bad if I beat you to death. I don't want you to die." Amon smiled. "This is just a clone. Besides, you don't really think you can kill me just by doing this? There are many flaws, and it's not difficult to avoid them." "Oh, a clone, that's fine." Yan Jin made a decisive move without warning. Amon smiled. His monocle reflected the two cyclones, and he reached out and grabbed them, and the two cyclones disappeared without a trace. "Why is it like this?" Seeing that his trick was so easily disintegrated by Amon, Yan Jin's face was slightly disappointed. Dots of dark red and silver light like stardust floated out from Dishan's body and gathered into a huge soul ring in midair. The soul ring was red, with 8 golden lines on it, emitting bright but not dazzling light. The bright starlight lit up, and several streams of light sank into the soul ring together when the light points gathered, becoming one of the raw materials for building this soul ring. Well, help you deal with some hidden dangers, Amon said to Yan Jin with a smile. What? Hidden dangers? This kind of soul beast close to the god level has souls that are extremely powerful. They can even lurk in soul rings or soul bones. When you absorb them, they kill your soul and occupy your body and then come back to life. Amon replied, so scary? It sounds like a super strengthened version of the resentment of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Yan Jin scratched his head. Amon smiled. Now, absorb your soul ring. I have checked it. Dishan has no backup plan. Yan Jin followed suit and summoned the Magna Martial Soul. Her martial soul emitted a faint red light, pulling the soul ring in the air and making it slowly float down. After floating for a distance, the huge thing suddenly shrank and then covered the lava at a very fast speed. A surging and terrifying soul power like a big river flowed into Yan Jin's body along the martial soul. This time, Amon did not use the time worm to help her channel and share the energy. After absorbing so many high quality soul bones, Yan Jin's physique has become amazingly strong. Even the energy contained in Dishan's soul ring did not exceed her tolerance. The dark demon evil god tiger raised its fat claws, cut open Dishan's body, and found a torso bone emitting a dark halo with a little silver light. This is the part that Yan Jin just lacked. The torso bone is the most important soul bone, so Amon asked her to leave the opportunity to explode the torso bone to the most powerful soul beast. Before, when she killed the red lotus snake, she did not load the torso bone, but she did not expect the snake to explode a piece of external soul bone for her, so her torso bone has been hanging in the air, and this time she got what she wanted. Amon took the trunk bone from the dark demon evil god tiger, and after checking it, he showed a rather surprised look. There was no trace of his soul in Dishan's soul ring and soul bone. Was he dead too thoroughly, and his soul was completely annihilated by ice and fire extinction, or was he too arrogant and disdained such a small trick? Amon pondered in his heart. When Yan Jin absorbed the soul ring, the dark demon evil god tiger ate Dishan's body, and the whole body became fatter. It lay on the ground and didn't want to move at all. It took Yan Jin several days to completely absorb Dishan's soul ring. Her soul power level increased rapidly, climbing step by step, and reached level 96, on par with Kyanjin and Jiangmo. Then, she began to absorb the trunk bone left by Dishan, which took a few more days. When she completed the fusion, the soul power level increased again, reaching level 98, and was only a hair's breadth away from level 99. She opened her eyes and suddenly looked at Amon with some seriousness. Amon, I feel that I can do what the old man asked me to do. Now, it is not difficult for me to repay his gift to me, but what about you? What do you need me to pay for your gift to me? You have given me too much. Amon stroked his monocle and responded, you may need to pay, or you may not. It depends on whether I can get what I want before asking you for compensation. If you have already got it, then this gift is just a gift, and no price is required. What? If you don't get it? Yan Jin asked. Amon smiled. Everything of yours, Yan Jin scratched his head, not feeling scared, but just smiled. If you want, you can take it anytime. After a moment, she suddenly asked, Amon, do you know where that guy named Tang Heo is? I'm going to kill him to avenge the old man. Well, wait patiently for a while. I have some arrangements over there. If you kill him now, it may ruin my plan. Amon said, okay, I got it. Tell me when we can start. Yan Jin nodded. In a special space, surrounded by an endless night sky dotted with stars, a majestic palace floats in the night sky. The palace has no walls and is hexagonal. Golden pillars support the top, and there is nothingness around it. In the center of the hall, an angel statue with mercy and compassion on its face emits dazzling light. Kandeo Liu kneels in front of the angel statue, emitting countless golden light spots. These light spots merge into the angel statue, making the statue more shining and more sacred. A trickle of water flows out from the gem on the hilt of the holy sword held by the angel god and flows into the diamond mark between Kai and Douluo's eyebrows. This is a kind of transformation. The angel god spontaneously transforms Kai and Douluo's faith in the angel god into the angel god's divine power, part of which is stored in the statue and part is given to Kai and Douluo. Although at the end of the war with soul beasts, the soul masters' war weariness reached a peak, greatly weakening their faith. But at the beginning, when Emperor Xian had just attacked the city, Kai and Douluo's battle with him made countless soul masters respect and worship him. This brought him a lot of faith power. After receiving the power of the angel god, Kai and Douluo's whole person also became a little more sacred. When there were no more light spots flowing out of his body and the power of faith was exhausted, he stood up and opened his eyes. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. Kai and Douluo murmured to himself, "It's time to end it." Emperor Xian. Chapter 241. Where did the soul beast go? The beast tide that besieged Wuhan city has retreated. After being besieged for 2 years, countless soul masters cried with joy. They cheered like crazy and were glad that they could live to see this day. The sound of that tsunami was like a wave, one after another, and it lasted for a long time. It's finally over. Yan slapped the cart he used to clean up the high altitude objects thrown by the answer bird. Ziyu smiled faintly. How can you cross the river and destroy the bridge? This thing has been with you for more than a year. I never want to see it again. Yan said viciously. Ulina showed a faint smile on her face. She didn't feel very deeply about this beast tide. In the initial stage of the beast tide, when the offensive was the most fierce and the soul masters were in the most difficult situation, they trained in the killing city. Later, when she came out, the commander of the soul beast side had been replaced by a baboon with white eyes. The intensity of the war was greatly reduced, and it had a bit more mischievous nature. Gap. The crow with white eye circles made a cry, flapped its wings, and flew away from Hulina's shoulder. Hulina was not surprised by this, and was not as worried as when she just returned to Wuhan city. She just said, "Little crow, I will leave dinner for you. Remember to come back on time." It has been a long time since Emperor Xian's order, and the soul beasts gradually began to be unrestrained. Because there was no fierce beast to lead them, they seemed very chaotic. When they evacuated. At first, they could leave in an orderly manner, but as they walked further and further, the conflicts within the herd became more and more. Some soul beasts stopped at the outskirts of the forest and did not go deeper. Some soul beasts could not resist the temptation of food and began to prey on some soul beasts they liked to eat. This led to the intensification of chaos, causing the originally disunited herd to fall apart. The baboon with black eye circles became the most fragile and promising one among the soul beasts without the protection of the fierce beast. It pinched its right eye socket, revealing an anthropomorphic teasing in its expression. The bright starlight lit up like a little bit of stardust drifting away from it. Each time these stardusts attached to a soul beast, they would use this soul beast as a stepping stone to form more stardust flying around. These soul beasts that were stained with stardust had circles of different colors on their right eye frames or lines of different colors on their bodies. This feature was like a plague, spreading among soul beasts, ordinary animals, and even some special plants. Kai and Douluo left enough divine power on the angel statue and left the void with the angel temple. Ripples of space appeared in front of the angel statue in the Douluo temple. In the almost imperceptible fluctuations, Kai and Douluo walked out with a diamond-shaped gemstone object on his forehead. His eyes were cold, and he had a decisive and resolute will in his heart. He was ready to find Xian, with the mentality of death in his heart. Even if the emperors of the two great empires of mankind compromised with the soul beasts, even if countless soul masters had the idea of if only Amon had been handed over directly to the soul beasts, Kai and Douluo still insisted on his will. He could not wield the butcher knife against the soul masters who opposed the war and supported coexistence with the soul beasts, so he could only risk his life and drag the leader of the soul beasts to the underworld. The inheritance of the angel god will not be cut off due to the lack of a high priest. As long as there is enough divine power, when the high priest encounters an accident, the inheritance will activate the emergency mechanism point. Although the new successor will encounter more difficulties without the original high priest, this is not insurmountable. Xiaoxu, I'm sorry. Without me, your future path may be a little more difficult, but I believe you can do it. You are good enough. Douluo muttered to himself. Bibidang looked at Douluo, who walked out of the Douluo hall with a complicated look in her eyes. Is it really worth it? You even ignored Xiaoxu for the sake of protection. Douluo smiled. There are always some things that are higher than others. Humanity cannot forget the pain of ancient times, and the sacrifices of our ancestors cannot be in vain. I am the chief worshipper of the Spirit Hall, the master of the Douluo Hall. Even if everyone is silent, I must say something. Bibi. Dang. After I leave, the Spirit Hall can develop according to your wishes. I'm also looking forward to what it will be like to rule to protect. I just hope you remember one thing. Xiaoxu will always be your daughter. Bibi. Dang snorted coldly. You don't need to interfere in our affairs. Douluo sighed slightly, shook his head, and continued to move forward. Golden Crocodile, Blue Luan, Lion, Yan Jin, and Jiangmo have been waiting for a long time. Courtesy. They all performed a Soul Master salute. Douluo nodded, and said to the Golden Crocodile, Xiaoxu is in your hands. Don't forget what I told you to tell me. The Golden Crocodile nodded. I will take good care of the young lady. The demon was about to speak, but stopped. Douluo spread the 3 pairs of wings behind him, activated his soul power, and soared into the sky. Farewell, great worshipper. The 6 people saluted together. Bibidang stared at his figure going away, and whispered to herself, how could someone like you have such a bastard son? Douluo passed through the sky quickly like a stream of light. He did not hide his soul power, and rushed into the depths of the Stardao Great Forest. The Wuhan city was originally on the edge of the Stardao Great Forest. At the speed of the extreme Douluo, it would not take much time to fly across half of the Stardao Great Forest. Shan, get out. Douluo came to the sky above the Lake of Life, activated his soul power, and shouted angrily. With a spread of soul power, this shout spread far and wide, and the entire Stardao Great Forest could hear it. Douluo waited quietly for a while, but did not get any response. Shan, get out. He shouted again. In the forbidden land of the forest, a great will awakened from its slumber. He also woke up once a few days ago, and that time, he sensed the death of Shan, the high priest of the angel god. Feeling the faint light and sacred breath emanating from Douluo, the Silver Dragon King whispered to himself, he doesn't seem to know that Shan is dead yet. That is to say, Shan's death has nothing to do with him. The Silver Dragon King did not alarm Douluo, but just watched silently in the dark. Douluo waited for a moment again, and frowned. In the heart of the Stardao Great Forest, Shan had no reason to be afraid of fighting. Have the soul beasts become so good-tempered? They didn't come out, even though I provoked them. Douluo had a flash of doubt in his mind. Suddenly, he felt something was looking at him. He scanned the surroundings with his powerful mental power, but found nothing. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Douluo suddenly felt a strong sense of disharmony, as if something contrary to common sense had happened. He scanned again and again with his mental power in doubt, but found nothing. The sense of disharmony became stronger. What is it? Something was overlooked by me. Douluo thought. Suddenly, he suddenly realized that it was nothing. This is the biggest anomaly. How terrifying is his mental power, and how wide is the range it can cover. But in such a large area of forest, there are no soul beasts. He scanned with his mental power again, and after careful observation, he found that not only soul beasts, but also grasshoppers, earthworms, ants, mice, sparrows, these most common and common small animals, were not seen. How is this possible? He quickly shuttled through the Xingdao Great Forest, back and forth, and kept detecting with his mental power, but found that the entire Xingdao Great Forest was like this. An indescribable sense of weirdness and horror surged into his heart, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead from his back. On a hot day, Dao Liu felt as if he was in an ice cellar, and a silent chill rushed from his tailbone to his head. Xingdao Great Forest. What happened? What caused the Xingdao Great Forest, which was originally full of vitality, to become a desert of life? He stood in an open space and focused his eyes on those ordinary trees. Suddenly, I felt that these trees seemed to have empty eyes and mouths. Why are there still plants? Are they related to the disappearance of animals? Dao Liu began to think wildly and observed a tree for a long time and finally confirmed that this was an ordinary tree. Where did the feeling of peeping come from at the beginning? Is it just an illusion? He felt like he saw a ghost in broad daylight. If only the fierce beasts such as Dishan, BG, and some of the older soul beasts were missing, Dao Liu would not be surprised. There might be some reason that caused them to migrate, but if there is no soul beast, it is worth noting. With Dishan's command ability, it is unlikely that all the soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest will be taken away without a single one. And the disappearance of all the animals is even more incredible. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, even if someone came to report it, Dao Liu would probably not believe such an absurd situation. He wandered around the Xingdao Great Forest for most of the day, and finally returned to Wuhan City with a lot of doubts. The Silver Dragon King was puzzled by Dao Liu's behavior at first, wondering what was wrong with this human being, wandering around the Xingdao Great Forest. Thinking that this is your home? Even if you are an extreme Douluo, you can't underestimate the Xingdao Great Forest. But soon, she also discovered the abnormality that Dao Liu discovered. Compared to him, she was even more unbelievable, because she has been in the Xingdao Great Forest, right under her nose. Soul beasts and even ordinary animals disappeared completely. The Silver Dragon King even suspected that he was still asleep and was dreaming. The auspicious beast died. Emperor Shan died. Now even ordinary soul beasts are gone. What happened to the Xingdao Great Forest? She couldn't help but start to reflect on whether she, the soul beast leader, was a little unqualified. Her people were gone, and she discovered it earlier than a human. But now the more important thing is, where did the soul beasts go? Chapter 240 To the Awakening of the Silver Dragon King. In the forbidden area of the Xingdao Great Forest, a roar suddenly sounded, the earth cracked, and the whole forest was shaking. A huge claw suddenly poked out from the crack in the earth. The whole body was shining silver, and it was covered with hexagonal scales. Each scale seemed to reflect a strange light, showing a colorful silver. A huge silver dragon drilled out from the ground, with a slender body and graceful posture. This beauty seems to have transcended the boundaries of race. Even from a human perspective, you can feel a feminine charm from him. Cold and sacred, like a goddess in the sky, that is difficult to reach. But this beautiful silver dragon is covered with various wounds, some long, almost extending from the neck to the tail, and some deep, almost piercing it. These hideous wounds add a bit of softness to her. The silver light poured down, and the huge silver dragon suddenly shrank and finally turned into a beautiful girl with long silver hair. In the light curtain. She held her chin and pondered for a moment, then grabbed a bunch of colorful gems from the hole she had crawled out of the earth. These were to be exchanged for money. She, the Silver Dragon King, the half of the dragon god, decided to run away immediately and hide in the human kingdom for a while after realizing that the Xingdao Great Forest had encountered strange things that she could not understand. There was no way to stay in the Xingdao Great Forest. Although her injuries could not be healed if she did not sleep, and would even slowly worsen, it was better than sleeping to death. If she continued to sleep like this, she suspected that one day she might disappear like the animals in the Xingdao Great Forest. Dao Liu entered the Xingdao Great Forest with the belief of sacrifice and death, and left with doubts, uneasiness, and a trace of fear. He returned to Wuhan City. Seeing Dao Liu return, Yan Jin and Jiang Mo showed surprise on their faces. The great worshipper was not dead. Did he kill Dishan? No one thought about Dao Liu's cowardly return and the last regret, because they knew that Dao Liu would keep his word. Something is wrong. The chief priest doesn't look like he has experienced a battle. Yan Jin said in a deep voice. Jiang Mo nodded. Is it that Dishan avoided fighting? Or did the chief priest forget something, so he came back to explain? At this moment, Dao Liu's voice rang in the ears of every elder of the spirit hall. Everyone, come to the elder hall. I have something important to say. Come quickly, it's urgent. Jin, Yu's face changed. It was the first time he saw Douluo issue such an urgent call. In addition to a hint of urgency, there was even a bit of panic in his voice. What made the chief priest, who was always calm, lose his composure so much? He realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately walked towards the meeting room. Khan Rinxu was practicing in the worship hall, and suddenly Douluo's voice rang in her ears. Xiaoxu, there is a meeting in the Elder Hall meeting room. You come too, Grandpa. Khan Rinxu showed surprise on her face. She stood up and walked towards the Elder Hall. Bibi Dong was still sitting at the head of the meeting. With a hint of doubt in her eyes, she asked, Douluo, what happened? Douluo took a deep breath and slowly said, everyone, originally, I was going to the depths of the Xingdao Great Forest to fight with Emperor Shan with the idea of dying together. Grandpa. Khan Rinxu couldn't help but exclaimed, regardless of the fact that she was in a serious meeting. She didn't even know about such a big thing. Looking at the other worshippers again, there was no surprise on their faces. Obviously, they had known about this for a long time. She couldn't help but feel angry. Douluo pressed his palm downward, signaling Khan Rinxu to calm down. After a pause, he continued, I didn't find Emperor Shan, but I found something extremely abnormal. It can be called terrible and terrifying. Bibi Dong frowned. Her eyes were full of doubts. What kind of thing could make Douluo, a powerful person at the limit of the world, lose his composure like this? There are no soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest. What do you mean? Douluo couldn't help asking. It means literally. After I failed to challenge Emperor Shan, I searched in the forest, but I found that there were no soul beasts or animals in the entire Xingdao Great Forest. I didn't even see an ant. Douluo answered solemnly. Jiang. Emma was confused. What kind of weird and terrifying thing is this? Jin said, with Emperor Shan's ability, he can't inspire all the creatures in the entire Xingdao Great Forest to act according to his will. In other words, those disappeared soul beasts and animals were probably eaten by something. Something ate up the entire Xingdao Great Forest. Jiang. Emma widened his eyes and showed an expression of disbelief. How is that possible? But that's the fact. Douluo responded calmly. This is really an unprecedented event. Since this thing can eat up the Xingdao Great Forest, it can naturally eat up Wuhan City. Bibi Dong's voice was a little cold. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill, as if there were some small insects crawling up their spines. Does this really exist? Khan Rinxu's eyes were filled with panic. This is just a guess, but it is the most likely guess. Douluo nodded. But there is one thing. Maybe the soul beast protection plan should be put on the agenda. The Xingdao Great Forest is empty. It may be much more difficult to hunt suitable soul beasts in the future. Hey. Someone smiled casually. Khan Rinxu's breathing stagnated. She was the only one whose soul ring was not full. The meeting ended, and the people gradually dispersed. Douluo suddenly stopped Walter. Wait a minute, I have something to ask you. When only he and Walter were left at the scene, Douluo asked, how do you know Amon? What kind of person is he? Walter was a little confused why Douluo suddenly asked him about Amon, but he just replied, my acquaintance with him originated from my apprentice. At first, I just thought he was a junior with some unique thinking, until the Soul Master competition. Walter told Douluo everything about his encounter and acquaintance with Amon, including some of his own views and guesses. If someone else asked, he would prevaricate, speak vaguely, and conceal some key information. But the one who asked this question was Douluo, the elder he respected and admired. Walter suddenly thought of a possibility and couldn't help asking, Great Priest, do you think it was Amon who did this? Douluo said seriously, yes, he is very suspicious. In the past, during my confrontation with Dishan, he mentioned many times that Amon was related to the fate of their entire Xingdao Great Forest and would bring them a catastrophe, but I didn't believe it. How could a Soul Master, no matter how powerful, threaten the entire Xingdao Great Forest? But now, the end of the Xingdao Great Forest has indeed come, and it came so suddenly that it caught people off guard. I thought about it and found that Amon was the most suspicious. Walter swallowed his saliva, his Adam's apple rolled. But this This is too shocking. That young man is indeed a bit weird. He suddenly stopped and swallowed back what he wanted to say. It seems that putting all the weird things on Amon makes things more reasonable. This idea made Walter stunned. In front of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong stood at the corner of a corridor, her hands on the white railings, carved with intricate patterns. Looking into the distance. From this angle, she could overlook most of Wuhan city. With her eyesight, she could even see the guard sleeping in a corner on the city wall. Since the Wuhan Hall was abolished by the two empires, the sole masters of the Wuhan Hall have been greatly affected. They no longer have the sense of honor and pride they had in the past, and their cohesion has declined a lot. In the past, there has never been a situation where the guards on the city wall were lazy and slept. Bibi Dong's face was calm. She suddenly said to the empty place with no one, "Tell me, did you do it?" Don't throw all the dirty things on me. The simple lines outlined a figure, which quickly solidified and became vivid, and finally turned into a real person. He wore a black classical robe, a pointed hat, and a monocle on his right eye. It was Amon. He is now in a cooperative relationship with Bibi Dong. When the soul beasts besieged the city in the past, Bibi Dong was troubled by the fact that she could not find an opportunity to hunt soul beasts of sufficient age. And a beast tide of that scale, even a titled Douluo, would be in danger of dying if he went too deep. What's more, Dishan would always be in the rear, watching with eager eyes. At that time, Amon approached Bibi Dong and proposed that he could create opportunities for her to help her hunt soul beasts of 100,000 years. In exchange, Bibi Dong needed to support Amon when he planned the Xingluo Empire. At that time, the Wuhan Hall was not boycotted by the two empires and was still in its heyday. Bibi Dong agreed to Amon's deal. For her, a Xingluo royal family that cooperated with the fierce beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest was more disgusting than Amon. More importantly, she didn't care who was the emperor. What she wanted to do most at that time was to give her second martial soul the 8th and 9th soul rings as soon as possible, raise her level to the level of the 99th level Douluo, and then complete the Rakshasa god and become a god. By then, the angel family and the two empires were nothing but passing clouds. Even if Amon was weird and difficult, he was just an ant under absolute power. After successfully reaching a cooperation agreement, Amon helped her hunt a soul beast of more than 90,000 years and a soul beast of 100,000 years, fulfilling the conditions she promised very well. After harvesting 2 satisfactory soul rings, Bibi Dong's resentment towards Amon was much less, and the two of them are getting along well. Chapter 243, The Blasphemous Family. What exactly happened in the Star Forest? Don't tell me you don't know anything about it, Bibi Dong said in a deep voice. Don't. Your Wuhan palace have your own intelligence network. You need to ask me about everything. Amon's tone was filled with sarcasm. Bibi Dong thought he didn't want to say anything and was thinking about what she should pay in order to exchange relevant information when she heard Amon speak directly. It's okay to tell you, probably the evil god. Evil god? Bibi Dong's pupils shrank. She accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god and knew that the god was not just a legend. I'm quite sensitive to the word god. You mean there are still gods that are still active in this world? Amon smiled and said softly, no, it is not a real god, but a dark evil tiger born under the influence of the evil god. Well, I don't know very well. I only know that it is roughly like this. You should have heard of this kind of soul beast. It grows by devouring other soul beasts. Originally, under Dishan's suppression, it was impossible for the dark demon evil god tiger to grow up, but Dishan has always been in Wuhan city, which gives it a chance to grow. As for what Kan Douluo said, the entire Stardao forest has been eaten clean. I really don't know who will pay attention to those ordinary soul beasts. There are not many existences worthy of my attention. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment. It's impossible for an ordinary dark evil tiger to eat up the entire forest, so you guess there is some influence from the evil god. That's right. Although the ones that disappeared are all insignificant existences, the combined volume is astonishing. It's hard to believe that there is no divine element in it. Bibi Dong looked at Amon with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Through some exchanges, she also learned more about this guy. I know that what this guy says is always a mixture of truth and falsehood. Sometimes, even if it is all the truth, it is often the truth with some information missing. You have to learn to distinguish it yourself. However, the abnormal events that occurred in the Star Forest made Bibi Dong silently increase her guard against Amon. She even suspected that he had begun to touch the realm of gods because he looked too calm now, and he didn't seem to take that evil god too seriously. What will you do next? The threat from the Stardao Forest has been lifted, but the wanted orders from the two empires are still there. Bibi Dong suddenly asked. Wanted? Amon smiled and said noncommittally, remember what I promised to help you hunt the soul beast, right? Of course, if you can seize the Stardao Empire, I will naturally recognize your rule. Bibi Dong responded, that's enough. Amon nodded. Then, his figure gradually faded until he disappeared. A weird and troublesome guy. Bibi Dong stared at the place where he disappeared for a while, and whispered to herself. Damu Bei took over the mission of being an envoy to the Xiandao Empire. As an envoy, he will return the Xiandao imperial family's most precious treasure, the Broad Sea Universe cover, to show the friendship between the two countries. On the carriage, he was playing with the blue triangle, the Vast Sea Universe cover. I didn't expect that my father would ask me to send this back to the Xiandao Empire. ZHU. Zuking said in a cold voice, it's not surprising. In your father's eyes, there is only the great cause of unifying the world. Although the Vast Sea Universe cover is precious, if sending it back will help him plan the Xiandao Empire, then he will not hesitate to do so. Does he want to use this to numb Zhu Beng and make him relax? Damu Bei wondered. It's not impossible. Forget it. This is not what I should think about. No one can change his decision. Damu Bei shook his head. The carriage slowly drove into Xiandao City and arrived at the entrance of the palace. Zhu Beng arranged a grand ceremony to welcome them. When Zhu Beng saw the Vast Sea Universe cover that Damu Bei submitted along with his credentials, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is my father's wish. He said that he hoped that the friendship between the two countries would last forever without the use of weapons. Damu Bei said with a smile. Zhu Beng nodded and said, thank you for your kindness. When it was stolen by Duke Amon, I thought the royal family would lose it forever. I didn't expect it to be recovered. Damu Bei responded, this is the trophy my father found in the Duke's mansion. Zhu Beng was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, when will our Xiandao Empire's soldiers who were captured in the war be released? My father has never mentioned this matter to me. I have asked tentatively to express your intention to Xiandao, but he has never let go. Is that so? Zhu Beng showed a slightly disappointed look on his face. That night, Zhu Beng held a banquet in the palace to honor Damu Bei. Many people from the Haotian sect and Shrek Academy, who were closely related to the royal family, also came. In an inconspicuous corner, Tang Sun was holding a snow white rabbit in his arms, his eyes dull, looking a little decadent. He didn't seem to care about anything around him, and all he could see was the rabbit in his arms. His original position was not here. As a disciple of Yu Xiao Gang and a representative of the Haotian sect, he should have been in the center with Yu Xiao Gang and Zhu Beng. But Xiao Wu seemed to be frightened by the noise, so he came here alone. German Sparrow sat opposite him. His face still had that stern look, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. He used elegant but fast movements to destroy the food on the table. His movements of taking food and eating were very regular, making people feel like he was like a clockwork machine. You going to continue to be decadent like this? This can't save this rabbit. She is still alive now, so we can save her. German said in a voice without emotion. Tang Sun had not fully recovered from the shock of losing Xiao Wu, and was much more silent than before. He said in a hoarse voice, yes. Daming told me the method, and I can do it. There is more than one way. Maybe you can try to get the Vast Sea Universe cover from Zhu Beng. This may be of some help. German reminded. Any help? As soon as this was mentioned, Tang San's eyes became a little more angry. He raised his head and looked at German. What's the use of that thing? German moved his mouth, gathered his sounds into a line, and said in a voice that only Tang San could hear, if I read it correctly, it is a key item inherited by Poseidon and a token of Poseidon. Poseidon? Tang San was confused. Becoming a god at level 100 is not a legend, but a reality. In the distant past, our Amon family was also known as the blasphemer family, the blasphemous family, German explained. Yes, because our ancestors used various methods to collect and study the inheritance of some gods. I wanted to use some trick to bypass some prerequisites so that my tribe could inherit the right to the throne of God. This behavior was eventually discovered by God, who cast a curse that would prevent our family members from ever becoming gods. I have reservations about whether there is such a curse. After all, becoming a god is not an easy task. In all, gods exist. According to family records, gods have all kinds of incredible powers. You can try it. You don't have to become a god. You just need to take the god test. Well, that is the test to inherit the position of a god. As long as you pass the test, you can usually get a lot of benefits, and you may get rewards from the gods. For example, a wish or something. With the power of God, it shouldn't be difficult to resurrect a person who is not completely dead. Wish. Tangsen suddenly looked at German with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Wasn't this a person who had resurrected from the dead? By the way, is there any way you can revive Xiao Wu? Didn't you say that you did die once before? Can you use miracle on Xiao Wu? There was no change in expression on German's face, and he said calmly, the miracle of resurrection from the dead can only be used on myself, and I need to prepare things for resurrection in advance. Maybe I have reached the realm of a god and can resurrect others, but I can't do anything now. Tangsen was a little disappointed. Then he looked at Zhu Beng in the center, thinking about how to replace the vast sea universe cover. Master, Yu Xiaogang came over and said to Tang-san, Xiao-san, I'm sorry about what happened to Xiao Wu, but you should be strong and face your responsibilities instead of escaping from degradation like this. Tang-san's eyes were no longer as empty as they were at the beginning. He nodded and said firmly, I will, teacher. Zhu Beng and Dame Yubei followed Yu Xiaogang and came here. Zhu Beng suddenly asked, teacher, why don't you take this opportunity to formally confirm our relationship? After seeing the energy possessed by Shrek Academy, Zhu Beng has been actively moving closer to them, blending in and becoming one of them. Yu Xiaogang plays a very important role in Shrek Academy, and he has always wanted to finalize this relationship. Okay. Yu Xiaogang thought for a moment and nodded. A hint of joy appeared on Zhu Beng's face, and he suddenly loudly said, please bear witness here. I, Zhu Beng, officially worship Master Yu Xiaogang as my disciple today. I will make him the Imperial Master and enjoy the treatment of an honorary duke. Xiandao, all officials and people within the country must respect my teacher as much as they respect me. After saying that, he asked an attendant to come to the master with a brocade plate. The brocade plate was covered with a layer of red cloth and was slightly raised. Teacher, open it and take a look. This is my apprenticeship ceremony and a symbol of your future status. Yu Xiaogang lifted up the red cloth, and the entire hall was suddenly shrouded in dense light. It was a three-dimensional triangle that was crystal clear and looked like sapphire. Dame Yubei's eyes showed surprise. This was the vast sea universe cover he had just brought from the Star Luo Empire. Yu Xiaogang wanted to refuse this apprenticeship ceremony, but seeing the excitement and desire in Tang-san's eyes, he nodded. I will not refuse your kindness. Thank you, your majesty. Zhu Beng's posture was very low. He smiled and said, teacher, no, you can call me by my name directly. In your case, I'm just your student. Seeing his expression like this, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but be moved. If Zhu Beng acted like this when he was still the prince, he would have thought it was normal, but now that he is the supreme ruler of the Xiandao Empire, and he is still willing to perform the courtesy of a disciple in front of him, it shows his sincerity. This also greatly satisfied Yu Xiaogang's vanity, and he whispered, I will do my best to assist your majesty in managing the Xiandao Empire. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, The Little Thief Nation. Zhu Beng's reward for Uzaya Gang attracted the envy of many nobles, including Ling Fengzi. Point of course, what he envied was not the title or other treatment, but the Soul Master's most precious treasure, the vast sea universe cover. At this moment, a soldier suddenly rushed in, knocked down several waiters, and knocked over many plates and drinks. Who? Some nobles looked at this reckless soldier with a bit of dissatisfaction. Report. An urgent report from the border. The Star Luo Empire has mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops to invade the border again. The soldier came to Zhu Beng, knelt down on one knee, and shouted breathlessly, "Impossible." Zhu Beng and Damu Bei said in unison. The two of them looked at each other, and Damu Bei said with some urgency, "I, the envoy who presented my credentials, are still here, and before I left the Star Luo Empire, there was no sign of large-scale military mobilization in the country." Zhu Beng asked in a low tone, "Is it possible that there was a mistake?" Emperor Crossing Luo returned all treasures such as the vast sea universe cover, in order to express his hope for peace. "Your Majesty, how dare I lie about important military and national affairs?" The soldier shouted eagerly. "The commander-in-chief of the Star Luo Empire has been replaced. It is the god of war, Lei Yin, thunder. Douluo?" Damu Bei looked solemn. "I also know something about this person. When I was training in the White Tiger Army, he was the one who commanded the Xiandao Empire Army and fought against General Wei. At that time, our White Tiger Army all actions are calculated by him. But, isn't he a general of your Xiandao Empire?" Later, after Duke Amon was jointly wanted by the two empires, he disappeared with him. Zhu Beng was a little confused. Why did he run away to the Star Luo Empire? And he became a general leading the army? Uzaya Gang said softly, "Maybe the Star Luo Empire secretly recruited the wanted Duke Amon and others." Zhu Beng's face turned livid, and he glared at Damu Bei. "Is this the sincerity of your Star Luo Empire? While letting our Heavendao Empire want Duke Amon, you secretly recruit them?" Damu Bei said in a deep voice, "Please calm down. I think there must be some misunderstanding. As the prince, I personally handed over the certificate of peace and send it back to the vast sea universe cover. This is enough to prove our desire for peace." He was calm on the surface, but anxious in his heart. Based on his understanding of Dai Chenghua, it was possible that he was paralyzing the Xiandao Empire while secretly gathering troops to prepare for war. In other words, the possibility is not small. He was completely disappointed with his father. This was simply using him as the prince and the vast sea universe cover as bait to make Zhu Beng relax his vigilance. Now he is in the heart of an enemy country. If the two countries start a war again, he and Zhu Yuking will never be able to escape. The end must be extremely miserable. Damu Bei turned his head crazily, thinking about countermeasures in his heart. Maybe Shrek Academy can save his and Zhu Yuking's lives, but this will inevitably cause Zhu Beng's dissatisfaction with Shrek Academy. Maybe this was one of his father's plots, to use himself to stir up conflicts between the academy and the royal family, and destabilize the Xiandao Empire. HMPH, maybe this is your conspiracy. The prince is just a cover thrown by the royal family. It is possible that the real prince is someone else. Zhu Beng snorted coldly. "Come here, capture these two spies from the Star Luo Empire." Damu Bei protected Zhu Yuking behind him, with a fierce light in his evil eyes as he stared at the avalanche, as if he was a tiger that could rise up and hurt anyone at any time. "Let's see who dares. Anyone who touches Boss Day is an enemy of me." The grumpy Mahangjin immediately came to Damu Bei's side, with flames coming out of his body, and looked coldly at the surrounding guards. Oscar and Ning Rangrang also came to them. "How can we be spared such a thing?" Ning Fengzi felt his head hurt when he saw this scene. Tang San wanted to take Xiao Wu back to the wishful treasure bag, but she refused, so he had to hold her, walk to them, looked at Zhu Beng and said, "Even if the Star Luo Empire really leads an army to invade, I will not let anyone hurt Mu Bei. He is my brother." "Yes, we Shrek 7 monsters have always advanced and retreated together," Ning Rangrang said firmly. Xiao Wu also widened her red eyes and stared at Zhu Beng. "Mistress." Damu Bei was moved. "Mu Bei, when Xiao Wu's identity was exposed, didn't you ignore the danger and be the first to stand in front of me? Now it's my turn Tang-san smiled. Seeing this scene, Zhu Beng's expression changed, and he realized that he was a little out of control and was too eager. Tang-san, the daughter of the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, representing the Haotian sect, and the direct disciple of Flender, the president of Shrek Academy. These people's identities are not simple, and each of them is worthy of his serious treatment. If everyone in Shrek Academy unites to oppose him, his throne will be really unstable. This was also the reason why he had always wanted to worship Uzziah Gang as his disciple. He wanted to join it, become a part of Shrek Academy, and then win over and divide it. But he had just officially become a disciple, and before he could recruit a group of people, this kind of headache occurred. He was riding a tiger that was unable to get off at the moment. At this time, Master Uzziah Gang stood up, patted Tang-san on the shoulder, and said, "Zio-san, you don't need to be so nervous." Zhu Beng was just worried about the border situation and didn't think it through for a while. Mu Bei and Zuking have always been part of our academy. No one dares to attack you casually until the truth is found out. Avalanche, I believe this matter has nothing to do with Mu Bei, so you don't have to be too anxious. We will not sit idly by when the Xingluo Empire invades. He gave Avalanche a way out. The teacher is teaching me that I was not thoughtful enough, he said with a hint of apology. At Uzziah Gang's suggestion, Dame Mu Bei also made a promise. I really don't know about this, but my father may also be using us as bait. If this is the case, then I will sever ties with him. From now on, I will no longer be the prince of the Xingluo Empire, but just a graduate of Shrek Academy. Although he said so, Dame Mu Bei was still wary of Avalanche and took Zhu Zuking away a little. Oscar and others also looked at Avalanche with unfriendly eyes. Avalanche had a smile on his face, but his heart was full of anger. He made up his mind that he must rectify Shrek Academy if he had the chance. There should not be such a force that he could not control in the empire. Maybe it wasn't the emperor of Xingluo who recruited Amon, but that thief duke who stole again. But this time he stole the entire Xingluo empire. Tang Heo walked into the banquet hall from outside and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" Dame Mu Bei was stunned. Not long ago, the disciples of Haotian sect in Xingluo Empire sent news that Xingluo Empire has been renamed to Do Dynasty, and Xingluo City has also been renamed Night City. This is a very obvious signal. Obviously, the throne of the emperor has changed hands. The little thief, what a terrible guy. Tang-san murmured to himself. Dame Mu Bei and Zhu Zuking looked at each other and asked, how can we judge that Xingluo Empire has changed hands? We have never found any trace of Amon in the palace. Tang-san looked at Dame Mu Bei in surprise, his eyes a little strange. Renamed to Tudo Dynasty, isn't this obvious enough? Dame Mu Bei and Zhu Zuking didn't quite understand. They felt a little inconsistent and contradictory in their hearts. This is the fate stolen by Amon at work. When Amon steals someone's fate, replaces him, and does something that is not in line with the original person's behavior, others will subconsciously think that what he does is in line with that person's fate, unless it is too contrary to common sense. Changing the name of a country or a city, in the eyes of Zhu Zuking and Dame Mu Bei, is just a whim of Dai Chenghua. Even if Tang Heo points it out, they are still confused. They are not the only ones who are confused. Zhu Beng, Uzziah Gang, Oscar, and Ning Rangrang are also confused. Tang San's pupils shrank, and he noticed something strange. He asked a guard, what do you think? The Xingluo Empire changed its name to the Tudo Dynasty? The guard was stunned at first, then said, is this strange? Tang-san asked a soul saint, what do you think? The soul saint analyzed seriously. An empire will never change its name casually. It is very likely that the Xingluo Empire has changed its owner. But what I can't understand is that with such a drastic change, the Xingluo Empire's court is still so calm, and there was no news before. After asking a few more people, Tang-san called Tang Heo, Zhu Beng, Uzziah Gang and others into a room. Uzziah Gang asked in confusion, Zio-san, what did you find? Don't you find it strange that the Xingluo Empire changed its name? Tang-san asked, I just asked a few people, and those above Soul Saint level felt that the Xingluo Empire had been ruled by Amon, but those below Soul Saint level didn't react at all. It was Amon's Soul Saint level clone who stole Dai Chenghua's fate, so this kind of tampering with fate would not have an effect on people at Soul Saint level and above. The fate they perceive is a normal fate, depending on the strength. The difference in cognition? Yu Xiaogang frowned. That's right. Tangson nodded solemnly. I do have a very inconsistent feeling, as if something was torn, twisted, and mixed, but I just can't put it into words. Damu Bei said in a deep voice. Is this also Amon's method? It's too terrifying, isn't it? Ning Fengzi said in a heavy tone. Fate. It's fate that is twisted. The figure of German emerged from the shadows. Ning Fengzi's expression changed drastically. Duke Amon. It's not him. My name is German Sparrow. German glanced at him, his voice flat. Tangson first briefly introduced German to Zubeng and Ning Fengzi, and then asked, German, do you know the means used by Amon? This is probably an ability called Fate Trojan Horse. Even in the history of our family, the number of times it appears is limited. German looked a little solemn. He can steal the fate of others, and let others regard him as that person. Some unreasonable things will also be ignored, because of the influence of the power of fate. Hiss. Mahanjan couldn't help but take a breath. How can there be such a weird and terrible ability? Damu Bei and Zhu Zuking had unconcealable horror in their eyes, and cold sweat flowed down their foreheads and backs. Could it be that the emperor they came into contact with during this period was not Dai Chenghua, but Amon? Damu Bei felt creepy when he thought about how he had sincerely regarded a man with a different face as his father without realizing it, and even felt the warmth of family from that man. Ning Rangrang couldn't help asking, is there no limit? German said in a solemn tone, the biggest limitation is that, if you want to obtain the ability of the Trojan of Destiny, you need to hunt soul beasts related to destiny, and this type of soul beast is very rare, and there is only hope of obtaining the Trojan of Destiny, and the probability of success is very low. But this biggest limitation has been overcome by him. He even hunted an auspicious beast. Generally speaking, the upper limit of the strength of the person that can be replaced is related to the age of the soul beast that he hunted. The higher the age of the soul beast, the higher the upper limit of the destiny that can be stolen. But the auspicious beast is special. It can ignore the constraints of the rules, grow without restrictions, and will not face catastrophe. This means that the upper limit of what Amon can replace will also increase as his own level increases. This is a complete Trojan of Destiny ability that only the first generation Amon had. Only those with the same or higher soul master rank as him can be immune to the influence of this power of destiny and see through the true destiny. Since people at the Soul Saint level can now detect the change of ownership in the Stardao Empire, it means that Amon is also a Soul Saint. This is probably the only good news. If he reaches the level of a titled Douluo, does that mean that only a titled Douluo can be immune to this impact? Zubeng thought of this terrifying scene, with a hint of panic in his eyes. That's right. German confirmed. Amon's ability is simply a nightmare for a person like Zubeng who is not strong, but holds a high position. How many titled Douluo are there in this world? The Empire's biggest method for dealing with high-level soul masters is to consume their soul power through numerical superiority, and then encircle and kill them. But facing Amon, this doesn't work, because low-level soul masters can't tell which one is the real Amon. They would even regard Amon as their boss, and follow his orders. Wait a minute, you said that his ability cannot have an effect on people of the same level as himself or higher. Although I'm not sure about my father's soul power level, it is definitely above Soul Saint. Damu Bei discovered the blind spot. German shook his head and explained, this is not a contradiction. Amon has been good at exploiting various loopholes since he was a child. Loopholes and some rules can also be exploited. He can first use certain methods to make your father's soul power level drop. Of course, it is also possible that his strength has exceeded that of Soul Saint, but I still prefer the first possibility. A rare hint of helplessness appeared on German's cold face. After a moment of pause, he continued, I heard before that he hunted auspicious beasts, and I didn't think about it in this direction, because the Trojan of Destiny appeared too few times. Now that your experiences have made it clear that he has this ability, I'm afraid there won't be anyone in this world who can be his opponent. How can we win against such an enemy? Is it too late for us to surrender now? Yan said half jokingly. Fourth, don't say such things again. Tang Sun said coldly. He looked at Uzziah Gang and said, I'm sorry, teacher. Fourth brother didn't mean it. You. Uzziah Gang shook his head. Facing such an enemy, anyone would feel despair. If the hatred between him and me wasn't too deep, I wouldn't be his enemy. I don't know how the spirit beasts in the Stardow forest will respond, but since Amon dares to declare his rule over the Star Luo Empire so blatantly, I'm afraid he is already prepared to face the ferocious beasts, German said. Although Jacob, who now has the name of Amon, is very strong, he has not surpassed the original ancestor. In the distant past, the Amon family was at its peak, but at its most prominent time disappeared. Tang Sun understood the hidden meaning of his words, and his eyes lit up. You are saying that Amon is not invincible and there are beings who can restrain him? German nodded. It's very simple. You just need to become a god. Chapter 245 God 039's Legacy. Becoming a god. Amon's words made everyone fall into astonishment. Even Tang Heo was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a while. Ah, there really immortal gods in this world? Zhu Beng was the first to come back to his senses, with extreme enthusiasm and desire in his eyes. German said calmly, nothing is eternal. Change is the unchanging truth. Gods are just powerful people, of course, for humans whose lives are as short as mayflies. Gods who can easily last tens or millions of years are indeed as eternal as the sky and the sea. Just powerful people. Tang Sun repeated this sentence in his heart. He thought to himself, you are really worthy of being from a blasphemer family. You have no respect for gods. No wonder the gods don't like you. Yan Jin looked up at the ceiling. Such blasphemous words. Aren't you afraid that the gods will strike you with a lightning? I said that gods are just powerful people. They are not omniscient and omnipotent. German repeated his point of view. Tang Sun took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, you mean, the first generation of Amon, the ancestor of your family, died at the hands of God. German pushed the glasses frame on his nose. According to the notes of Antigonus, the ancestor was invincible in the world at that time. Whether it was human or soul beast, they all trembled under the shadow of the Amon family. But the ancestors' research on the inheritance of the gods without any reverence eventually angered the gods and triggered the descent of the gods. This is the fundamental reason for the decline of the Amon family. Afterwards, the Black Dragon King Dishan led the beasts to encircle and suppress the remaining tribesmen. The family that lost its ancestors could not fight against those powerful enemies and eventually had to hide in the mountains. Then how can you become a god? Tang Sun asked calmly. Amon answered fluently. One is to become a god through faith. That is, to make outstanding achievements in a certain field and constantly deepen others' impression of you in this field. When your achievements are great enough to trigger the rules and then supplemented by the power of faith, you can condense the throne and become the god of this field. This method takes too long, so it is not considered. The second is to inherit the throne. The gods in the past left their thrones. Find a throne that is compatible with you. Take the god test, and after passing it, you can inherit that throne and become the new god. But this requires a certain amount of luck. First of all, you must have enough talent. More importantly, the previous owner of the throne thinks that you are compatible with this throne, have outstanding achievements in a certain field, deepen others' impression of you in this field. Tang Heo couldn't help but think of Duke of Thieves. Theft Act, the Thief Country, stealing the treasures of the Xingdao Great Forest, stealing the treasures of the Xiandao royal family. He was horrified, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, Amon is preparing to believe in becoming a god. Ning Fengzi frowned and asked, Brother Tang, what do you mean by this? Didn't you notice? When we mention Amon, we will subconsciously associate him with thieves, and many of the things he did are related to stealing, right? Even the wanted orders issued by Xingluo and Xiandao royal family for him before have the item of theft hearing. What Tang Heo said, Zhu Beng and Uzziah Gang looked at each other, both showing a trace of regret. Tang Sun was shocked and murmured, is this the Duke's cause that Thunder Douluo mentioned? You Xianagang laughed at himself. I boasted that I was very smart, but I didn't expect that I would do everything I could to plot against Amon, but in the end, I would actually help his cause of becoming a god. ZHU. Zuking looked at German with a hint of suspicion and asked, why do you know so much about this? Matters related to the inheritance of gods should be the highest secret in any force. It seems that there has never been a god in your family. She was extremely wary and suspicious of this mysterious man. German glanced at her and replied coldly, the distribution ratio of nutrients in your body seems to be not very coordinated, and only a small part of it is supplied to the brain. I just said that the ancestor of the family angered the gods because of his disrespectful research on the inheritance of the gods. This is naturally known from the research materials he left behind. As for why the ancestors were able to study the inheritance of the throne, and why the forces left by the gods would tell the ancestors their highest secrets. Of course, those who did not cooperate were destroyed by the ancestors. Tang Sen held his chin and thought for a moment. Why would the gods leave a legacy? For them who have almost unlimited lifespans, wouldn't giving the throne to others dilute their own power? German looked at him with an idiotic look. Do you think this is something I can know? This is a question that only gods would consider, and even the ancestors have never reached that level. After a pause, German looked at the Shrek 7 devils and said, although your talents are somewhat unsatisfactory, you are the only ones I can choose. Only if one of you inherits the throne, we will have the capital to fight against Amon. Unsatisfactory. The corners of the mouths of the people in Shrek Academy twitched. It was the first time that their talents were evaluated in this way. What about you? Why don't you try to inherit the throne yourself? Damube couldn't help asking. I have the blood of a blasphemer flowing in my veins. If I take the god test, the content of the test will probably be how to survive the attack of the god. German said with a self-deprecating smile. Then, the most important thing now is to find the inheritance of the god. Otherwise, nothing can be done. Ningrangrang said. Everyone looked at German with a hint of expectation. German did not disappoint their expectations, and smiled and told them the location of the inheritance of the god. There are only two inheritances with clear locations that I know of. One is the inheritance of the angel god, and the master is Kandaoliu, the great worshipper of the spirit hall. He is the high priest of the angel god, spirit hall, Kandaoliu. Just the mention of these two words made the Shrek people silently cross out this option in their hearts. Tang Heo, Tang San, and Zhu Beng changed their expressions because they remembered that Kyan Rinksu also had a six-winged angel spirit and was Kandaoliu's granddaughter. Kyan Rinksu, could she inherit the throne of the angel god? Tang San said with a dry mouth. It is very likely. In fact, she is the one who is most likely to become a god in this era. If it were not for Kandaoliu's fight against Dishan and Kyan Rinksu's resolute resistance to the army of the Xingluo Empire, their actions all hinted at helping Amon. I'm worried that, if the angels had any connection with Amon, they would not have come to you. German had a hint of disdain in his eyes and tone. This made Damube and ZHU Zuking feel a little angry, but their doubts about him were reduced a lot. Tang San asked, what about the second place? The second inheritance is the inheritance of the sea god on the sea god island. At this time, Xiaogang also spoke up. I have heard a little about that place. The spirit hall calls it the Devil Island. The soul masters living there call themselves children of the sea. We also call them sea soul masters. Most of the martial arts they possess are related to aquatic animals. The spirit hall once sent 2,000 soul masters to this island to try to recruit the soul masters there. As a result, they went but never returned. Less than 100 people were able to come back alive, and 2 titled Douluo were killed there. Now, it seems that recruiting soul masters is an illusion. Their real purpose is probably to seize the inheritance of the god's throne on the island. Ah, there is such a mysterious force in the soul master world. I have never heard of it before. Mahanjan muttered. Xiaogang explained. That's because the sea soul masters living on Sea God Island cannot leave the island. Outsiders who go there can stay there and become a sea soul master as long as they pass their tests. But there is one thing. After becoming a sea soul master, you can't leave there. This is the rule of Sea God Island. Devil Island. It sounds terrible. Ning Rangrang's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. Xiao Gang shook his head. Sea Soul Masters are not bloodthirsty. That time, the Spirit Hall landed on Sea God Island in a hostile way and killed some Sea Soul Masters, which caused their counterattack. Since Sea God Island has such an important divine throne inheritance, why didn't the great worshipper of the Spirit Hall personally take action to subdue them? Once the extreme Douluo takes action, even if the Sea Soul Master occupies the advantage of the terrain, he can't resist, right? Ning Fengzi was a little puzzled. I guess Sea God Island probably has corresponding combat power, and there are also strong people at the level of extreme Douluo, which is why the Spirit Hall is deterred. Xiao Gang responded. Poseidon. Tangson spit out a name from his mouth. What? That? Extreme Douluo is named Poseidon. Tangson looked at German, who nodded slightly. Poseidon? Some long lost memories awakened in Tang Heo's mind, and he suddenly said, my brother and I once went to Poseidon Island to deliver letters on behalf of my grandfather, and met that Poseidon Douluo. My grandfather seemed to have pursued the one from Poseidon Island. At that time, we were young and energetic, and we had some conflicts with the people of Poseidon Island. As a result, a random title Douluo easily captured us alive. Everyone showed a trace of surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that there was such a past. Dad, is there anything we need to pay attention to when we go there? Tangson looked at Tang Heo. Tang Heo thought for a while and said calmly, I don't know much about Poseidon Island, but the people there are not vicious or arrogant, but they are extremely respectful to Poseidon. You just need to be careful not to violate local customs. Don't be disrespectful to the gods, and don't kill people. For your great grandfather's sake, even if you cause a little trouble, Sea God Douluo won't do anything to you. Chapter 246 Go kill Tang Heo. Tang Heo said, then let's decide. You guys go to Sea God Island and try to obtain the Sea God inheritance. Tang San nodded. Whether it was to fight against the strange and powerful Amon or to revive Xiao Wu, he had to go to Sea God Island. But what about the war here? Oscar asked worriedly. Xiao Gang smiled. You can go with peace of mind. We will try our best to delay the army of Xingluo Empire. Tang Heo nodded. Haitian sect will also help stabilize the front line and won't let them go too smoothly. Ning Fengzi hesitated for a moment and said, we Kibaolioli sect have always supported the empire. Seeing the three of them express their opinions, Zubeng showed joy on his face. Xiao Gang said again, although the Spirit Hall may have some connection with Amon, they definitely don't want to see a unified empire emerge. The simultaneous targeting of the two empires before has already seriously damaged their vitality. Therefore, they must be vigilant against the more powerful Xingluo. That's right. Things change with time, and the original allies may also become opponents. Zubeng agreed, and then he looked at Xiao Gang again. Teacher, can you still contact the beasts? Xiao Gang shook his head. Since the beast tide receded, I have lost contact with them. Zubeng showed disappointment. If they could persuade the beasts to fight against the Xingluo Empire together, their chances of winning would increase a lot. German whispered, after I send them to Poseidon Island, I will come back to protect Zubeng. Amon's ability is too strange. If he replaces Zubeng again, everything will be over. Tang Heo's eyes flashed. I will also accompany Xiaosan and the others to Poseidon Island first, and then come back to protect His Majesty Zubeng. Since you know about Poseidon Island, then Amon naturally knows it. I'm worried that he will make some arrangements there. Okay, if someone shares the burden, my pressure will be much less. German's face did not change much. Zubeng hesitated and asked, what if Amon comes to me during this period? Ning Fengzi responded, I, Bone Douluo, and Sword Douluo will come to protect you. Please don't worry, I will notify the Haitian sect and let the elders come to protect you. Tang Heo also said, then I'll trouble you. Zubeng thanked sincerely. After knowing Amon's ability, Zubeng couldn't sleep or eat well. With the close protection of the title Douluo, he put down some of his worries. Xiaosan, this time, you are the key. Take care of yourself along the way. Don't let your guard down. Remember, only when you reach the Sea God Island, you will be relatively safe. Xiao Gang warned. Then He took out the Vast Sea Universe cover. Take this thing. It should be helpful to you on this trip, teacher. Tangson was moved. Uzayada Gang smiled. You are my most proud disciple. I'm proud of you. Shadows rose from the ground and entangled German's body. His figure was gradually assimilated and finally turned into a shadow whose face could not be seen clearly. Since His Majesty Haoshin will also go with you, then I don't need to worry about the safety on the road. I will go to Vast Sea City first. If Amon has any arrangements, that is the most likely place. I will go to investigate first. The shadow sank into the ground and finally disappeared. The Spirit Hall was also holding a meeting. It is really a turbulent time. More major events have happened in the past few years than in the past few decades, Yan Jin said with some emotion. Daoliu's eyes sank slightly. He could feel the turmoil of the times more. The Angel Throne also showed some changes, as if he was eager for the arrival of the successor perhaps in the near future. The glory of God will reappear in the world. I don't know who will eventually reach the top. I hope it's you, Zuo. Daoliu thought in his heart. Bibi Dong sat in the first seat and spoke slowly. Everyone, you all know about the Douluo dynasty. Duke Amon, no, maybe he should be called His Majesty Amon, seized the power of the Xingluo Empire, and now, he has launched a war, aiming at the world, showing an ambition that is no less than that of the past Xingluo Emperor. The joint targeting of the two empires before caused us to suffer heavy losses, which has already shown a problem. That kind of balance is most conducive to the development of our Wuhan Hall. Once the continent is unified, we will have only two choices, surrender or a desperate battle. So we absolutely cannot tolerate the Douluo dynasty annexing the Xiandao Empire, because the participants in the Wuhan Hall meeting were all titled Douluo level soul masters except Kan Ringsu. They did not discover Amon's terrifying fate stealing ability. Walter nodded gently. Do you want to intervene, Bibi? Dong looked at Daoliu. I need the support of the worshippers. Listen to you. You should be able to convince everyone with your own strength. Daoliu did not object. Bibi Dong suddenly burst out with a terrifying momentum, and the overwhelming pressure filled the meeting hall, and everyone was moved. 99 level. Extreme Douluo. A trace of surprise appeared on the face of the golden crocodile. Kan Ringsu gritted her teeth and thought to herself, how could she improve so quickly? Didn't Grandpa say that it is normal to use the last two levels for hundreds of years? Then I'll say it straight out. We'll use force to destroy the Haoshin sect, forcibly control all the provinces, seize the Xiandao Empire, and establish the Wuhan Empire. A fierce look flashed across Bibi Dong's face. Daoliu was surprised by her radical and crazy idea. I have no problem with you taking over the Xiandao Empire, but it's best to be more cautious when destroying the Haoshin sect. Reason: I have an opponent named Tang Chen. When we fought against him, I even lost slightly. Don't push the Haoshin sect too hard before you are sure to kill him. Daoliu reminded. They didn't seal the sect back then, and they didn't see Tang Chen come out. They might have died trying to reach the divine realm. When Tang Hao wanted to kill Zuo, he didn't have so many worries. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Is she caring about me? Or are you just looking for a reason that Grandpa can accept? A look of surprise appeared in Kan Ringsu's beautiful eyes, and her mood fluctuated. Daoliu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and pondered for a long time. When he opened them again, his eyes were already covered with coldness. Then kill. Also, Zuo's soul ring cannot be delayed. The continent is undergoing tremendous changes, and the future will be turbulent. Under such circumstances, even you and I can't guarantee that nothing will happen to us. Zuo must grow up as soon as possible. Bibi Dong looking at Daoliu. Since you can't find soul beasts in the Stardao forest, let's look for them in the sea. As long as they don't go near Poseidon Island, they can't control the rest of the sea that much. Daoliu said. Yan Jin, Jiangmo, and Jin Crocodile, the three of you go with Zuo. I don't want to see any more mistakes. Bibi Dong glanced at the three of them. Yes, it will definitely live up to expectations. Golden Crocodile bent down slightly. Kan Ringsu was extremely stunned today and couldn't believe her eyes. She suspected that either there was something wrong with Bibi Dong's head, or that she was hallucinating. That Bibi Dong, who hated her, abandoned her, and even wanted to kill her, actually cared about her, and called her Zua, as if seeing her doubts. Kan Daoliu sighed, and said via voice message, "She is your mother after all, Kan." Rinxu looked confused and at a loss. After talking about Kan Rinxu's soul ring, Bibi Dong changed the topic back. The Haitian sect should not be underestimated. They have as many as 6 titled Douluo on record. Counting the Haitian Douluo, then there are 7 in total. Coupled with the Clear Sky Hammer's powerful combat power, it will not be easy for us to take them down. First, swallow up the power they sent to Xiandao City, and then kill their sect to avoid future troubles. It is not only revenge for their attack on Zua, but also a warning to other sects, by killing chickens and monkeys. In addition, the threat called Tang San must also be killed, and cannot be allowed to grow. Otherwise, it will be another disaster. Bibi Dong ordered everything in an orderly manner, arranging everything in an orderly manner. When dealing with spirit beasts, she might not be able to understand what they want to do, but when it comes to humans, she can clearly see their weaknesses at a glance. Walter said calmly, "I think there is no need to rush about this. Amon seems to have some plans for Tang Heo and his son. If you don't want to confront him too early, it's best not to touch his interests casually. If you are determined to become your enemy, you must kill it with one strike. Otherwise the Stardao Forest will serve as a warning to others." In Xingluo City, Yan Jin was sitting on the steps, holding a big watermelon in her arms. A ball of cold air came out of her hands. She chilled the watermelon and cut it in half. She scooped out the watermelon flesh with a spoon and stuffed it into her mouth. Ah. She narrowed her eyes with a look of enjoyment on her face. It feels so good. After eating the watermelon, she patted her belly and lay on the ground without any image, looking up at the white clouds in the sky, and emptying her head. She reached up and grabbed it, as if to grasp something, just like that afternoon, when she was lying on the roof of the carriage many years ago. A figure turned from virtual to real beside her. He wore a black classical robe, a pointed hat of the same color, and a monocle over his right eye. "Amon, you're here." Yan Jin lay lazily and didn't want to move. Amon raised his right hand, touched the bottom edge of the monocle with his index finger, and said gently, "You have work to do. Don't you want to kill Tang Heo to avenge Walter? The time has come." Yan Jin jumped up like a carp, with a look of excitement on his face. He made a fist with his right hand and hammered it into the palm of his left hand. "I've been waiting for a long time. Is it finally possible? Hey, Tang Heo will take Tang San and others to Hanhei City recently. You rob and kill them on the way. Remember, the only one who can kill is Tang Heo. Don't do anything to others. Also, if there is someone who looks a lot like me, guy, kill him too." Amon ordered. "Someone who looks a lot like you?" Yan Jin scratched his head. "Just think of him as my enemy. That's not me." Amon nodded. "Is he your brother? Do you really want me to kill him? Don't regret it." Yan Jin hesitated. "Well, although you probably can't kill him, try your best." Amon affirmed with a smile. "Okay, I'll listen to you. If I see him, I'll try my best to kill him." Yan Jin said seriously. Chapter 247 Clean. Tang San, Tang Heo, and Yu Xiao Gang were walking on the way back to Shrek Academy from Xiandao Palace. Yu Xiao Gang asked, "Xiao-san, what's the secret of the vast sea universe cover? You seem to want it very much." "I wanted to refuse Zhu Beng's apprenticeship gift. German told me that this is the token of the sea god's inheritance." Tang San showed great trust in Yu Xiao Gang and Tang Heo, and said it without hesitation. Yu Xiao Gang seemed very surprised. "The token of the sea god's inheritance? Zhu Beng was willing to give it to me?" "No, that's not right. Zhu Beng probably doesn't know, but since German knows, then Amon should also know. Why did he send it over?" Tang San said with a little doubt. "This is also what I doubt, but Zhu Beng was there just now, so I couldn't ask it out, for fear of causing trouble." Tang Heo thought for a while and said, "Maybe he was fishing, using this inheritance as bait, to lure some people to show up." "German? Dad, are you saying that Amon's target is German?" Tang San's face changed slightly. "Yes, Amon may have guessed that German is in the Xiandao Empire, In this situation, the only way to defeat Amon is to obtain the inheritance of the gods. Then even if German and the people he chose know that this is a trap, they can only go through it. Tang Heo said in a deep voice, isn't he worried that someone will really obtain the inheritance of the sea god and become a god? Yu Xiaogang couldn't help frowning. Tangsun immediately responded, he is such an arrogant person, whether it is him or German. The people of their Amon family have a kind of arrogance different from others. Amon is trying to control everything, and we must not let him do what he wants. In Shrek Academy, a slender old man with white hair sat quietly in the reception room waiting. Beside him, a beautiful girl looked around curiously. Is this the world famous Shrek Academy? You can communicate with some outstanding students later and find the gap between you and them, the old man said with a smile. The beautiful girl seemed unconvinced and obviously did not think she was inferior to others. Tang Heo walked in with Tang San, and the first moment he saw the old man, he stepped forward and greeted him. Uncle, Zio-san, come and meet your uncle. He is the patriarch of the Minimum family. After the Haoshan sect ended the closure of the sect and reopened the mountain gate, Tang Heo personally visited the original 4 affiliated sects and persuaded them to return to the Haoshan sect. Uncle. Tangsun respectfully performed the junior salute. He had a smile on his face. Okay, Zio-san. I heard that you have some research on the use of medicine, so this thing is for you. As he said, he took out a white jade box and handed it to Tang San. This jade box is about 1 foot and 5 inches long and half a foot wide. It is shiny and is carved from top grade mutton fat white jade. Uncle, what is this? Tangsun took the box in confusion. He smiled slightly and said, this is what I got by accident, and it can be regarded as a family heirloom of the Minimum family. After I got it, I kept it in my collection, fearing that Yang Wudi would see it. But since you have a good knowledge of pharmacology, I will give it to you. Tangsun carefully opened the jade box, and suddenly, a refreshing fragrance came out of the jade box. In the jade box, a ginseng more than a foot long lay quietly. This ginseng is blood red and crystal clear. There is a layer of bulges on the surface, connected together, forming a pattern like a dragon flying in the sky. He even faintly heard the sound of a dragon. Crystal dragon blood ginseng, a natural 8th grade spiritual medicine, is only half a grade lower than the 9th grade ginseng king required for Xiao Wu's resurrection. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Tangsun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and refused with great difficulty. He shook his head. You are not an outsider. I heard from your father that you are looking for the 9th grade ginseng king. I don't have the ginseng king, but it may be a backup. If the ginseng king is not found, it may be used as a substitute. Tang Heo said calmly, Zio-san, I dare not refuse the gift from the elders. Just accept it. Don't forget this favor. I really need it. I will accept it. Thank you, uncle. Tangsun put it into the Ruai Beibeo bag. Heoa, I came to you this time because I have something to ask for. He said to Tang Heo, uncle, just tell me what you have to say. I have implicated everyone because of my affairs. If there is anything I can help, I, Tang Heo, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Tang Heo looked solemn. He smiled slightly. It's not that serious. This is my granddaughter Bei Xiang. I want her to follow Zio-san to experience some things and let her see the vastness of the world. Hearing Bei's request, Tang Heo frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, uncle, it's not that I refuse, but next, Zio-san is going to a very dangerous place, and may encounter very dangerous enemies. He can't even guarantee his own safety. Bei smiled. Danger is more valuable for training. Xiang's talent is not bad, and she is very fast. Under normal circumstances, I believe she will not be a burden. Zio-san just needs to take care of her within his ability. Zio-san. Tang Heo looked at Tangsun and let him make his own decision. Then, let's go together. But there is one thing we need to guarantee here. We must obey orders at critical moments and cannot act arbitrarily. I'm also responsible for the safety of my companions. Tangsun said, okay, Xiang, did you hear me? Zio-san should take care of you along the way, and don't be willful at critical moments. Bei's tone was a little stern. I understand. Bei Chengxiang curled her lips at this moment. A white rabbit suddenly rushed out of Tang San's Ruai treasure bag, still biting the crystal dragon blood ginseng point with its, but facing Tang San. It sucked the juice from the crystal dragon blood ginseng in a few mouthfuls, and then immediately swallowed the shriveled skin point after eating. Its appearance changed somewhat. The golden color at the roots of the hair spread at a speed that was discernible to the naked eye. In a short time, Xiao Wu had turned into a golden rabbit point. Then, the golden color began to change to red, and finally returned to white, but the hair was softer and more shiny. Bei's eyes widened. Although it's up to you how to use the things you give away, but you just fed it to a rabbit in front of me. He felt his heart bleeding. At this moment, Tang San's spirit ring suddenly appeared uncontrollably. The sixth spirit ring lit up, and Xiao Wu's shadow appeared in the room. The shadow flashed away and disappeared into the body of the white rabbit. The little white rabbit quickly grew in size and transformed into a human form. After turning into a figure with glittering golden light, it seemed as if it lacked stamina and turned back into a rabbit again, but the rabbit's eyes seemed to be much more lively. Xiao Wu, is that you? Xiao Wu. Tang San looked at the little white rabbit somewhat infatuatedly, with love flowing in his eyes. He was slightly startled. This is Tang. Heo sighed and explained the situation to him. Alas, Xiao San encountered the same thing as me back then. He fell in love with a soul beast, but this soul beast was sacrificed for him. Bei. His face darkened slightly, and he shook his head. What a miserable child. Bei Chengxiang's expression was a little dazed. The figure that flashed away just now was so breathtakingly beautiful that she felt inferior to it. She was devastated by the poignant love between Tang San and Xiao Wu. After Xiao Wu rubbed Tang San's chest, a stream of light flew out of the rabbit's body and returned to Tang San's soul ring. The little white rabbit also returned to its original slightly sluggish state. Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. Tang San kept murmuring. Then, his eyes ignited with unprecedented confidence. Xiao Wu's performance just now shows that the situation is getting better, and there is hope for her resurrection. He can't wait to go to Poseidon Island now. On the roof of a palace in the Shyandal Palace, Amon was lying leisurely on the tiles. He did not hide his figure, but the guards coming and going below seemed unable to see him. Amon raised his right hand, took off his glasses, wiped them gently with silk, then put them back on his right eye, muttering, as a ray of light before the end, it always gives people some hope. Well, I'm indeed a kind and gentle person. In Hanhei City, a man of medium height, black hair and brown eyes, with an obvious bookishness stood on the dock, watching a famous sailor unload the freshly caught seafood. Captain, it's another great harvest. The crew member's face was filled with the joy of harvest. Well, in addition to the agreed remuneration, I decided to give 10% of the profit as a reward to everyone. The young man known as the captain said with a smile. Oh, long live the captain. The sailors cheered. Captain, when will we go to sea next? Asked a young man wearing short sleeves, showing strong muscles on his arms. What? Haven't you always complained that the sea is too boring and miss the soft bodies of the girls in the hook? Another person joked, but girls only value gold soul coins. Now is the fishing season, and I have met a good captain who does not exploit people and is well paid and happy. I'm very motivated to work. The young man responded with a smile. The young captain smiled and said, everyone, have a good rest. I will notify everyone in advance when we set off again. Relax and enjoy life is our purpose of making money. Haha, the captain is right. The businessman who purchased seafood came over. What a reliable partner. Other colleagues are envious of me for having such an honest and reliable supplier like you. Thank you for the compliment, but please settle the account first. The boys on my ship are already looking forward to it. The young captain replied. Haha, easy to talk about. The businessman paid the money readily and then said to the captain with a wink, you are not young anymore. When do you plan to start a family and start a business? There are many girls who are attracted to you. Clean. Smiled. I'm on the rise of my career, so I won't think about it for the time being. Do you have the contact information of the person in charge of the auction house? A few soul master friends are coming over recently, and I will prepare some small gifts for them. Chapter 248 Encounter. Tangson probed his spiritual power into the vast sea cosmic barrier and was treated differently from the treatment Amon received. The Poseidon inside seemed to have seen some peerless beauty, showing a somewhat vulgar smile. Immobilized the spiritual power inside the vast sea universe cover, knocked Tangson unconscious, and then used the corners of the triangle to smash Tangson's head. Blood continued to flow from Tangson's forehead, and the originally blue winter vacation universe cover was dyed red. Then, like liquid, it followed the wound on his forehead and blended into Tangson's head. A triangular pattern formed between Tangson's eyebrows in coma. Tangson's hazy consciousness made him feel as if something was pulling on his soul, and he came to a strange world. This is a vast ocean with undulating dark blue water. In the distance, where the sea and the sky meet, a huge, majestic figure exudes endless brilliance. It's like a god coming to the 9 heavens and a Buddha lying on the clouds looking at that figure. Tangson even had the urge to worship him. A flood of information flooded into his mind. After an unknown amount of time, Tangson woke up, and everything just now seemed like a dream. He walked out of the room with frivolous steps, and walked outside the courtyard, where he found Dame Yubei, Oscar and others already waiting outside. Zao. Son, are you practicing too hard? You have lost track of time. Dame Yubei said. Only then did Tangson realize that it was already the agreed time to set off for Hanhei City. He stepped onto the carriage and found that Tang Heo was also there. He said, hello, Dad. Yes. Tang Heo nodded. Don't be too nervous. The boat will be straight when it reaches the bridge. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Tang. Son smiled and said, somewhat dumbfounded, I understand. 8 of them and one rabbit rode into carriages and slowly drove away from Xiandao City. The drivers were Tahei Ocean sect disciples watching the two simple but comfortable carriages slowly leaving. Flanders smiled, raised his right hand, held it in midair, and changed to a posture with his hands around his chest. There. Gone. He chuckled. Would it be too heavy for them to entrust the future of the entire empire to those young people? Beside him, Yu Xiao Gang held Liu Erlang's hand and said, they are no longer the children they were back then. They have surpassed us. Now we have no choice but to believe in them. Don't you believe in your own disciples? Flanders shook his head and said in a meaningful tone, among those little monsters, Tangson is the most stable and the one I look forward to the most. After a long journey, Tangson and the others gradually approached their destination. Tangson spread out the map on the carriage, pointed at a place and said, our current location is here. We will soon arrive at Hanhei City, the only port city on the western coast of the empire. If we want to go to Poseidon Island, we must rent a boat here and then take the boat out to sea. The question is, who can drive the boat? Ning Rang Grang asked. Everyone shook their heads. Tangson said, this is not a problem. Poseidon Island is not completely closed to the outside world. There must be people traveling between Poseidon Island and Hanhei City. When the time comes, we can just pay someone to take us there. Day. Nubei said, after we go to the city, we must keep a low profile and tolerate small things as long as we can. Mahanjan scratched his head. Is it necessary, Tang? Son said solemnly, it is very necessary. Amon may have laid a dragnet here. Once discovered, we will be very passive. Okay. Mahanjan shrugged. During the conversation, time passed and the carriage stopped at the city gate. Tang Heo said to Tangson and his group who got off the car, I will send you here. You can walk the rest of the way by yourself. Well, Dad, don't worry, we are not fools. Tangson responded with confidence, you should be more careful on the way back. The two Tang sect disciples driving the car turned around, and the carriage began to return. Smelling the faint salty smell in the air, ZHU Zuking, who has a keen sense of smell, frowned. What is this smell? The unique smell of the seaside city. A man wearing a black vest and a white shirt, who was somewhat out of tune with the people around him, answered softly, who are you? Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Clean. The young man said politely. Oscar looked at the man approaching ZHU Zuking with a pair of peach blossom eyes that were somewhat wary. He stopped in front of Ning Rang Grang without leaving a trace and sent a message to Dame Yubei. Boss Day, there is someone here who wants to pick up Kimmy. At this moment, a quarrel broke out in the front, and Mahanjan was heard muttering dissatisfiedly, what kind of rule is this? We are soul masters. Are you deliberately making things difficult for us by searching so carefully? The guard guarding the city frowned and said with some embarrassment, "Sorry, Master Soul Master, routine inspection. This is an order from the superior." Ah. Routine inspections so strict. Instructions from superiors, day. Liu Bei's face was sullen, but he still held back his anger and said, "Han Jin, let them check. Don't cause trouble." Clean followed ZHU Zuking forward and asked, "What happened, Day?" Liu Bei took ZHU Zuking's arm and glanced at Clean as if he was declaring sovereignty. "Mr. Clean." The guard greeted. "The captain has been in a bad mood recently. He lost his wallet 3 times this month, so we asked him to strictly check outsiders, especially soul masters. Because ordinary people don't have such good skills, he suspected that it was a soul master who committed the crime." Clean smiled and said, "As far as I know, it has become a routine for your captain to lose his wallet. I still remember, when I first came to Hanhei City, I heard that a guard lost his wallet many times. At that time, your captain was not a captain, but just an ordinary soldier. The thief is a habitual offender, not a new soul master." Clean, don't make fun of me. Because of that damn thief, our city guards are almost a joke. I'm fighting him. A man without armor, wearing a simple casual uniform, and a sword at his waist came over. Lerov, does that thief really exist? Clean laughed. "It can't be an excuse for you to spend money outside without telling your wife, right? Damn it, I was really robbed." Larov said with a hint of anger. "When my wallet was stolen a few years ago, I didn't have a wife yet." After calming down, Larov's eyes lit up, and he thought about what Clean had just said. Yes. It's common knowledge that my wallet is often stolen. Even if I spend money to enjoy some services that men like, I can use this as an excuse to deal with my wife." Clean, you are a genius. Genius idea. I mean, I will definitely make that thief pay the price. He patted his chest, and the coins inside jingled. "Look, I brought my wallet again, just waiting for him to take the bait. I don't believe I can't catch him." Clean raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Then I wish you good luck." Lerov said to his city guards, "Why are you still standing there? Let them go. Didn't you see that they came in with Clean?" Shrek and his party passed through the city gate smoothly. Ning Rangrang flirted with Clean and said with a smile, "You are so handsome. It's a pity that I have Oscar, otherwise I might fall in love with you." Clean bowed slightly to Dame Yubei and ZHU Zuking. "I'm so abrupt." Then, he continued, "Is this your first time in Hanhei City? Are you here for tourism? Then you can bring some small gifts back when you leave. I recommend canned wildfish." Canned wildfish? Bei Chengxiang showed interest. "A kind of delicacy with marine characteristics, ma." Han Jin walked to Bei Chengxiang nervously, looking at the mature, steady, and reliable Clean, as if he was facing a great enemy. He and Bei Chengxiang have not confirmed their relationship. Bei Chengxiang glanced at the fat man with some amusement, and deliberately said, "Then can you take us around? We are unfamiliar with the place, and need a guide." Clean glanced at Ma Han Jin, smiled at him, and shook his head to refuse. "Although I feel honored, I have something else to do, so I'll excuse myself first. You can go to the Hanhei Fighting Soul Arena to have a look. The battles of Sea Soul Masters are very different from those of Land Soul Masters. It will definitely open your eyes. In addition, the auction house is right next to the Great Fighting Soul Arena. The two are originally one and the same. Occasionally there will be good things. If your finances allow, you can go and have a look." After saying that, Clean bowed slightly and prepared to leave. Ma Han Jin looked at him gratefully. After Clean left, he said, "This person is quite nice. Yes, he is a gentleman, unlike a shameless pursuer who sticks to him shamelessly." Bei Chengxiang glanced at Ma Han Jin. "Shameless people are invincible in the world. There is no such thing as humility in this matter." Ma Han Jin said proudly. At the gate, the captain of the city guard, Lerov, frowned, realizing that things might develop in a direction he didn't want to see. He raised his right hand tremblingly and touched his chest. There was no side pocket, no trouser pocket, no. Lerov roared, "Damn thief, I will make you pay. Here we go again." The two team members looked at each other. Did anyone pass by the captain just now? One asked. No. No one was seen. Maybe it was lost a long time ago, but the captain didn't find it, although they said so. After hearing the joking speculation of clean before, they looked at Lara with a hint of doubt in their eyes. You all listen to me. From today on, increase the intensity of the search. Even the Soul Master's Space Soul Guide can't be missed. Lara roared. Is this too much? What if the Soul Master doesn't cooperate with the search? A city guard asked. HMPH, I'll go ask the city lord to start a cleanup operation. I'm not the only one who's been robbed in these few years. I'm just particularly unlucky. Lara walked towards the city lord's mansion in a menacing manner. Chapter 249 Dragon Abyss Boat. Third brother, what should we do next? Ningrangrang looked at Tangsen and asked, let's go to the vast sea spirit fighting arena first and see the sea spirit master's fighting methods. Tangsen held his chin and thought for a while before saying, then, do you want to go out and try your hand? Xiang, I'll join you. Let's do a flying combination. Mahanjan rubbed his palms, but Tangsen shook his head. Fat man, there's no need to compete. It's easy to attract attention. We need to keep a low profile. Amon is different from any opponent in the past. It would be bad if he noticed us. Okay, I'll listen to you. Mahanjan said with some regret. Bei Chengxiang rolled her eyes with a look of disgust. The group of people walked towards the Hanhei fighting spirit arena. When they arrived at their destination, they were told that there was no competition today and they needed to come back tomorrow. So several people could only return disappointed. They found a hotel near the spirit fighting arena. At the door of the hotel, they met Clean again. Hi. Bei Chengxiang greeted with a smile. Hello. Clean smiled and nodded. Aren't you a local? Why do you come to the hotel? Oh, I understand. Damu Bei and Mahanjan showed a slightly slutty smile at the same time. ZHU Zuking and Ningrangrang spat. Clean shook his head and said with a smile, I live near here. Well, this hotel is my property. A look of surprise appeared on the faces of several people. But when we were chatting at the city gate, didn't you say that you were the captain of a fishing boat? I did make a fortune from fishing, so that doesn't stop me from doing some part-time work. Clean said with a hint of smile. By the way, I recently took over an auction house, but the excitement of fighting against the wind and waves at sea makes me like going to sea even more. Sometimes you can see strange waves, magnificent sunsets, and all kinds of interesting sea spirit beasts. I was even lucky enough to visit the legendary island where the gods once lived. The sea is a very romantic place. The legendary island where the gods live. Poseidon Island. The speaker is intentional and the listener is intentional. Tangsen and Damu Bei looked at each other and paid attention. However, they did not inquire rashly and planned to wait 2 days before taking a look. That night, Shrek and his group gathered in a room to talk about Clean. He said that he had been to the island where the gods once lived. If nothing else, it was Poseidon Island. Damu Bei said softly, but isn't it true that people are allowed in and out of Poseidon Island? Mahanjan was confused. Tangsen responded, this should be a restriction for those who pass the examination and become Poseidon Island Soul Masters. If ordinary people enter by mistake, they may only be ordered to leave within a limited time. Isn't that great? We can ask Clean to take us there. Ningrangrang suggested. That's what I have in mind, but it's not advisable to mention this matter to him too early. Let's wait for Jamin first and see if he has any plans. Tangsen nodded and said, do you have an agreement with him on how to meet? ZHU Zuking asked. I really admire you. You all know that Amon will most likely have arrangements in Hanhei City, but you don't even bother to dress up and just walk in like this. Do you think his informants are all blind? A shadow slowly emerged from the shadow of the sofa, gradually became three-dimensional, and then condensed into a human shape. Jamin appeared in front of several people and looked at them with a stern face. Tangsen smiled slightly awkwardly. I guess we are not famous enough that everyone knows us yet. Jamin stared at Tangsen. Others may not know it, but he knows that you have been in contact with me and your talent is pretty good. Do you think he will specifically tell people to pay attention to you. Our blasphemer family is destined to be unable to inherit the throne due to our own bloodline, so he can guess that I will choose a talented person to support me. Tang San's expression changed slightly and he asked, then what should we do now? He thought Amon's main goal was Jamon, so he was a little neglectful of himself. It's okay, I've taken care of it. Jamon replied point after a pause. He continued, it is said that a soul guide capable of sneaking in the water will appear in the auction house tomorrow. Remember to take a photo. This can add insurance to your trip at sea. Rent a boat, but be sure to find an experienced captain. But as long as you say you are going to Poseidon Island, most captains will not accept the business, because the road is very dangerous. I will follow you to the sea near Poseidon Island, but I will not enter with you. After finishing speaking, Jamon turned into a shadow again, and disappeared without a trace. Xiang, Yan Jin said calmly, trying to sleep in the same room as Xiang, but was thrown out by the latter early the next morning. Tangsun led Shrek's people to the vast sea spirit fighting arena. They bought a few ordinary tickets and watched quietly from an inconspicuous corner of the auditorium. The spirit fighting venue was not the circular arena that Tangsun and others were familiar with, but a huge pool. Zhu King picked up a reminder card and read, the soul fighting pool is circular, with a diameter of 108 meters and a depth of 10 meters. The soul master participating in the battle will lose if he leaves the vertical range of the soul fighting pool, voluntarily admit defeat, or lose the ability to fight burden. The rules are almost the same, but I don't know how the soul master fights. Ningrangrang showed curiosity. Soon the first battle begins. This is a 2-on-2 match. The martial spirits of both sides are sea snakes, fur seals, manatees, and dolphins. After the game started, the two sides were inextricably fighting in the pool, constantly rising and falling. Occasionally it rises from the sea to the sky again, but falls back quickly. Yan Jin looked at it for a long time and felt lonely. The battle between sea soul masters is not as clear cut as the battle between land soul masters. Both sides basically fight under the water, so there is rarely a chance to see them show up. Their movement trajectory can only be roughly judged based on the fluctuations of the water surface and the occasional flash of bright light. It's a bit boring. I really don't know why tickets for this kind of competition are so easy to sell. Ningrangrang muttered. Tangsun looked solemnly and said solemnly, didn't you notice? You can't even see your opponent's face during the battle. Just imagine, what can you do if you face such an opponent in the sea? Everyone's expressions changed. They roughly estimated that if there was no foothold on the sea, a soul master to levels lower than them might be able to kill them. Jamon said that the road is not safe. Even if you put aside Amon's threat, you may encounter pirates at sea. Tangsun reminded. After watching the Sea Spirit Masters game, they came to the auction house worriedly. Not long after the auction started, the host changed a product and said loudly, next, what we are going to auction is a soul guidance device. This object can be restored to its original shape after inputting soul power. It is a small boat 4 meters long and 2 meters wide, suitable for fishing enthusiasts to use in offshore areas. It can also be used as a lifeboat after a shipwreck. It continuously inputs soul power and can move quickly on the sea. The starting price is 5,000 gold soul coins. There were boos in the audience, and someone laughed and said, is this piece of shit worth 5,000? The host was also a little embarrassed and couldn't say anything like value for money. In fact, when he appraised the price, he set the starting price at 500 gold soul coins. But when the new owner said the starting price was 5,000, he couldn't refute it. I just felt in my heart that this time it might be aborted. At this moment, a voice came from the direction of the VIP seats. 5,000 gold soul coins. The host was stunned for a moment, wondering where this grievance came from. He hurriedly said, Mr. Number 354 bids 5,000 gold soul coins. Is there any increase in price? He asked perfunctorily a few times, then bang, bang, bang with the auction hammer on the table. First time, second time, third time for 5,000 gold soul coins. Deal done. Ning. Rangrang muttered, such a crappy thing actually sells for 5,000 gold soul coins. Tang Sun spread his hands helplessly and said, although this thing is extremely cost effective, it is necessary for us. For safety reasons, we cannot save money in a place like this. After the soul guide boat was removed, the host introduced again with a sad look on his face. The auction item this time is still a soul guide boat, and its performance is much better than the previous one in all aspects. He introduced the soul tool in detail, and then announced the starting price of 10,000 point. Tang San and Ning Rong looked at each other, and the former said without hesitation, buy. They once again bought the soul guide boat at the lowest price. Sigh. If I had known better, I wouldn't have bought the last one. This one is obviously much better. Ning Rong complained. Then, under the extremely astonished eyes of the two people, the Long Yuan boat was put on the auction stage. Compared with the previous two ship type soul guides, the Dragon Abyss boat is undoubtedly more comfortable and has more comprehensive functions. It can not only sail on the water surface, but also dive underwater. After the auctioneer made an introduction, he announced the starting price of 30,000 gold soul coins. He looked at the VIP table where Tang San was sitting with a somewhat expectant look. The starting price of 30,000 gold soul coins was also a lot too high. According to his estimation, it would be difficult to sell even 10,000 gold soul coins. The corners of Tang San's mouth twitched. He seriously suspected that he had been tricked. Ning Rong asked with some uncertainty, third brother, do you still want to buy it? Maybe the next auction item will be better. Tang San hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, buy. What made him relieved was that no similar soul guidance device was photographed again. Ning Rong had a look of pain on her face when she went to pay the money. Even she couldn't keep her expression straight after using so many gold soul coins at once. Tang San comforted himself. It's not useless to make more preparations. In case the soul guide fails or is destroyed, it's good to have a backup. Clean. At the backstage of the auction house pinched his right eye socket, and a somewhat evil smile appeared on his face. I'm still very business savvy, and I made tens of thousands of gold soul coins in one fell swoop, although there was no substantial benefit from this, and the gold coins were already dispensable at his current level. It made him feel happy. Seeing the confused and painful look on Tang San's face made him even happier. Chapter 250. Stopping Tang Heo. Two carriages that didn't look luxurious, but were well made were moving slowly one after the other on the road. Tang Heo sat in the carriage in front with his eyes closed. Incense was lit in the carriage, which had a calming effect. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of vigilance and solemnity appeared in his eyes. Stop. He spoke in a low voice. The Haitian sect disciple who was driving the carriage stopped the carriage, and looked at the carriage in confusion. Tang Heo lifted the curtain, walked out, and said lightly, you two, step back. The two Haitian sect disciples also noticed that the atmosphere around them was a little wrong, so they left the carriage and ran to the back together. Tang Heo's aura was always locked on a big tree in front of him. He said solemnly, since we have already revealed our secrets, why hide our heads and tails? A gorgeous woman in red clothes, long red hair, and dark red eyes jumped down from the branch. She was like a ball of fire, flamboyant and passionate. Ah, you Tang Heo? You are a little different from the Soul Master competition. Yan Jin looked at Tang Heo and felt that his temperament and image were completely different from what he had seen before. You are Yan Jin? Tang Heo asked with a slight look in his eyes. Since they have become enemies with Amon, they will naturally not forget to collect relevant intelligence and have a certain understanding of the two generals under his command. However, compared with Lei Yin, who established her reputation with the life of a titled Douluo, Yan Jin seemed a little inconspicuous. After all, she was doing some work of clearing miscellaneous soldiers on the battlefield. Even if he had killed the hell dragon that had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, it was still not worth mentioning in the eyes of Tang Heo. Where is your brother Thunder Douluo? Didn't he come? Tang Heo said lightly, if you want to get rid of me, you alone may not be enough. Or, you were originally going to deal with Zhao and the others, but ended up meeting me. Yan Jin shook his head and smiled and said, I just came to find you. It has nothing to do with Amon. This is my own idea. I came to avenge the old man. Old man. His name is Walter. He is my master. Didn't you attack the spirit hall before? His wife and son died in your hands. Yan Jin explained. Walter. Tang Heo thought of the Soul Douluo who chased Tang San in the Soul Master competition, and said coldly, the people of the spirit all deserve to die. I'm sorry that I couldn't send his family to reunion. Yan Jin crossed his arms and stared at the tall and burly figure in front of him with dark red eyes, exuding a majestic aura, and said, you should thank Amon. If he hadn't stopped me, I would have come here long ago, killed Tang San, killed the blue silver grass, and then killed you. The old man said that he also wanted you to taste the pain of your wife and son being killed. But Amon disagreed. Then I have no choice but to come and get rid of you first. Yan Jin's words set off a huge wave in Tang Heo's heart. It sounded as if everything about him was under Amon's control. They actually knew that Yan was not completely dead. And what does Amon mean by disagreeing? Does he have any plans for Xiao-san? Yes, that must be the case. The Hanhei Kyankan cover was originally suspicious. Tang Heo took a deep breath, suppressed the panic in his heart, and stared at Yan Jin. A bragging kid. You can do that. You will know whether it is bragging or not. As he said that, Yan Jin burst out with a terrifying momentum, and the huge soul pressure filled the world, causing the clouds to roll back. Tang Heo's pupils shrank. His face was full of disbelief, and he lost his voice and said, 98 level Super Douluo? How is this possible? He couldn't help but be surprised. After becoming a titled Douluo, normally, each level is promoted in 10 years. And how old is Yan Jin, compared with her? Kyan Mingsu of the Spirit Hall, his son Tang San, and even the Thunder Douluo who killed a titled Douluo at a young age, all seemed to become mediocre at the same time. This also highlights the horror of Amon. Whether it was the previous Lei Yin or the current Yan Jin, he needed the strongest man of the Haoshan sect to go all out, but these two geniuses who are so young and so powerful actually obeyed Amon's words. A small ball of magma emerged from Yan Jin's hand. As the spirit hall appeared, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, red, and red emerged from her body. Tang Heo's face showed a look of horror. The last 3 red soul rings made him tremble with fear. He also keenly noticed that Yan Jin's red soul ring had mysterious golden lines, and the quality seemed to be even better than the soul ring that Yan sacrificed to him. What's the matter with the golden lines on your 100,000 year soul rings? Tang Heo couldn't help asking. This, the soul rings of fierce beasts. Fierce beasts of more than 200,000 years have 2, and fierce beasts of more than 300,000 years have 3. You should have heard of the original owner of my 9th soul ring. His name is Dishan. Yan Jin boasted proudly. A chill rushed up Tang Heo's spine to the top of his head, making him tremble all over. Dishan, the king of fierce beasts, who fought against the ultimate Douluo Kyan Daoliu without losing, and led the Soul Beast army to besiege Wuhan City for more than 2 years, was actually hunted and turned into a soul ring. Moreover, there were only 8 golden patterns on Yan Jin's 9th soul ring, but there were 9 golden patterns on her 8th soul ring. What does this mean? A terrifying soul beast that is 100,000 years older than Emperor Xian also died in the hands of this girl in front of him. Tang Heo has always been conceited. Although he was defeated by Thunder Douluo last time, he thought that was because the opponent's soul skills were weird, and he was caught off guard when he first saw him. If he had to do it again, he would be very confident to deal with it. But at this moment, facing such a Yan Jin, even he couldn't help but feel discouraged. There was no hope of winning at all. The terrifying soul rings on her body have already explained everything. And if nothing unexpected happens, the opponent has at least 3 soul bones from fierce beasts. Tang Heo took a deep breath and thought about how to escape in his heart. As if seeing his thoughts, Yan Jin smiled and said, don't think about running away, you can't escape. Her 9th soul ring lit up, and waves of ripples spread around her. Wherever the waves passed, the world became a little different. This is Yan Jin's 9th soul ring, the soul skill provided by the GoldenEye Black Dragon King Soul Ring. Space lock. It can block the space of a surrounding area and prevent the enemy from escaping. It is somewhat similar to the life and death competition space of the dark demon evil god tiger, both of which overlap the special soul skill space with the real space point. The difference is that after the life and death competition arena of the dark demon evil god tiger is revealed, it is mainly based on the soul skill space, while after the space lock of Yan Jin is unfolded, it is mainly based on the real space point. Then her 8th soul ring lights up, and the god's domain descends into the space lock point. Volcanoes emerge, spewing magma, and large pieces of volcanic ash rise into the sky, making the sky shrouded in haze. The strong and pungent smell of sulfur permeates the air, making people feel uncomfortable. In this god's domain, in addition to the visible threats such as volcanic bombs, volcanic ash, and magma, the toxic gases dissipated in the air are also deadly. These poisonous gases that appear with volcanic eruptions will not affect Yan Jin himself, but will erode the opponent unknowingly and accumulate fire poison in the opponent's body. Tang Heo deployed the god of killing domain, and with difficulty, blocked the influence of the god's domain. Under the suppression of such a terrible domain of the god's domain, Tang Heo's god of killing domain was suppressed to a small area around him. Tang Heo couldn't help but feel a trace of despair in his heart. The opponent had not really revealed his killing moves, but simply deployed the domain, which made him feel heavy pressure. This was a crushing victory in strength that he had not encountered for a long time. He even suspected that, even if Douluo was here, he could not beat the girl in front of him who was the same age as his son. Tang Heo swallowed his saliva and said in a dry voice, "Amon will actually help you hunt such a fierce beast as a soul ring. Isn't he afraid that you will lose control after you become powerful? Now you are probably standing at the top of the world." Yan Jin looked at Tang Heo. Her face gradually became serious. She hammered the palm of her left hand with her right fist and said, "Yes, maybe I can beat Amon. I'll try it later." Thinking about it, a silly smile appeared on her face. "Hey, Tang Heo, well, Amon doesn't seem to have to worry about this guy losing control." Tang Heo took advantage of Yan Jin's distraction and confusion of his aura, and immediately withdrew and retreated. He used all his soul power and rushed away. Yan Jin glanced at him, but did not chase him. He just turned silently and looked at the opposite side. After a while, Tang Heo flew over from the direction Yan Jin was facing now. Seeing Yan Jin in front of him, Tang Heo's pupils shrank, and he quickly stopped, his heart sinking to the bottom of the valley. "Run. Why don't you run? I allow you to run for 39 minutes first," Yan Jin said with a smile. "What did you do?" Tang Heo's tone was heavy. Yan Jin raised an index finger, shook it, and explained, "This is the effect of my 9th soul skill, which cuts off the surrounding space, just like an ant on a ball, crawling in one direction, and finally crawling back from the other side. So, you can't run away simply by running, unless you have the ability to forcibly break the domain soul skill brought by this 800,000 year soul ring, or defeat me, and the space blockage will naturally be lifted." Tang Heo calmed down the surging soul power in his body and began to adjust his state. "There is no other way. I can only fight." "Yes, from the beginning you didn't have the option of running away. You can only kill me or be killed by me. Destiny has given me many things. Now, use your life to repay part of it." Yan Jin smiled, and the surrounding volcanoes seemed to become active as her mood changed. Suddenly, a large amount of magma and smoke and dust were sprayed into the sky. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.